Chapter 256 Life Stones. Back in the castle, the night's celebrations and merry dancing were stopped by the appearance of one young man named Christian Hammerstone. He stole everyone's attention without care. Just the fact that he arrived so late in the night meant that he didn't treat the Duke with a lot of respect. Some might call it justified since he was a descendant of the famous Hephaestus Corporation, but many would simply call it arrogance. "Duke Stelmane, there is no better option than me," he said, approaching the metal automobile. "Whatever the Reborn company has offered you, I am sure that my company can give you as well." Christian noticed the unique R symbol embedded onto the automobile's side door. Since the Duke was riding it with his wife, he assumed that this was a gift from Michael to tip the scales of favor towards his way. "This metal contraption is not very efficient at all," he said boldly. "You would need 4 horses to pull on a metal carriage like this. It simply shows that our Hammerstone company is a lot wiser than any other young company in the city. After all, I have my family's experience to draw back from. Siding with me is a simple recipe for success." However, the Duke didn't seem impressed, and neither were the guests around him. They knew his words were worth nothing after seeing the capabilities of the automobile. "You know nothing, Chris." "It's Christian," the boy corrected. "You were a fine lad when you were a child," the Duke said timidly. "Your father guided you in the right ways of building a company. What has happened to you to be so ignorant?" Christian smacked his mouth rudely, turning away from the Duke and not wanting to hear another one of his sermons. "Opportunity is what happened," Christian shouted, his voice in a high pitch. "Right now my brothers, sisters, cousins, and friends are all participating in the competition, and even they are completely outmatched from the real companies controlling the market." He pointed at the Duke and everyone else. "This is a warning. The sharks are coming, and they smell blood in the water. It won't be long before they come swimming down the plains of the Queen's regions and come knocking on your doors. Didn't you know that Batroc Town is already under control of an Oscorp subsidiary company? I heard that they fought hard for their independence, but ended up losing it in the end." The Duke was startled, and the rest of the guests gasped as they heard the unexpected news. It was as if their whole belief was shattered in an instant, making them feel uneasy and unsteady for the future that was to come. "That's so near here," one of the guests uttered silently, yet his voice was heard by all. "If they're getting conquered, then what about us? This is bad for business." That was the only conclusion they could all come to. It wasn't hard to imagine what was happening in Batroc Town right now. Local businesses would immediately struggle. At best, companies would have to pay enormous amounts of tax. At worst, they would get thrown out of town for fear of them becoming too much of a threat to their reign. Meanwhile, in a time of crisis, the reigning company had the authority to turn normal citizens into soldiers to fight something they didn't want in the first place. As for the royals previously in charge of the territory, their fates were usually one with a grim ending. Even if Duke Stelmane tried to keep a still face, the anxiety he felt in his heart couldn't help but leak out into his expression. He got out of the automobile and faced Christian with a serious face. "Are you sure about this? Where did you hear it?" "I saw it with my own eyes," Christian replied. "It's one of the reasons why I'm late. I had to stop by and see why the whole town was set ablaze." The Duke paced back and forth as all sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind. Not even his wife could calm him down, as he rejected her attempt at holding his hand. "This is the reason why you need me," Christian pleaded. "The only thing that can push off a sub-company of a global conglomerate is another sub-company from an equally strong conglomerate, me. I'm the only one that can fight off against that Oscorp sub-company." It was evident in the Duke's eyes that he was seriously considering the boy's offer. Having the backing of the Hephaestus company would assure a safety net behind the city, in the case that the Oscorp subsidiary company decided to expand further than Batroc. The looming threat of the upcoming territorial war between the conglomerate sub-companies sent an ominous mood that permeated throughout every man and woman around. Some of them were even considering to hitch their own companies to Hammerstone in the hopes that they would also get saved in the future. It was a smart move, truly, and the only one they could make in such times. But then, the Duke looked at the golden-haired boy in the middle of the castle grounds, realizing that there was another solution to this problem, something that would not require him to relinquish his reins over to a boy. "Why you?" Duke Stelmane asked Christian. "Why can't I ask help from the Reborn company?" Christian shook his head, disappointed. Then he gestured for his personal bodyguard to come closer to the Duke. "Show the Duke the life stones," Christian ordered. Codename 1 obediently approached and took out 4 gems from his pocket, each about the size of a large bean and glowing with a white intensity similar to the moon. These rough-edged stones pulsated with a rhythmic pattern, dimming and brightening once every second. "Tonight, I sent out 4 elite soldiers, each handpicked directly from the Hephaestus Training Academy, and sent them to seek out the greatest fighters of the Reborn company, the so-called Dragonborns," Christian explained. "And these life stones are directly linked to those 4 warriors. Right now, the glow of these stones indicate that they are fully awake and conscious. By now, they must have met their targets and attacked them with great skill and power. In about 3 candles worth of time, my elite soldiers will return from their duty and bring the news that they have successfully bested the Dragonborns of Reborn." The Duke looked back at Michael with worry. If those warriors were indeed picked from the Hephaestus Training Academy, then their level of skill is nothing less than world class. But instead of panic and anxiousness, Michael showed an expression of calmness. Michael looked at one in Christian. "Are you sure about that?" he asked them. Just then, one felt the life stones in his palm start to shake with intensity, almost rolling out of his hands. Then a life stones turned completely black, with no glow whatsoever. It looked like a normal quartz stone. Surprise and shock filled one's eyes, much more so Christian's. But then, it wasn't long before the second one turned dim as well. And then a few moments after that, the third one had its light snuffed out in an instant. "What the hell is happening?" Christian shouted to one. Their last saving grace was the final life stone staying completely still in one's palms. But a second later, the stone exploded out into 1,000 fragments, leaving only powder residue all over his hand. Chapter 257, Let Michael Have His Fun. "What the hell does this mean?" Christian asked one angrily. Stone Cold One, the strongest out of their group, knew the meaning of the light fading out of the life stones. It meant that they lost. Plain and simple. However, he could not bear to disappoint the young master for the failure of his group. Meanwhile, the Duke looked at Michael and saw no surprise from him. Michael expected this. He knew this would happen. "I've seen enough," Duke Stelmane announced. "Your elite soldiers failed in defeating the Dragonborns, it seems." Christian looked back at the Duke, opening his mouth and failing to say anything to refute him. This was completely out of the realm of possibilities in his mind. The Stone Cold Six were elite warriors brought up by his family. They were supposed to be at the top of the line. Looks like my original decision is correct. The true path that Angora City shall take is the one with the Reborn company right by its side. "This is unfair!" Christian cried out, stomping his foot on the ground like an angry child. "Christian," the Duke called out softly, trying to appease the boy. "Even if the Dragonborns had lost, I still would have chosen them as my sponsor. It is not a matter of strength, but principles. Your attitude tonight made me realize that if you were to become a sponsor of Angora City, you would treat my citizens, and as your resources to conquer other territories. You would simply use our city to further your own goals of competing against the other companies." Christian crossed his arms angrily. "But they're doing it too," he reasoned. "Why can they do it, while I can't?" The Duke approached Christian and ruffled the boy's hair, treating him as the same child that he was years ago. "That is not the way your father taught you to handle business. He was a righteous man, and you should have followed in his footsteps rather than be caught up by bad influences." Christian's eyes started to well up as his emotions bubbled under the surface. Anger, disappointment, shame. These were the emotions that an 11-year-old child cannot yet handle properly. "Get off me!" Christian shouted, swatting away the Duke's comforting hand. Then he turned to Michael and pointed right at his face. "You, this is all your fault. If you hadn't meddled in my business, then I would have had everything I wanted." Christian looked to his bald bodyguard and uttered the key phrase. "Attack him!" "Chris, no!" the Duke screamed, but it was already too late. One took the sword out from his scabbard and rushed towards Michael. His arrival almost seemed instantaneous in the eyes of the normal guests. 1 second he was behind Christian and the Duke, and the next, he was in front of Michael, with the sword just inches away from his neck. Just then, a prismatic shield appeared and fought against the sword, clashing with its metal blade, and creating sparks all around. "Kia!" The sudden explosion of murderous intent scared the guests witless, leaving them screaming and crying out in desperation, as they tried to escape into safety. The Duke guided the guests inside his castle, where they would be safe from harm. "Damn it, where's my soldiers?" the Duke screamed in frustration. There seemed to be no one present in his castle but shadows in the night. He took out a whistle from his pocket. Once he blew this, soldiers from all over the city would gather at the castle walls to try and subdue the criminal. But just as the Duke raised the whistle to his mouth, he felt a sudden grip on his wrist. Duke Stelmane looked down and saw a visible shadow taking hold of his arm. Following it, he saw the shadow connected to a strange hood-wearing violet blob of slime in front of him. "No need for that," Fudge said casually to the Duke. "Let my master have his fun." The Duke eyed Fudge with confusion. That guy's at the peak of the 5-star cultivation. His concern was valid. Who wouldn't worry after seeing an 11-year-old boy get attacked by a superhuman soldier trained to kill his targets in the most efficient of ways? Yet, Fudge assured the Duke, "Just watch my master. He learned something good recently, and he wants to try it out." Duke Stelmane could only watch with concerned eyes as Michael faced off against the Stone Cold One. One exerted extreme force to his sword as he tried to penetrate through the protective shield around Michael. However, the absolute unity defense around Michael counteracted the fire and earth mana inside the metal itself to push it further away. If one wanted to push even further, he would have to risk his sword getting turned into metal slag. "Teetsk. That strange defense again," he muttered under his breath. As one struggled, Michael took this time to observe the opponent right in front of him, sensing the mana contained around his body. There's lots of water and air mana in his cores, which means he's powerful in the ice spells. He's wearing a variant of the icy blue armor that 5 wore in the arena, with this one having iceberg-like shoulder guards that didn't impede his sword movements. This equipment is made with magic power in mind, not purely physical power. He looks like the strongest 5-star fighter I've ever faced, at least before myself, he concluded. And a moment later, he was proven right. One retracted his sword and chanted, Hephaestus chilled flames before using his finger to brush the blade from the base to its tip, with his touch leaving a blue fire that seemed to emanate a cold mist. The absence of fire mana in those flames fascinated Michael. It was made out of pure water and air mana, imitating the structure of fire to achieve actual flames. Frozen dragon, one strike, he shouted, swinging his sword in graceful stances that left a trail of icy blue flames in the air. Michael felt as if he was watching a Chinese cultivation donghua. As one slashed the air, a pattern emerged from the trailing flames. A long and thin stretch of body moved across the air, like a snake slithering in its lair. Yet, this snake had icy blue fiery scales, and clawed legs near its tail and shoulders. Soon, a head formed at the very top, with a long protruding mouth filled with sharp teeth and 2 long shrimp antennae near its nose. Its jaws unclenched, roaring directly at Michael. This was a dragon. But not the one that looked similar to Western fantasy, but one closer to the depiction of Chinese mythology. Michael was so entranced at the appearance of the blue flame dragon that he almost welcomed its descent towards him. At the very last second, he used flight and shot up tens of meters up in the air, dodging the dragon's lunge. As the dragon hit the ground, the stone brick flooring exploded into rubble and icy flames, turning the castle grounds into an almost hellish landscape. Stones burning with blue flames fell from the skies and hit the ground, spreading a deadly frost that turned everything into an icicle. Michael looked down from the skies, amazed at the power of the dragon. Magic theory acquired, ChatJK4's voice echoed in his head. Just then, as the mist from the explosion subsided down, he saw the reformed dragon rush towards the sky. One rode in its head, with his sword pointed directly at Michael. Chapter 258. Taking control of the reins. One's sword was imbued with the power of a mithril relic the size of a fist. It emanated an icy blue power that seemed to feed into the dragon below him. Icy dragon's breath, one screamed, thrusting his sword and commanding the dragon to release a giant ball of blue flames the size of an elephant. Michael floated above, with air mana propelling his feet and hands upwards. His mind began analyzing the mana composition of the icy ball of fire, watching as the wisps of water and air mana come out of one's sword to empower the ball of the blue ball of flames. It only took a few milliseconds before ChatJK4 gave him an answer in his mind. A flow of information washed over his brain, giving him the necessary magic theory to cast an entirely new 5-star mystical art spell specifically designed to counteract the icy dragon's breath. Let's call this the icy dragon breath mint, Michael thought to himself as an equally large ball of magma manifested in front of him. This magma flowed upon itself like a newborn planet, spewing out chunks of lava as the layers subducted under itself. As the icy ball of fire hit the magma planet, everything exploded into a flurry of white lights sparkling in the air, caused by the complete annihilation of the mana particles contained in the 2 spheres. What? One shouted in shock, pulling his reins on the dragon and stopping midair. Those that tried to destroy his icy ball of flames using water magic, or any kind of spell, would be faced by an uncontrollable explosion of steam that he would have taken advantage of. Yet, somehow, his icy dragon breath was completely neutralized in a mere second. Down below in the castle grounds, Tracheus looked up at the night sky with his eyes showing complete disbelief. A perfect counterspell, he muttered under his breath. He didn't expect to see such a high-level execution of a counterspell tonight. Even he couldn't do it reliably. Creating a magic spell to perfectly cancel another spell was a technique that required absolute precision, boundless creativity, and perfect mastery over mana to execute. If one knew how easy Michael made it look, he would have realized that he was completely outclassed. Michael was just toying with him, but one kept fighting. He took the flaming blue dragon's antennae and whipped it, causing the creature to rush towards Michael. The dragon's body slithered up and down in the air, its jaws wide open as it preyed upon Michael in a circle. Once one was positioned out of Michael's line of sight, the dragon swooped in and used its sharp, flaming claws to tear Michael into pieces. The flaming claws reached the invisible prismatic shield, sending white sparks all over the place as the icy blue flames tried to fight the Unity defense. It didn't work. A repelling force pushed the dragon backwards, causing it to be submerged in a large collection of clouds, obscuring it from view. Then silence. A few seconds later, the sky rumbled as an icy cone pierced through the gray mist and revealed a snow-tipped mountain crashing towards Michael like a meteor. Mountain Pass, one screamed, coming behind the mountain riding his dragon. Michael felt as if Mount Everest itself was raining down on him. Its grandness covered the moonlight, casting a shadow over his entire being. The mountain fell through the air before crashing directly towards the castle walls, disintegrating the stone brick walls that it collided into. Chunks of the rocky mountain flew everywhere before dissipating into a mist of pure mana. The destruction in the wall led the nearby stone bricks to fall forwards, crashing into the moat below and creating a splashing sound as it did so. Up above, one looked down at the rubble, hoping to see Michael's body among it. Unfortunately for him, Michael was nowhere to be found. Just then, he saw a shadow flashed above him. He looked up and saw Michael standing in the air with his arms crossed, completely unscathed from the literal mountain that he threw at him. The stone-cold warrior gripped his sword tighter, feeling the heat of the fight finally come to him. He couldn't find a way to break through Michael's defenses. It was like he was invulnerable. "I'll find a way to defeat you," one swore. Michael shrugged. "You can't, but you're welcome to try." Suddenly Michael's arms lit up in a strangely familiar blue flame. One was dazed as he felt the cold breeze emanating from Michael. "No," one muttered. It can't be." His fears came true as Michael imitated his sword stances, using nothing but his arms. The icy blue flames in Michael's hands left a frosty residue in the air that slowly formed into a slender body with flaming scales and extended snout. "That's impossible," one screamed as he stared at the creature in front of him. Michael created an icy dragon of his own. He copied the unique physical art spell passed down only through enrolling in the Hephaestus Training Academy. Michael jumped on top of the dragon's head, standing directly above its skull. With a single gesture from him, the dragon soared in the air, meeting eye to eye with one's dragon. The two looked completely identical, down to the flaming scales and sharp clawed legs. It was a jaw-dropping moment for one. He stared at the dragon in front of him, wondering what kind of illusion Michael had cast. Yet, soon, he would be completely proven wrong. "Fire," Michael muttered. His dragon opened its jaws wide, with mana gathering at the tip of its canine teeth. Water vapors flowed out of the mouth, turning into mist as it traveled in the air. The combination of water and air mana created a giant ball of icy flames even bigger than an elephant. It was one's signature move, the icy dragon's breath, and as it shot towards him, the more he was sure of it. He raised his sword, using his stances to create a defensive wall of ice. However, his unsteady mental state forced a mistake in his sword's positioning, causing the ice to suddenly melt into a gaseous vapor. The ball of icy fire crashed into one's dragon, causing it to reel back in pain, uncontrollably shimmering in and out of the air. The collision sent one flying backwards. He tried to hold onto the dragon's antenna, but failed to get a proper grip. He fell from the skies, struggling to get a grasp onto his injured flaming dragon. As he plummeted down, he extended his hand to the dragon, telepathically commanding it to swoop in and save him. The dragon slowly regained its solid form after Michael's attack. It looked down at one, seeing its creator just a few seconds away from crashing into the ground. Yet the dragon shook its head. One felt his connection over the dragon cut off, losing all the mana attached to it from his cores. Coldness spread through his body. But not because of ice, but because of the absence of mana. He crashed into the castle grounds, creating a large crater with stone brick roads. He groaned, feeling multiple broken bones inside his body. But he couldn't care about that. He looked up and saw his ice dragon looking down coldly at him. At its side was Michael and his dragon. The two dragons soared through the air in unison, completely under Michael's will. Cold blood rushed through his head as he realized that Michael took control of his own magic spell. Chapter 259, Frosty Explosion. Silence filled the night except for the crackling of fire above. The two ice-flame dragons hovered in the air, looking down at the castle grounds below. It was an incomprehensible sight for mortals and mages alike. Even those not adept in the complexities of the mystic arts knew that a spell was something intricately connected to its caster. It was an extension of themselves like another limb. Yet now they saw Michael wrench control of the dragon right under one's nose. It followed Michael's order as if the dragon had no connection to its original caster in the first place. No one knew how absurd this was more than Tracheus, the 7-star Tower Master. Cerberus's words came crawling back to Tracheus. All those hyperbolic descriptions of Michael's talents in the mystic arts didn't seem so excessive now given what he just witnessed. In fact, genius wouldn't even begin to describe the mastery it would take to do something that Michael did so easily. How is this possible? One muttered, with blood spilling out of his mouth. With the two dragons under his feet, Michael floated down. "You weren't using your mana correctly," he said to one. "I can, so I took it." His supreme skill gave him complete mastery over mana, not just his own, but also everything around him. Taking ownership of a magic spell was as easy as breathing for him. One, feeling the despair of loss overcoming his body, gritted his teeth. His desperation fueled him to grab his sword from its hilt, and smashed its bottom onto a jagged rock, displacing the mithril relic, tumbling a couple of times before landing just a few inches away from his head. With shaking hands, one took the icy blue mithril relic, and forced it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. "What are you doing?" Tracheus shouted at him. "Slickius said suicidal." But for one, losing was already equivalent to death. Fighting Michael made him feel like he was facing against an insurmountable wall, something that he could not overcome through all his powers. Replicating magic spells he only saw once. Taking control of someone else's magic spells. Michael's talents in the mystical arts were nothing less than a cheat and an unfair power. So the only way one was going to defeat him was to take extraordinary measures. Grah! He screamed as the mithril relic began to wreck his entire body. The amount of power contained in that gem was not meant to be consumed by a human, for it would destroy them completely from the inside out. His skin began to tear, revealing a glowing blue light from the inside, evidence of the mithril relic releasing all its power in his innards. The pain he was going through was indescribable, worse than death. Yet for a brief moment, he felt unprecedented power running through his veins. 2 new points of light spawned inside his abdomen, letting his cultivation shoot through from a 5-star power up to the 7-star realm. Ha 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 ha. He laughed with a coarse voice seemingly echoing in the night. Michael looked at one's body and saw the mana in his cores going haywire. It was fighting the influx of power coming from the mithril relic, trying to subdue it for its own. However, it was too powerful, eventually creating cracks inside his mana cores. He didn't seem to mind this at all. He floated into a standing position and faced the night sky. Power, I have unlimited power. He screamed, spreading his hands wide. A beam of frost shot out of the cracks in his hands, hitting the walls and the towering spire of the main castle. The tremendous force turned a large part of the castle roof into an ice sculpture, before exploding out into a million ice particles and revealing the interior below. Some unfortunate guests inside the castle fell victim to the destruction, getting buried under the falling ice debris. Michael knew that one couldn't control his power. If he were left alone any more than this, he could end up destroying the whole castle and harming everyone inside. He had to stop this. Let go of the power, or this won't end well for you, Michael warned him. One looked at Michael with his pure blue light eyes and tilted his cracking head. You? Look at me, I have unlimited power. You cannot control me. Michael raised fists and said, if you move even a single twitch, I will fire. He had his thumb unfolded, and his pointy finger aimed directly at Stone Cold One. He had created a simple finger gun, which didn't seem to be threatening enough for the Madden One. And what are you going to do with that? He scoffed. He was at the peak of 7-star cultivation. He was almost twice as fast as before. And with the power supplied to him by the mithril artifact, even those 2 dragons would have to cower under his feet. And despite the power ruining his body, one knew that Michael's mystical art spells still fell victim to its inherent weakness. It was slow. Compared to physical art spells, mystical spells were slow to fire and reach their target, meaning one would be able to dash out of the way before Michael cast his spell. With a smile, one's muscle twitched, as he used an upscaled version of the Ice Speed footwork spell to disappear from Michael's sight, frost building on his feet. But as soon as he did, a bright flash of light blinded his eyes. A moment later, his vision came back and everything looked normal. Yet, when he looked down, he saw a tiny hole within his robe, something not even noticeable at all. But a second later, blood spread around the fabric, revealing that he had a small circular wound in his chest that pierced straight through the back. What? He uttered, confused. He looked up at Michael and saw wisps of smoke coming off his pointy finger. As the blood spilled out of his wound, one slowly lost consciousness and transferred over to the void of death. Unfortunately, his control over the last dredges of resistance in his body was the only thing preventing the rampage of the mithril relic. One fell to the ground face first, with the cracks in his body beginning to widen, and with bright blue light leaking out with much greater intensity than before. The ground shook as the power of untamed mana began to wreak havoc in the surroundings. Seeing the mana in one's body start to collapse and annihilate each other, Michael knew that this was a bomb about to detonate. It wouldn't be long before the mithril relic would explode, taking the entire castle with it. Michael raised his hands and commanded the 2 ice flame dragons by his side to swoop down and take one's body up in the air. The dragons used their claws, dragging one's corpse up in the night sky. They soared higher than they ever did before, higher up above the clouds. As they reached the starry skies, one's body stopped trembling. Then boom, it exploded into a flurry of ice crystals spreading wide over the skyline of Angora City. The explosion propagated a cool breeze in the air, creating snow and hail falling from the skies, and bringing the winter season earlier than expected. Chapter 260 Finger Gun. Michael looked up and let a snowflake fall to his palms. He thought back to the killing blow he inflicted upon one. That was power of his secret trump card Unity gun. This was the idea that formed in his mind after upgrading KangarooCruz's software. The complexity of the magic spell was so hard that it took his personal AI assistant 12 hours to finish its synthesis. After all, this spell was a combination of physical and mystical arts. Using the knowledge of how mana flow worked in physical art spells, KangarooCruz changed the course of his veins to imitate the inner workings of a modern gun. With his pointy finger as the barrel, his thumb as the iron sight, and his Unity mana as the bullet. Michael created a miniature explosion at the back of his knuckles to propel the Unity bullet out of his body. Then, using the knowledge of all the mystical art spells in his arsenal, Michael created a small focus point to condense the bullet into a small laser that reached its target almost instantaneously. The results turned out even better than he expected. He felt like he held the power of the God Forge in his hands, having the capabilities to burn through anything it touched. With just his pointy finger, Michael perhaps created the most devastating attack anyone could have ever thought of. The rest of the guests peeked out of the castle gates, still wary of what had happened just a few seconds earlier. However, they saw no sign of the maniac one. Instead, they only saw the golden-haired boy standing above in the air, floating alone as snow and hail fell slowly from the skies. They saw what happened. They witnessed Michael defeat one with his own magic spells. Their perception of the Reborn company would forever change because of this. They thought their leader was someone born into power as an heir, but as it turned out, Michael's power was the real deal. The Duke looked up at Michael, his eyes glistening with complexity. He walked over to the Tower Master and uttered, "I underestimated his talent in magic. I never thought he was capable of doing any of this." Tracheus shook his head. "This is beyond the realm of genius," he replied. "What Michael did today was something that cannot be replicated even by me or any other mystic master in the world. He is blessed by mana unlike anyone in history." Michael's last move was what truly surprised the great Tower Master. The finger point. From his perspective, a single beam of light emanated from Michael's pointy finger and instantaneously reached one's body. There was no magic circle, no magic theory, no mana signatures, nothing. It was as if pure magic and power itself had pierced through his body. Even he, in the hundreds of years of knowledge stored in his brain from studying in the magic tower, failed to decipher anything about the light from the finger. It was indescribable. But it seemed there was one person who didn't appreciate Michael's overwhelming show of force. Christian Hammerstone fell on his knees, slamming his fist on the ground. "No," he screamed in denial. "This can't be happening." He pointed at the Duke, his eyes reddened. "Why can't you let my company have your city? You were my godfather. Instead, you're going to let an unranked company become the sponsor. How unfair is that?" The Duke shook his head, completely disappointed in what had occurred in his very own castle. He couldn't help but laugh at Christian's insolence. This kid knew nothing at all. "Even now, you know nothing at all. I'll show you the truth." He walked over to a large chest near the drawbridge and opened it up, revealing a huge stack of papers inside. He picked up everything his hands could carry and threw it in the air, letting the papers fly through the cold breeze. The papers scattered, reaching high up in the air before falling back down to the castle grounds. The guests picked the papers on the ground, and as they glazed over its contents, their eyes began to widen with shock and surprise. Meanwhile, Christian saw one paper float directly towards him. He realized that it was a newspaper article dated today. He didn't even have to pick it up to reach the large bold text at the top of the page. Reborn Company debuts at the 450th spot in the Golden 500. Christian's eyes widened, picking up the paper with angry, trembling hands. He began to read the contents of the article, reading about the introduction of the Reborn Company to the Queen's region, how they renovated Orcustown into something completely unrecognizable, and how they were rebuilding the original Golden Road. Tears dropped onto the paper, staining the ink. Becoming part of the Golden 500 just a month after its debut was unprecedented, and was not even something that direct heirs like Christian could hope to do. And the Reborn didn't just graze the very last rankings. They breezed past them and reached the 450th spot. Christian ripped the paper in half and in his anger, threw a large vase towards Michael. The pot wasn't even going to reach Michael, but suddenly, an arrow pierced through the vase, shattering the clay and splashing the pot water in the ground. Michael looked above the castle walls and saw the silhouette of a figure in front of the moon, holding a bow and arrow. It was Shayna. She had been positioned here this entire time, watching and waiting. "Oh, sorry for interrupting, Lord Michael, but I couldn't let that vase stain your dashing white clothes." "Sorry you didn't get to fight," Michael said to her, with his voice transmitting to the shadow underneath her feet. "It would ease my mind if you had let me take care of that pesky one, but it was an honor for me to watch you put on a masterclass," she replied, bowing to Michael from afar. Meanwhile, the Duke walked over to Christian and slapped him across the face, stopping his childish tantrum. The boy cried even harder, but he needed this after what he had done tonight. "Your father will hear about this," the Duke said. "He will be very disappointed." Soldiers walked over the Christian and put him in chains. He would be in the Duke's custody before he got transferred over to the Hephaestus estate. "Sorry for spoiling the surprise," the Duke said, approaching Michael. "The newspaper company sent advance copies to me as a courtesy. After all, it wasn't every day that a company breaks through the Golden 500, and an unknown one at that." Michael picked up one of the papers and read through it. It detailed how the Reborn Company got its fame and fortune through selling chocolate products, armors, weapons, and even strange metal carriages. It didn't talk about the King's region or the nation of Reborn in the parched lands. Michael guessed that this was because those facts were hard to verify for the newspaper company in such a short time. What will happen to him? Michael asked as he watched the weeping boy get dragged inside the castle. Knowing his father, Christian will be stripped of all his inheritances, including the Hammerstone Company. He will never be able to abuse his power and influence again. Chapter 261 Negotiations with the Duke. Duke Stelmane sighed as he looked at the aftermath of the fight. His castle roof was destroyed, with pieces of glass and rubble strewn all around the courtyard. The walls had a gaping hole in the middle, allowing rudely awakened people from the city to peek at what happened in the castle. This is what happens when a boy is given too much power for his own good, Duke muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, these kinds of things happen quite often in the Queen's region. Inheritors and heirs of large companies tend to be managed by the founders' children and family members unprepared for such a large responsibility. There were only very few exemptions where successions became a good ending. It seems the golden-haired boy in front of him was one such example. Even though Michael was from the Vanderbilt family, owner of arguably the richest business in the whole world, he seemed to keep a good head over his shoulders, and created something as amazing as the Reborn Company. The Duke even heard that Michael wasn't given any special attention by Wise of Vanderbilt. It was clear, too, since the Reborn Company wasn't influenced by the Vanderbilt way of business. It remained Michael's accomplishment, and his alone. Not even his tremendous magical talent could be attributed to the Vanderbilt family. They were not known for their mystical or physical aptitude, only for their business acumen. Yet Michael showed a feat not even a tower master could replicate. It was truly a God-given talent all on his own. Michael's presence was like a bright sun in the darkest of nights. Everyone could see it. All the other guests approached Michael and congratulated him on his victory. Currying favor with a ranked 450 company was the best thing they could have ever thought to do. Of course, the Duke didn't waste any time and approached Michael. I will announce it here in front of everyone. Angora City requests the Reborn Company to become its sponsor. No one was surprised by this. They would have treated the Duke as a simpleton if he didn't ask it after they saw what Michael and his company could do. Even some of the companies who treated Reborn as their rivals couldn't help but accept the fact that they were on a completely different level of their own. Wait a minute, Una said, interrupting. Sponsoring Angora City will certainly help you and everyone else. But what about the Reborn Company? We will be tasked with the burden of supporting the entire capital city. What compels us to agree to your proposition? Una looked back at Michael and winked at him. He smiled, letting her do her thing. This was exactly why she was here in the first place. As a diplomat, she knew exactly how to negotiate a much better deal for Michael and the Reborn Company. She knew how to put the right amount of pressure into the Duke so that he would have to relent on benefits that could truly help Reborn. The Duke smiled and nodded in understanding. Very well, he said. I'm willing to lower the income tax of Reborn to 10%. The rest of the guests gasped, almost salivating at that offer. Their companies had to pay 25% in order to operate in Angora City. But Una remained steadfast. She stared at the Duke without blinking. Are you sure that's your offer? It was already quite a generous offer, but the Una wanted more, as the Duke remembered the fact that the Dragonborns defeated the Stone Cold Six, that they had automobiles in their possession, that they could produce the only mithril artifacts in the world. And, most of all, they had Michael Vanderbilt leading them on. The choice was simple. No taxes for the Reborn Company, he declared. Everyone went into an uproar. They couldn't believe it. But for the Duke, it was the only way to build a good relationship with the Reborn Company. He wasn't thinking about today, tomorrow, or even a year after. He was thinking about 10 years after, or 100 years after. The potential of Michael and the Reborn Company was limitless. Duke Stelmane wholeheartedly believed that they would reach global heights in less than 100 years. His intuition told him so. And if he built a relationship with them this early on, then as the Reborn Company soared into the skies, Angora City will be pulled up with it. He was the only one who could see that as impressive as that 450th ranking in the Golden 500 sounded. It was still a gross underestimation of the Reborn Company. The article only took into account their business in Angora, in Neo-Orcus City, completely disregarding the entirety of the King's region. This meant that their true rankings were well above that. Una looked back at Michael and nodded with a smile. This was the best deal they were going to get. Michael approached the Duke and held out his hand, and the two shook hands, symbolizing their agreement. As the night wore on, the guests slowly departed from the castle back to their headquarters in the city. But of course, that was not before they approached Michael and made some sort of agreement for cooperation. Gina got down from the castle walls and helped Michael deal with all the gritty details. She began to take orders of automobiles, liquid concrete, armors and weapons, and even batches of chocolate bars. Of course, they were willing to pay a good amount to have it delivered as fast as possible. The guests argued against each other as to who would get to order first, to which Shayna had to assure them that everyone would get their products regardless of who ordered first. Meanwhile, Michael and Una were at the Duke's castle, ironing out all the details of their cooperation. Since the Reborn company would sponsor Angora City, this meant that Michael would have to help in improving the city itself by increasing it up to the famous Reborn standard, such as creating a plumbing system for every building, an electrical infrastructure, and a railroad system. The Duke felt his head spin once Michael explained how electricity worked. To make him understand better, they planned for the Duke and his wife to travel to the nation of Reborn and see everything for himself. They also talked about the Golden Road, which would directly cross Angora City and act as a node for all the other branches to connect towards. For example, the road would branch out to the east and west to reach the other territories near Angora City. "Now, I'm sure that you've heard about Batroc Town," the Duke muttered seriously, with the oil lamps flickering in the wind. "It's been conquered, right?" Duke Stelmane nodded. "I've just received word. It's official. An Oscorp subsidiary has taken control of the reins. Do you know who the Oscorp Corporation is?" Michael shook his head, only hearing about the name in passing conversation. "The Oscorp Corporation is the second largest business in the entire world, second only to your Vanderbilt family. You can even say that they are rivals through and through. They have stayed in Wise's shadow for too long, and now it seems that they want to take Easy's title away for themselves." Conglomerates. Duke Stelmane explained to Michael about the 5 conglomerates controlling the current global market. At the very top spot of the Golden 500 was the Vanderbilt business, headed by none other than the great lion Wisey Vanderbilt. Coming in under him was the Oscorp Consortium. They were just like the Vanderbilt business, which was mostly controlled by a single family and a patriarch at the top. Those 2 conglomerates had their hands in every business imaginable. As long as they could make money on it, those 2 conglomerates were part of it. The third spot was the Hephaestus Group, known for their monopoly on the world's greatest weapons and armors. They owned the biggest mine in the world located in another continent, allowing them to become the world's best supplier for anything metallurgical. "The Hammerstone Company is part of the Hephaestus Group, right?" Michael asked. "Yes," Duke Stelmane nodded. "Hammerstone is just one of the families that are part of the Hephaestus conglomerate, but still considered to be an indirect descendant of it. If you noticed, the ones that the Stone Cold Six used are one of the top armor sets available in the current market." Michael did remark that the icy blue equipment they used was better than normal, but he still considered it as far below the level of what the dwarves can make. He now found it quite a waste that the Dwarven Kingdom hid themselves for so long in the royal continent. If they had allowed businesses to be conducted in their territory, then they might have been the one in the top 3 spot instead of the Hephaestus Group. The conglomerate on the 4th spot is the Goldstone Trust. They make their money through managing lands and territories all over the globe. And if you look at all the unclaimed territories in the Queen's region, more often than not, they are property of the Goldstone Trust. In other words, their business was in real estate. Michael was quite lucky that he obtained the massive landmass of the parched lands as a gift. That was probably because the perceived value of a desolate desert was very low, which was why it hadn't been conquered yet. And at the 5th spot is Sinclair's Elixirs. Their whole business is derived from their unique blends of salves, healing potions, and even cultivation pills. They have hospitals and apothecaries located almost everywhere around the world because of their usefulness to society. I don't know if you noticed, but they have a branch located somewhere in the heart of our city. Also, the biggest reason as to why Sinclair's Elixirs stood tall as a conglomerate is due to none other than Sinclair. That old witch is still the best healer in the entire world, with some even saying that she could cure death itself. This has led the other conglomerates to seek her services whenever they got a disease. I heard that your grandfather once had to pay an entire country to her as compensation for when she cured his cold. Michael did notice an apothecary in the city, but didn't take notice of it much. By the looks of it, they still use the old health practices such as bloodletting, acupuncture, and herbal medicine. It made him wonder whether the modern knowledge of medicine still worked in this magical world. So those 5 conglomerates are at the top of the Golden 500, but they are not the ones competing in this Golden Road competition, Michael asked. They are not. It's their sub-companies, the companies managed by heirs and successors, that are competing. The one in particular that I want to talk about is the Flarecorp company that took control of Batroc Town. They are a sub-company of the Oscorp Consortium, Michael remembered. This Flarecorp company is an up-and-coming business owned by a direct child of the Oscorp patriarch. He is quite young and hungry to prove himself, which was probably why he took this opportunity to expand his territory in the Queen's region. Michael looked at the Duke's expression and saw a hint of worry in his eyebrows. "You think he's going to expand to Angora City?" Duke Stelmane went silent for a second before nodding his head. "In all likelihood, I think yes. It's the only logical way for him to compete against his older brothers and sisters who have much more established companies." Michael looked at the Duke and posed him a question. "Who do you think would win between us?" he asked. "I'm sure you can expect their greatest warriors to be at least as strong as one," he estimated. "Are you worried?" The Duke took a peek at Michael's expression and saw a peculiar expression. It was as if he was saying the words, "not bad or decent," in his mind. He thought Michael would be apprehensive of Flarecorp, but that look on his face was nothing less than indifference, And as it turned out, the Duke's guesses weren't that far off from the truth. Okay, that's not bad, Michael thought. I just can't say those words out loud to the Dragonborns. They'll get lazy and stop training. In his eyes, the Dragonborns were far superior to the very best of what the Stone Cold Six could offer. If he took into account that the Dragonborns weren't yet using their full power when defeating the Stone Cold Six, then Michael was even more sure of that estimation. But it's good to be a little bit more careful, he said to himself. I'll have to give more mithril artifacts to the Shadow Orcs. If the Duke was hearing his thoughts right now, he would have his jaw on the floor. After knowing what he was up against, Michael finished his discussion with the Duke, and the two of them signed a contract of sponsorship. With Yuna as the witness, and the power vested in the name Montgomery, she was able to make the contract into an official legal binding document. Thank you again for your help, Michael. Sorry you had to fight your way through it. Michael shrugged. It's fine. I expected a little bit of action anyway. Those Hammerstone guys had been making shady moves ever since we arrived in the city. Duke Stelmane felt sorry and bowed his head to Michael. Expect good news tomorrow. The transfer of ownership will have been processed, he said. What do you mean? The Hammerstone Company branch. It's yours for the taking. All their assets, treasury, inventory, and even real estate will now be transferred to the Reborn Company. Michael raised his eyebrows. Why do I have it? With Christian stripped of all of his inheritance, the Hammerstone branch here in Angora City will be completely abandoned. This was a very welcome surprise. Isn't the Hammerstone Company part of the Hephaestus group? Are you sure they would want that? Oh, I'm sure, Duke Stelmane chuckled. The Hephaestus conglomerate cannot take what is not rightfully theirs, and neither can Chrysatin's father. If they do, then they would have to accept the Christian's crime of attempted murder. They don't want that. And since the Hammerstone Company is small compared to what they have, it is much more logical for them to cut off their losses. And besides, Christian's father is a righteous man. He will want to give you this as compensation for all the trouble his son caused you. Chapter 263 Next day rush. After finishing the conversation with the Duke, Michael and Yuna returned to the Reborn headquarters. He convened with the Dragonborns and everyone else inside his room, who had lots of things to tell him. There, he learned everything that happened with their fights, including all the damage that they inflicted upon the buildings of Angora City. Ho ho! Tonight was quite eventful. Grieve laughed. I don't remember the last time I had this much fun. Oh wait, I don't remember anything ho ho ho. Who? Umisu cried, regretting her excessive actions that resulted in the destruction of the public library. Those poor books! What? You got to destroy a library? I shouldn't have overslept, Zion said, stomping his feet. I'm going to bed. Shayna, you're going to take care of all the reconstructions, right? Jaku sluggishly dragged his feet back to his bedroom. Even though Shayna tried to drag him back, he seemed to be too fast for someone that was sleepy. Ha! You scaled meanies are still inferior to my shadow orcs, Fudge bragged, jumping from one Dragonborn's head to the other. They didn't even need to destroy public property to defeat them. And you still call yourselves the best fighters. Ha! Zion chased Fudge, with their ruckus creating chaos and noise all over the dorm rooms. You guys are going to sleep now, right? Shayna asked with a smile, yet her eyes glinted with a strange red light. This seemed to have done the trick and subdued the two troublemakers. Lord Michael, shall I send Rebornians to fix all the destruction in the city? Please do, he replied. Make sure to give them a few gifts as compensation too. A few hundred gold should suffice. It was important for him to have the citizens look at the Reborn Company in a positive light so that they would keep on buying from them. Very well, Shayna replied. I shall work on it tonight. The white-scaled Dragonborn left the room with a pep in her step. Even if he insisted that she worked on it tomorrow, she would still do it regardless of what he said. The next day, everyone in Angora City was awoken by the sounds of incessant shouting in the streets. Extra, extra! Get your newspapers here for only 10 bronze coins. A teenage boy screamed, using a rolled-up newspaper to project his voice louder. Shut up! One of the citizens above the balcony shouted back. I don't want to read the news today. You'll want to read it, sir, I assure you, the boy shouted back. Eventually, the man walked down to the street and purchased a newspaper for himself. And immediately, the headline shocked him to the core and got rid of any sleepiness left behind in his body. He began reading the article fervently. He didn't even mind that he was in his boxers while he was out in the streets. He just had to read the news. Practically everyone who held a newspaper in their hands, either they be workers riding in a carriage, barbers cutting hair, or just mothers cradling babies, they all had their eyes stuck in the words plastered in the newspaper. Reborn Company sponsor of Angora City. It was in this article that everyone learned about the agreement struck between Michael and the Duke just hours before midnight. Many would have protested this fact. But the next page of the newspaper detailed the fact that the Reborn Company achieved the 450th ranking on its debut in the Golden 500. This prompted people to fill the streets of the Reborn Company. They wanted to see the 450th ranked company in the entire world for themselves. Coachman, please drop me off at the Reborn department store, a young man said excitedly to the carriage driver. However, the coachman refused. I can't. The whole street is blocked off. The entire avenue was jam-packed by people clamoring to enter their headquarters. In the newspaper article about free-flowing water, air conditioners, and railways piqued the curiosity of everyone. They wanted to know if it was real. The Rebornians had to keep the people at bay, or else things could turn into a stampede. I'm sorry, Lord Michael. We weren't expecting this much of a reaction, Shayna said, looking down the window. It's fine. Just give the people what they want. We have new products coming from the nation of Reborn, right? It's time we open the upper floors to the public. The reason Michael called it a department store in the first place was because he had already planned it to be filled with a variety of products ranging from vegetable products to hammers and nails. The only reason why he hadn't done that in the first place was because they still didn't have any permission to continue to the Golden Road, so the replenishment of products would have been hard. But now that they had an agreement with the city, the construction of the Golden Road could continue on its way. He could finally bring the products back in the King's region to Angora City, and vice versa. Very well, Lord Michael. I'll have our people prepare the 2nd to 5th floor of the department store, Shayna said. As the Rebornians were busy accommodating the massive influx of people coming into the store, Michael took this time and descended into the shadows, teleporting out of their headquarters. A second later, he arrived in a very different part of the city. In front of him was a building in a dwarven forge-inspired architecture, with a massive title on the front that said Hammerstone Company. Even though it was already late in the day, Michael saw no people entering or leaving the doors. In fact, it seemed that it was barred shut through metal chains. He learned yesterday that he was now the proud owner of the Hammerstone branch and all its assets, meaning he now owned the building in front of him. After sending out his shadow into the gaps under the door, Michael was able to teleport inside, where he was met with the surprised faces of the previous Hammerstone employees. I'm sorry, sir, but our company is closed. Butch, the leader of Hammerstone's adventuring party, recognized Michael. Sir Michael, you must be here to seize all of our assets, he said solemnly. We were just about to pack up our things and go. All around him were employees who had depressed looks on their faces as they packed up things on crates. What are you all doing? Michael asked them. Well, since you own the branch now, it means we have nowhere else to go. We're leaving town, Butch answered for everyone else. Michael looked around and saw about hundreds of people all around the building. There were probably 1,000 more employees who now found themselves unemployed and without work. Why don't you just work for me? Michael asked them. Butch and everyone else stopped what they were doing. They seemed surprised that Michael even offered them this option. But we tried to ambush you, Butch said. That was the Stone Cold guys. As far as I'm concerned, they have been punished. Meanwhile, you and everyone else here are still talented people. I don't see why I should get rid of you. Chapter 264. Integration into Reborn. Usually, a company handoff like this would be a complete makeover. It was more logical for Michael to strip the Hammerstone Company for scraps and simply build his own establishment instead. As for the previous employees, usually they would be cast out simply because they weren't needed anymore. After all, their skill sets may be completely different from what the new company may need. There were cases when a few employees would be retained because of their talent, but about 90% of the employees would be fired. However, Michael seemed to think differently. I will hire every single one of you to work for my Reborn company, he said, with his voice booming and echoing to every corner of the Hammerstone building. Butch looked at his comrades, his co-workers, his family. They seemed touched with Michael's offer, with tears welling up in their eyes. They thought they would have to leave Angora City itself to find another job. We'll do anything, one of the employees wearing smithing attire said. We'll work the minimum wage if we have to. Please just let us work in Angora City. The rest of them begged too, offering themselves at low wages just for a chance that Michael would stay true to his word. But for Michael, that wasn't enough. No, he said to them. If you are going to be part of the Reborn company, then that means that your quality of life will be up to our standards as well. Michael began listing off all the benefits of becoming a Rebornian, including incredible salaries, fair time management, and other such amenities that the nation of Reborn could offer. Everyone's eyes widened as they heard Michael's offer to them. It was really good. Too good, in fact, that it made them think that it was too good to be true. But Michael was serious. As soon as they accepted his offer to become a Rebornian, they would sign an ironclad contract that would give them all the benefits that Michael promised them. What do you think? Michael asked them. Do you want to become a Rebornian? In a small house in the outskirts of Angora City, a mother and daughter looked through their dingy and almost broken cabinets to pack up their clothes. Mommy, where are we going? The daughter asked, looking out her window sadly. We're going to another town, sweetie, answered the mother, who looked through all the tattered clothes and dirty shirts they had. But why? The daughter asked again. The mother sighed and walked over to her daughter. She caressed the little girl's cheeks and smiled. It's because Daddy is going to find another job in a smaller place. But what about his previous job? The daughter asked. Didn't he say that he was close to getting a promotion? The mother tried to keep the smile on her face, but her facade got slowly broken down as she realized the sad reality they were living in. Something happened, sweetie. The company that your father works for is going to close, the mother answered truthfully. The daughter pouted. He said that he will buy me a chocolate bar once he gets that promotion. Is he going to break his promise? The mother cuddled her daughter tightly. She couldn't bear to disappoint her daughter, but unfortunately, there were just some things that they could not control. Her husband worked for the Hammerstone Company, as one of the thousands of blacksmiths in their arsenal. Although the pay was low, they made it work. They may live in the slums, but at least they were in Angora City, where they could someday enroll their daughter in the Magic Tower or one of the good schools here. Unfortunately, she awakened this morning to the news that the Hammerstone Company was shutting down. She knew what this meant for her husband and her family. Without the money to pay for their daily expenses, they would have to move away and settle for a smaller place. The only problem was that they didn't even have enough money to buy transportation. If they had to move, they would have to walk the entire way there, which would probably take months. Her headache worsened as she thought about the hardships her daughter was about to face. She couldn't bear to let her go through it. Just then, the door to their house burst wide open, with her husband coming in with a huge smile on his face. Honey, what are you doing? She said worriedly. You almost broke our door. How are we going to pay for that? The man wearing overalls stained with grease rushed over to his wife and picked her up by her waist. What? She screamed out. What's gotten into you? The man gave her a big peck in the lips before putting her down and then going over to his daughter, hugging her tightly. Daddy, why do you look so happy? She asked, giggling. It's because I just got hired. The man screamed, elation painted all over his face. Really? That's great, honey. And it's not just that, the man said, getting something from his backside pocket. I have this for you, my dear. He gave her a rectangular bar with a violet and gold wrapper. In the middle it said, Reborn chocolates. Chocolates? You got me chocolates, Daddy? The daughter immediately began unwrapping the cover. Honey, that chocolate is quite expensive. Are you sure we can afford that? His wife asked. We can now. I can buy my daughter 100 chocolate bars if she wants to. We can even move out of the slums and live in a place that isn't constantly flooding and leaking whenever there's rain. The man began explaining to his wife about the job he got offered from the Reborn Company. It was at least 5 times the normal pay, and he didn't even have to work for 4 straight days and nights per week to do it. And you know what the best part of it all? The man asked. The owner of Reborn is offering to awaken anyone that wants to awaken. Even our families. He grabbed his wife's shoulders. Did you hear this, honey? Our daughter has a chance to become a mage. Overwhelmed with all of this, his wife collapsed onto the floor with tears streaming down her face. Even he was caught up in her emotions and cried happy tears with her on the floor of their 1-bedroom house. Their daughter happily munched on the chocolate bars, with bliss and happiness filling their household. They were not the only family who felt the generosity of the Reborn Company today. Everyone who thought they lost their jobs ended up getting even better ones than before. Michael gave them meaningful work, which seemed to be perfectly in line with their own strengths and talents that they didn't even know they had. It only took about 3 days before the previous Hammerstone Company was completely integrated into the Reborn Company. Even the assets, mainly the Hammerstone building located on the best part of the city, was starting its renovation to become a second department store for the Reborn Company. It became a very busy few days for Michael and the Rebornians, with the winter time coming in fast. About a week later, Michael finally became 12 years old. Chapter 265 Birthday Gift. Michael didn't have anything special planned for his birthday. In fact, he specifically reminded everyone to not have prepared anything lavish or excessive. A simple get-together would have sufficed. Of course, Lord Michael. We shall prepare only a small party for you, Shayna replied with a smile. He didn't know if he believed that. Knowing Shayna, she definitely had something else planned. I'm serious, Shayna. I just want us to focus on the Reborn Company. The next few days will be crucial for us because the Golden Road is about to be connected. Since he had permission from the Duke himself, Michael and the Reborn Company finally restarted the Golden Road project. Construction workers were already pouring concrete and flattening the roads just a few kilometers away from the gates. Once the road was done, then the citizens of Angora City could finally visit Neo-Orcus. And once they visited that, they would have to visit the King's region and the nation of Reborn as well. The Golden Road was essentially a funnel that drove all commerce to paradise in the parched lands. Don't worry, Lord Michael. We have the road under control. Planning your birthday party won't take away from everyone's time too much, Shayna said giddily. Everyone? Ahem. Well, I better get going, she said, skipping out of his room and coincidentally avoiding his question. He took a deep breath and fell back to his bed. He decided to sleep now and recharge his social batteries for when the birthday party started. But just as he was about to sleep, he suddenly heard a knock on his door. Who is it? He asked. It's Butch, sir, the previous leader of the Hammerstone Company. Michael got up and opened the door, seeing the well-armored bald man standing in front of him. After integrating them to the nation of Reborn, Michael hired a lot of the Hammerstone adventurers to become bodyguards for the company. Their strength was definitely needed with the expansion. "What's the reason for your visit?" he asked, inviting the man in. Butch walked inside his room and respectfully stood in place. "When Christian was escorted out by his family out of Angora City, they approached me and told me to give you a message." "What is it?" he asked, confused as to why the Hammerstone family would want to contact him. "It concerns the Hammerstone inventory, sir. They want to give you something as a sign of goodwill." Michael raised his eyebrow. Duke Stelmane told him that Christian's father was sorry for his son's actions, and it seemed he was right. This was the man's way to try and reconcile with him, it seems. "What's the gift?" "It's contained in Christian's hidden stash, sir. It's—" Michael sensed a sense of fear from Butch. "Did you see it?" he asked, and Butch nodded. The bald man took a second to breath and explained what he saw. "It's a flaming piece of metal, sir. I tried prodding it with a metal stick and it burned it into ashes. Nothing worked. Everything this flame touched is torn asunder." Michael's eyes widened. Butch's description seemed very familiar. It was as if he was talking about the flaming ball of fire from the Godforge. "Take me there," he said hurriedly. Butch nodded and did as Michael told. He led Michael to an abandoned mansion near the outskirts of Angora City. Technically, this land wasn't part of the Hammerstone branch, so Michael didn't even know this existed in the first place. "It's over there," Butch said as he jumped over the ledge of a destroyed window that was previously barred with wooden planks. They walked over to the master bedroom, which seemed to be in tip-top shape. There was even a cup of water by the bed. Butch then opened a hidden hatch on the wooden floor to reveal a rectangular box made out of Damascus steel. "This is it, boss. It's his secret safe." Magic detected, Chat JK4 informed him. The metal box is imbued with a 7-star spell called Contain Magic that prevents any mana from leaking outside its container. Curious, Michael walked over to the box and lifted the lid, and immediately a bright light illuminated his face. And if it weren't for the captivating object hidden within the box, Michael would have turned away his eyes in fear of going blind. But he couldn't. He had to stare at the floating piece of metal in the box. This metal was like a small shaving from a rounded piece. It was a little bit smaller than his pinky's fingernail and about as thin as paper. And surrounding this floating piece of metal was a familiar ball of white flame that seemed to emanate a kind of danger that a wild, untamed animal could only produce. The fire flickered as Michael looked at it, as if warning him to stay away. And just one look, Michael was sure that this was a piece of the Godforge. Small, yes, but a part of it nonetheless. He couldn't believe that such a valuable piece of relic would just be sitting here under the floorboards of an abandoned house without any care at all. This thing was much more valuable than the entire Angora City combined. He reached for it with his fingers. Butch warned him about its dangers, but he knew that he could withstand its fire. After all, he withstood the unity flames of the much bigger Godforge and survived without much problem. As his finger reached the ball of flames, the metal began to quiver as it tried to burn Michael's entire hand. He didn't know why, but he felt that if this metal had a mouth, it would call him insolent for even daring to try and touch it. "Sorry, but you're just a piece," he said as a prismatic shield appeared around his hand, clashing with the ball of unity flames. His finger slowly pierced through the fire before eventually reaching the quivering piece of Godforge. As soon as he made contact with it, the piece suddenly stopped quaking. It seemed to recognize the power that was taking a hold of it. "That's right," he said to the piece. "I can return you to your rightful place." As soon as he did, the flaming ball of unity protecting the piece suddenly dissipated, lightening the air significantly, and making Butch breathe normally again. Michael smiled before trying to grab the floating piece. However, the piece suddenly shot out from the metal box and straight into his chest, causing him to fly straight through the wall and go through the other side. He ended up on the ground next to the kitchen, with powdered paint and splintered wood all over his hair and face. He was caught off guard. He looked down at his chest and saw a tear in his leather armor. He ripped his clothes and saw a hole in his chest. Panicked, he tried to claw the piece out of his body, but the injury he sustained immediately healed back up without any warning. "What the hell?" he shouted out loud. "Cha JK4, why didn't you protect me? For all the times when his unity defense failed him, it had to be this time." But suddenly, he heard a ding in his mind, as there was a bell inside it. Godforge Progress 3% Chapter 266 Time to party what just happened. "I'm not sure," Cha JK4 answered. And for the first time, his personal AI assistant seemed confused. He didn't know if it was because it grew to be more human with every software update, or it was because of the strange metal that seemed to have embedded itself in his chest. "I am searching for all the information written on the Godforge, but everything comes up blank. There is no precedent for this occurrence." Great. "What?" "A great birthday gift," he said sarcastically. "Can you at least tell me if it's good or bad? Should I worry about the metal in my chest? There seems to be no adverse effect on your physical well-being." Your mana cores are running at perfect condition as well. What is it? I seem to have discovered where the metal fragment is located. And it has merged itself with your mana cores. Michael closed his eyes and focused on his internal body. There, he saw the 8 spheres of mana floating in an endless black space. Everything looked normal at first, but upon closer inspection, Michael finally noticed a very thin line connecting all the mana cores to each other, creating an octagram of sorts. There was no mistake about it. It was the piece of the God Forge, just stretched out into a hair-like strand. As for why it had attached itself to his cores, he had absolutely no idea. As for its effects, Michael knew nothing as well. Everything worked fine with his mana, and everything flowed smoothly with his cores. It is recommended to gather more Godforge pieces, so that the effects would be a lot more pronounced. Michael wasn't exactly that enthusiastic about having another metal piece shoot through his chest, but he was calm-headed enough to know that the Godforge piece was an incredible piece of relic from the past. With the power it held in its prime, Michael was sure that if it wanted to harm him, it would have done so already. And besides, Michael already promised the Dwarven King to gather all the Godforge pieces he could find. At least now, it would be safe in his chest. "Are you okay, boss?" "What happened?" Butch asked worriedly. He shuddered at the thought of the white-scaled dragonborn finding out that Michael got hurt while he was around. "It's fine," he answered before levitating himself back up. "Let's go home. I have some questions that I need to ask a friend." Michael ascended from the shadows in the corner of a grandly decorated room, with furniture decorated with gold and red velvet. Near the balcony was a man who watched calmly as he overlooked the skyline of Angora City. "Stelmane!" Michael called out. The Duke turned around and was surprised to see Michael, but not too shocked to see him appear in his personal lodging. "What brings you here?" Michael walked over to the balcony and joined the Duke for tea. "I have a question I have to ask you. It's about Christian and the Hammerstone family." Duke Stelmane finished a sip of his tea. "What would you like to know?" "They seem to have given me a gift." "Well, it's more like a leftover piece that they didn't bother to retrieve. It was in Christian's personal stash after all." The Duke looked at Michael. "Is it a strange flaming piece of metal?" Michael sat up straight. "You know it?" Stelmane nodded. "I have heard of those, yes. Those." Michael's eyebrows perked up. "If you remember our conversation a few days ago, I told you about the conglomerates and the sub-companies inherited by their heirs, right? Well, as far as I heard, on their 10th birthday, those inheritors receive a piece of a magical metal that cannot be touched nor destroyed. This metal has no use at all, and mostly serves as a decorational piece for fireplaces and tables." Michael almost cringed as he heard that. He couldn't imagine having a powerful piece of the God Forge just laying around like a piece of furniture. Imagine the waste. Why do they even receive this metal? The Duke shrugged his shoulders. "I do not know either, but I do know that they place great importance on it, especially by those conglomerates. They make it as a test for their inheritors. If they are able to keep their magical piece, then they are viable to become a successor. It's a weird tradition in my opinion, but those conglomerates have always been weird." Michael looked over the skyline of Angora City as he digested what he learned. As it turned out, the Godforge pieces were spread apart and in possession by the heirs and successors of the conglomerates. Christian was supposed to be an heir for the Hammerstone family, but after the incident with Michael, he was stripped of all his inheritances. "Why did Christian's father give me a piece if it's so important?" The Duke laughed, almost chuckling as he sipped tea. "That is typical of him. It's his way of respecting what you have built in the Reborn company. Even though your company is not tied to any conglomerate, he is treating you as part of their competition. In a way, you already are, aren't you? Since you're building your own golden road. I guess all he's trying to say is that he challenges you to beat those arrogant successors to teach them a lesson." Michael looked down at his chest, where the Godforge piece was hidden in his cores. Those sub-companies have been given a piece of the Godforge, and they are in a competition with each other to establish their own golden road. Inevitably, they would have to fight against each other, with one side potentially losing everything to the other, including the Godforge piece. And whoever wins the Golden Road competition would eventually gather a lot of the Godforge pieces for themselves. "I have a feeling that's on purpose," he thought to himself. "There must be a reason why those conglomerates want their heirs and successors to gather the Godforge pieces." Michael looked at the distance, further towards the Queen's region where the Vanderbilt Kingdom was located. "Grandfather, you know something about the Godforge, don't you?" Michael returned to the Reborn headquarters and sat in his bed. With all the mystery surrounding the Godforge pieces, Michael became a lot more determined in gathering all the pieces he could find. He thought he would find the Godforge pieces in secret tombs or hidden underground passages. But as it turned out, he just had to continue northwards. Those sub-companies have them. Michael was sure that FlareCorp had one too, since they were a direct heir of the Oscorp conglomerate. Michael knew what he had to do. He had to up the pace of his golden road. He got out of his bed and rushed to the Dragonborn's dormitory. There, he saw everyone together in a circle, seemingly planning and wrapping gifts together. Michael? You weren't supposed to be here yet, Una said, hiding the gift behind her back. Lord Michael, please close your eyes. Bro Mike, look what I got you. It's a piece of tooth I got from 5. Ho ho, my gifts are, what are they again? Michael looked at everyone with a smile. Change of plan, guys, we're going to party. Chapter 267, Progression in Angora. Lord Michael? Is this your idea of a birthday party? Shayna asked, disappointed. When Michael announced to them that they were going to party, they all thought of large festivities all around the territories of the nation of Reborn, the King's region, Neo-Orcus, and Angora City, with everyone chanting Michael's name in honor for his birthday. But instead, Michael gathered the new adopted employees of the Reborn company from the previous Hammerstone company and began awakening their talents one by one. Of course, Shayna, it's a skill giveaway party, Michael said enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the leader of the adopted Rebornians, Butch, approached Michael with worried steps. Boss? What are we supposed to do? He asked. Michael sat in his birthday seat, it's just a normal wooden chair, and gestured for Butch to come closer. Tell me what kind of skill you want. What kind of power do you dream of having? Butch looked at Michael, not knowing if his boss was being serious. He thought this was some kind of weird job interview. After thinking it through, Butch came up with an answer. I want something that will turn me into a volcano, he said. A volcano, you say, Michael uttered, activating his gift bestowal skill. Cha-Che K4. Can you do your magic? Very well. Creating a customized skill perfect for Butch. Complete. Bodily magma eruption. Earth and fire element. This magic allows the user to erupt with their inner power, excreting magma out of their pores. A bright light suddenly glowed out of Butch's chest, which grew bright enough to blind anyone that looked at him. After a few seconds, the light subsided, leaving Butch the same as he was before. Butch looked at his hands, with his eyes flashing with understanding as the magic theory flashed through his brain. Erupt! He shouted, and suddenly, magma pooled out of his bald head and down into his forehead, creating a literal fiery hot hairstyle. Whoa, haha yes! Butch shouted in happiness. Okay, next, Michael said, gesturing for the next person to approach. Michael spent the rest of the day giving away skills and spells to anyone who wanted them. Luckily, he also found a couple of people who could have a second awakening, which led them to find their true talent in another job. At the end of the day, Michael was too busy to attend the lavish and luxurious party that Shayna and the rest of the Rebornians planned out for him. Michael could hear the sounds of drums banging and trumpets ringing outside the Reborn headquarters from the festivities going on in the streets of Angora City. There were posters plastered everywhere with Michael's face painted on it, forcing everyone to celebrate his birthday. And if Michael looked at Neo-Orcus and the King's region, he would see an even more fervent celebration. Fireworks and drinks flowed heavily, with everyone treating it as a local holiday to thank the man that gave them everything they had right now. Even the Dwarven King participated in the feast in the parched lands. Of course, Michael didn't really want his birthday to be such a big deal in the first place, so he was very thankful to have an excuse to miss it. Michael now sat in his bed, alone and satisfied. Knock knock. It's Una, she said. Michael got up and opened the door, seeing Una with her hands behind her back. What's up? He asked her. I just wanted to give you something to celebrate your birthday. I don't know if you'll appreciate it, since I'm bad at making things. Una revealed a small wooden sculpture of a globe. But not just any globe, it was the Earth that he was so familiar with back in his previous life. It's a reminder that no matter how crazy things may happen here, I want you to know that you can talk to me if you get homesick. We're in this together after all. Michael looked at the crude sculpture, and realized that Una used no magic to create this. She shaved the wood all by herself, mistakes, imperfections, and all. But this made it all the more special. After all, Michael had been so used to magic that he used it for everything he needed. This small gesture was heartfelt. Thank you, he said to her. Una smiled. That just means you'll have to work harder to get me my favorite ice cream, okay? Michael laughed and swore that he would do so soon. After making him do a pinky promise, she left, leaving Michael all alone in his room. He put the globe statue near his bed and went to sleep. The next day, the Golden Road project continued at full force. As for Angora City itself, Michael instructed the Rebornian engineers to start the full restoration of all the buildings caught up in the fighting. The library that had been out of commission for the past week was quickly built anew in just a matter of a full day. The houses whose roofs were destroyed were quickly patched up within just a few hours as well. This showcased the full potential of concrete to the citizens of Angora City. How did they do it so fast? They used that liquid stone thing, and it hardened in just a few hours. How is that possible? Look, guys. They opened a new floor in the Reborn department store, and I think it sells sacks of this concrete thing. The clear difference in quality between the Reborn company and everyone else in Angora City showed why they were truly deserving of that 450th rank in the Golden 500. And it didn't stop there. A few days after that, the citizens of Angora City woke up to see a wide road suddenly constructed out of their gates leading to the horizon. Sharp-eyed people recognized the material they used in this road to be concrete, which meant that this was the handiwork of none other than the Reborn company. And not even a few hours later, the citizens of Angora City were once again surprised at the appearance of large automobile trucks that came into the city. These trucks carried lots and lots of products and resources that stocked up the Reborn department store, with unique products only available in the King's region. Isn't this the wood ash powder? It's so rare, but they have a whole cart here available. How did they transfer potbreak herb here from the King's region without it dying? I heard it dies after a week of getting uprooted. Hey, that road. Where does it lead to? It wasn't long before people began to travel the Golden Road, leading them straight to Neo-Orcus. There they discovered a society so advanced that it completely blew their mind. But then, they were told that to see the true extent of the Reborn company's power, they should visit the parched lands. And just like Michael hoped, people began to travel to the King's region to see the end of the road, the nation of Reborn. The Golden Road allowed people to finally travel between Angora and Neo-Orcus within just a few days of travel. This was already an amazing fact that brought the Reborn company a lot more praise and recognition from the citizens of Angora City. However, the real game changer came when they offered a taxi service using the metal carriages called automobiles. This was where the public truly realized the true potential of cars. Chapter 268. Observing Reactions in Angora. After constructing the Golden Road, Michael fulfilled his promise to guide the Duke and his wife on a tour of the King's region and the nation of Reborn. Using the customized automobile that Michael gave to the Duke, they embarked on a few days' journey to Neo-Orcus. The Duke saw firsthand how amazing it felt to drive almost 100 kilometers per hour on the flat Golden Road. Upon arriving, the pair couldn't believe the sophistication, the order, and the quality of life in Neo-Orcus. This town was previously known for being abandoned and almost buried in the ground. Yet, what they saw was something that could only be described in fantasy books. There, they came into contact with electricity and trains. Amazing, the Duke uttered, completely bewitched by Neo-Orcus. He saw a vision of an entirely new Angora City, one with automobiles running through the streets stopped only by stoplights to let pedestrians through. He saw a vision of buildings lit up by tiny stars in the night. He saw the future. The Duke immediately expressed his interest in creating a railway system for Angora City, while his wife requested to have air conditioners available in their castle. "Let's talk business after you finish the tour," Michael said to them. After all, they only saw a glimpse of what was to come. They hadn't seen the nation of Reborn yet. So they embarked on the train leading to the King's region. Of course, they stopped by the Dwarven Kingdom where the Duke got to meet its king, which seemed to have made him into a blubbering fool. He was too flustered to meet someone that was notoriously known to be hard to meet. "Michael, you weren't there to celebrate your birthday, so I drank twice as much in your honor," Beaver said while gulping another cup of beer. "Thanks, I guess." The Dwarven King soon left after being forced by his men to finish some paperwork. "You are close with the dwarves." "I thought you knew," Michael shrugged. After the Duke calmed down and explained to Michael how unprecedented this was, they continued on their tour to the King's region and onto the parched lands. Finally, the Duke and his wife stepped foot onto the nation of Reborn. He gave them a day to explore by themselves. After that, Michael met with them in their hotel room in one of the Satyr's Inn treehouse. "So, what do you think?" Duke Stellman and his wife looked at Michael with crazed eyes. "We want to stay here forever." Michael returned back to Angora City with a massive headache. After experiencing the comfort and extravagant lifestyle in the nation of Reborn, the Duke refused to go back to his so-called bedetless bathroom in his castle. This was quite a common occurrence with tourists in their nation, but Michael didn't think it would affect even a Duke, who had a literal city under his name. "Just manage the city for me," he said. Doesn't he know how unusual this is, giving the keys to his city to a total stranger? He decided to let the Duke take a well-deserved vacation in the parched lands, until he became a little bit more reasonable. Back in his bed, Michael summoned two shadows in front of him. "How's the reception to the Golden Road?" Michael asked the two shadow orc leaders, Narito and Sasuke. "It's been tremendous, boss. A lot of merchants and ordinary people are traveling down the road in droves. We had to implement a rule on the road to keep the carriages on the right lane while the automobiles were on the left lane," Narito reported. "That's good thinking," Michael complimented them, which Narito reciprocated by smacking his chest and biceps loudly. "Buddha too. I thank thee for your appreciation, boss." Sasuke bit his lips and stood up. "Our taxi service in the city is doing well too, boss. In fact, we had to increase the capacity of our Reborn buses to accommodate the demand." As expected, the rental Reborn automobiles was the most popular service in the city. After all, this was the chance that they could see how fast a car traveled from the inside, making automobiles a lot more popular as a result. "I've already ordered a large batch of automobiles to be delivered here in anticipation, so we were able to lessen the queue in the taxis," Sasuke said proudly. "You too, Sasuke," Good job. Ratata, I am honored by your appreciation, Sasuke said with his quills thrumming. Michael was satisfied with the positive reaction of Angora City to the Reborn innovative products. They were a lot more receptive to the strange automobiles than he thought. What about the other companies in this city? What are their opinions of all of this? Because of the sudden boom of Reborn products in the city, almost all the revenue stream was pouring into Michael's pockets alone. His department store was bringing in products at a faster rate and at an even cheaper price. Not a lot of companies could compete. As expected, their sales and profits are down, said Naruto. However, they know better than to antagonize us. Instead, they are using this chance to purchase concrete and automobiles for their own companies. Michael nodded. That's smart of them. He wasn't planning on monopolizing the entire market. He was simply showing to the other companies how efficient his automobiles were in transporting goods. And coupled with concrete, it was a recipe for success, which was something they can try and replicate. Also, sir, the royals in the castle are becoming a lot more uneasy with the prolonged absence of the Duke. Michael sighed. He didn't think the Duke would cause such trouble. Ignore them. The Duke will return soon. Do you have anything else to report? The two shadow orcs nodded. Lately, there have been more and more visitors entering Angora City of late. We found out that they are people from the big companies in the nearby territories. They must have read the newspaper by now, he guessed. That is right, boss, Naruto agreed. Our shadow orcs in the other territories are all reporting that the news of our sponsorship in Angora is spreading to a lot of networks. And they are sending in their feelers to find out more about us. The common sentiment among them is that they are doubtful as to how an unranked company suddenly jumped to 450th in the world, and even ended up sponsoring a capital city. Michael expected this. That's fine. Let them. We have also used this chance to send out our shadow orcs into infiltration missions into those companies. They send out spies, we latch out shadows to them, and they lead us right to their company, said Naruto. Tell me if you find out that any of them is an heir or successor from a conglomerate. The two shadow orcs nodded. After finding out where the Godforge pieces were located, Michael decided to become a lot more proactive in finding those conglomerate subsidiaries like the Hammerstone Company. Of course, it would be a lie if he said he didn't want to obtain their Godforge piece for himself. Chapter 269, Branching Out the Golden Road. With the success of the Golden Road connecting Angora to Neo-Orgus, Michael felt it appropriate to finally expand further out to the Queen's region. ChatJK4, can you show me an optimal route for the Golden Road that will efficiently go through all the territories in the Queen's region? Understood, Michael. Generating a map for you. After a few seconds, Michael saw a topographical 3D image of the royal continent, specifically the lower part of the Queen's region containing Angora City and Neo-Orgus. Right now, a yellow path representing the Golden Road connected the two Reborn-influenced territories into a sort of highway. Then a glowing yellow line flowed from Angora City to further northward about a month's worth of travel to a small named location called Batrock Town, the supposed territory that was recently conquered by Flame Corp, a subsidiary of the Oscorp conglomerate. Now if he was being selfish, he would want to connect the Golden Road directly to Batrock Town in order to force a confrontation between the two of them. After all, Michael knew for certain that the leader of Flame Corp was in possession of a Godforge piece. But if he were to do that, it would mean that he would be missing out on the 10 or so territories on the left and right sides of Angora City. Although those places were smaller, and arguably less important than Batrock Town, Michael needed to spread Reborn there too. After all, the main reason he was doing all of this in the first place was to spread the comfort and pleasurable lifestyle that only the Reborn company could give to the people of this world. If he were to abandon them, then that would be tantamount to abandoning his core principles. ChatJK4, please make a blueprint for the Golden Road to branch towards all these territories on the east and west sides of Angora City. Understood, Michael. This is the most strategic course of action that you could take. Why do you think so? By spreading your influence and completely conquering the southernmost tip of the Queen's region, there would be no way for your opponents to flank your territories. As usual, ChatJK4 was right. Michael should have thought about the military aspect of expanding the Golden Road. The Queen's region was totally different from the tame and docile territories of the King's region. This place had competition, and they wouldn't back down so easily once they saw Reborn coming, as evidenced by what happened with the Hammerstone Company. Alright. Thanks, ChatJK4. I'll have our engineers start the construction right away. Michael spent the rest of the day conversing with the Rebornian engineers, who quickly fulfilled his wishes and began their construction in the east and west gates of Angora City. He thought he would have had to ask for permission from the Duke. But it seemed he had already sent a letter giving Reborn the authorization to do whatever they wanted in Angora City, which may or may not have caused the royals to panic, because Michael was now essentially the acting Duke of the city itself. Automobiles caused a boom in the commerce of Angora City and beyond. Products were being delivered faster than before. Rare items which were so hard to obtain could now be purchased in the Reborn department store. And more people were traveling to other places in the royal continent because of the Golden Road. Those in the Queen's region traveled by automobile or train to the King's region, and vice versa. This created a lot of opportunities for businesses to thrive, further driving the economy of the territories involved in the Golden Road. Eventually, this caused other territories in the east and west side of Angora City to become slightly aware of what was happening. The newspaper article had already created an intrigue among them, but the increased activity in Angora City certainly caught their attention. One such group took particular attention. This group, for lack of a better term, are unscrupulous in their ways to obtain a living wage. If you were to ask them what they did, then they would answer that they were in the security business, protecting merchants, travelers, and other such visitors from meeting a terrible fate in the woods. As long as people paid a good amount of coins, then those tourists could be assured that they would not be attacked deep in the night while they camped. Of course, they didn't have to tell anyone that they were the one who attacked people in the night. It was already implied. They were the so-called bastard bandits who lived in the South Tip Forest, the large patch of greenery that separated Angora City from the rest of the Queen's region. Despite the dangers of wild animals, occasional monsters, and dangerous cliffs, the bastard bandits had made a home for themselves in the South Tip Forest. They had claimed it to be theirs, despite having no jurisdiction or credentials to back it up, and because of that they charged a measly toll on anyone that tried to travel through the South Tip Forest. If they were obedient and paid their fee, then they would find their journey in the forest to be safe and boring. If they didn't, then they would find their products stolen or their lives taken. They had made quite a living doing this, living quite lavishly in the caves of the forest. But recently, they had noticed that there was a large influx of carriages coming from the north to the south, specifically the famous Angora City. This was an anomaly. It was already deep into the winter season, which meant that travel shouldn't be too welcome among the populace. Now usually, this would have been a cause for celebration for the whole troop. More tourists meant more tolls, and more tolls meant more money for them to warm their bodies with booze. However, a few observant bandits noticed that despite the large influx of carriages coming from the north, there was a distinct lack of carriages coming from the south. It was as if they reached Angora City and chose to never come back at all. The bastard bandit leader immediately tasked his men to capture one of the travelers and question them for information. They laid in wait in the snowy bushes as a single carriage led by 2 horses came trotting past their hiding spot. "Halt!" they shouted. The horses were immediately startled, neighing crazily and standing on their front legs. The man in the carriage peeked out of his window and saw the snowy bushes suddenly stand up, revealing themselves to be bandits who had camouflaged themselves with pure white gear. The sharp weapons they held in their hands immediately was enough to make the man in the carriage consider a surrender. "What's the meaning of this? I paid my fees," he shouted to them. "Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you," one of the bandits said. "We're just here to ask some questions." The bandits approached his carriage and forcefully opened it, letting the cold breeze of the air enter. Then one of the bandits stepped foot inside and sat on the opposite side, meeting face to face with the merchant. "First of all, an introduction is in order. I am Sleazy. And you are?" The merchant eyed the man suspiciously before answering. "I'm just an ordinary merchant. I sell chocolates." Chapter 2, 70 Sleazy. The bandit called Sleazy titled his head, clearly unaware of such a product called chocolate. H&M. "I've never heard of that. And I see no sign of products here in your carriage." Sleazy took out a knife out of his pocket and twirled it in his hands, with its glint reflecting towards the chocolate merchant. "Are you lying to me?" No, the chocolate merchant cried out, raising his hands to protest his innocence. "It's true. I just sold out all my products. That's why I'm returning to Angora City to get more." The bandit eyed the merchant with a glare, letting awkward silence linger in the carriage. "I believe you. Haha, don't be so anxious," Sleazy said, patting the chocolate merchant's shoulder. "Listen, I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I just have to know. Is there a particular reason why a lot of people are going to Angora City?" The chocolate merchant went silent for a second. His first instinct was to lie. After all, he didn't want Michael and the Reborn company to get into trouble. But then, he remembered that Michael specifically told them to always spread the word about the Reborn products, whether they be customers or criminals alike. The merchant even remembered a saying from Michael, "All press is good press," meaning any and all kinds of attention would benefit the Reborn company. So, he simply told them what the public already knew. He told them about the newspaper article being spread around. "It's good to know you aren't lying to me," Sleazy said, putting his knife back in its sheath. "We have asked all the other carriages coming in Angora City, and they all said the same thing. They want to visit the famous Reborn company. So, you knew about them?" Sleazy nodded and laid back on his seat. "Oh yeah. We might be living in the woods, but we are not hermits. We are in touch with the current happenings of society more than you know. Of course we heard about the current ranked 450th company in the world. It's just hard to believe that it's true." That was not the first time the chocolate merchant heard that. One of the reasons why there were so many people visiting Angora City was because people were curious to see if the stories were true or not. It seemed that it had reached the ears of the bandits as well. Clap! Sleazy clapped his hands, surprising the merchant out of his thoughts. Well, that's all that I want to ask you today. Thank you for your cooperation. The chocolate merchant watched as Sleazy got out of his carriage and waved at him with a big smile on his face. The bandit gestured for the coachman to go, which prompted the old man to whip the reins and let the horses start trotting through the snowy road. As the carriage got further and further away, the chocolate merchant looked back to see the road completely empty with no sign of the bandits anywhere. The snowy tracks on the road were just the horse and the carriage, nothing more. The chocolate merchant decided to visit the Rebornians and tell them what happened today as fast as possible. Meanwhile, in the bushes, the 10 or so bastard bandits gathered around in a circle with Sleazy in the middle. What are we going to do, Sleazy? One of the bandits asked. I'm feeling a little curious, you see. All those stories about the horseless metal carriages and dwarven metal seem to have made me a little bit thirsty, he said, licking his mouth. The other bandits looked at Sleazy with worried expressions. Sleazy, the boss said that we shouldn't interfere in other territories. We should just stick to the South Tip Forest and that's it. I agree, a bandit said. And even if I do want to pinch a little bit of gold out of their pockets, we should only do it when they try to travel through the forest, not when they are still in their territory. Sleazy shook his head amongst the other bandits, clicking his tongue as he did so. You guys are so unambitious, he shouted. Come on, don't you see that we're not the only ones that's thirsty to rip apart this new Reborn company? I'm betting that if we wait any longer, other companies would have already conquered the Reborn company and taken all their inventions for themselves. The bandits, despite being reasonable this whole time, felt a little bit agitated upon hearing Sleazy's words. It provoked their killer instinct. If there was anyone that was going to prey upon this new and unproven company, then it should be them. But didn't they say that this company defeated those Hammerstone guys? And not only that, they're ranked 450th as well. Don't they have pretty strong fighters for doing that? Sleazy waved off the bandits' concern. Come on. That Hammerstone company is managed by a nepotism kid. It's not that hard to destroy a house built upon fragile sticks. And besides, it's not like we're going on an all-out war with them. I'm just proposing that we shake them down a little bit. Make their pockets bleed just enough for us to be set up for life. With how fast they're expanding, I'm sure that there will be some weak points that we can exploit. Ask yourselves who you were before we settled down in this forest. Weren't we free spirits who took what we wanted without any question? The other bandits turned silent, with each one seriously beginning to consider Sleazy's proposal. And not only that, but I heard that they have mithril relics up their sleeves. This little piece of bait seemed to have finally convinced the bandits to agree with Sleazy. They looked at each other with confident smiles and expectant gazes. They couldn't wait to get their hands on those gold coins that the Reborn company had been hoarding. Let's go back to our lair. Don't tell anybody anything. We just prepare our things and we leave in the night, Sleazy warned them. And with that, the bandits began trekking back deeper into the bald snowy forest. Boo-too. Sleazy turned around, his eyes darting all over the place. He looked at the other bandits and saw none of them react to the rhythmic beating sound, making him doubt his own senses. He began to convince himself that it was just a product of his own imagination, brought on by the cold winds of the winter. Meanwhile, back in Angora City, Michael sat in his bed while the two Shadow Orc chieftains reported the whole situation to him in great detail. It's a good sad Shadow Orcs protecting the chocolate merchants, he said to them. Even if they are not part of our nation, they are still important to the growth of your company. It is only natural that we dedicate a shadow to monitor them and their surroundings, Naruto replied. What shall we do, boss? Sasuke said, kneeling. Shall we dispose of them? Since they're acting out on their own, just monitor them. Maybe they would lead us to more information about the other territories near Angora City. Also, if they do try to rob us, then send the trainees. It'll be a good experience for them. The two Shadow Orcs nodded before descending back into the shadows. Grafted Cluster. A couple of days later, the Golden Road expansion to the westward of Angora City went smoothly underway. The end goal would be reaching the isolated territories there named the Grafted Cluster. These were a collection of small settlements, towns, and villages numbering in the double digits. There wasn't a centralized government that controlled these territories like how the Duke controlled Angora City, but they did have their own local government that kept everything in check. So that means that we can construct the Golden Road there without needing any permission, Michael asked Yuna. That's right, the citizens of these people would love nothing more than to have a viable road for them to traverse, she answered clearly. They have actually submitted a formal request to our family to ask for some assistance to this matter, but you know how it is, without the proper funding, these road projects could never be accomplished. Luckily for them, Michael was in no shortage of gold at the moment. Construction of such a long road may cost a lot of money, but he knew that it would all pay off in the end, just like how business boomed once Angora City became connected to the King's region. Shayna, how's the progress? The white-scaled dragonborn laid down the papers on the table for Michael to see. We are about 67% of the way there, Lord Michael. It will probably take less than a week before we reach the first settlement. They had people working day and night to complete the Golden Road project, made possible through employing talented prospects from the King's region and Angora City combined. So Yuna, those territories in the grafted cluster. Is there anything I need to prepare? Yuna nodded. There are two major companies located in the grafted cluster, Barkus Inc. and Bullrun Inc., which are ranked 487th and 486th respectively. They are both managed by a pair of twins, who treat each other more as rivals rather than siblings. They used to have a very good relationship, but one of them branched off and created a new company that rivaled the original one. Now, they are both competing to try and outdo each other in the Golden 500 ranking. Michael was kinda surprised to see that a company ranked in the 402nds would be located in such a remote part of the Queen's region. This meant that they were miles and miles better than the Hammerstone Company itself. I guess that's not a good comparison. The Hammerstone Company borrowed the Stone Cold Six from the Hephaestus conglomerate. That's why they were a little bit more powerful than usual. Fudge, are you there? Immediately, a violet slime jumped out of his shadows and landed onto his head. Fudge looked around the room and saw Yuna, immediately diving towards her, completely ignoring Michael. Who's a good ninja? Yuna said, patting Fudge. I am Hihei. Ahem, Fudge. It was only after he coughed a second time did Fudge finally look back at Michael and saluted towards him. At your service, master. Did the Shadow Orcs find anything about the bastard bandits? He asked casually. Not yet, master. Those scammers are still in their cave hideout and preparing their stuff. Luckily, we already have Shadow Orcs being spread to all their members. It won't be long before we have them all under surveillance. Michael nodded, satisfied with the awesome work that the Shadow Orcs were doing. Since the Shadow Orcs are busy, then I'd like you to personally find out more about these two new companies, Barkus Inc. and Bullrun Inc. Fudge somersaulted out of Yuna's arms and did a superhero landing. As you wish, master. I shall send in my clones to infiltrate their operations and find out what they're hiding in their basements. Don't go too overboard, he warned Fudge, but the slime was already gone. In the very heart of the grafted cluster was a small town that was completely divided into two. On one side, the architecture and style of the buildings and structures were made completely out of wood and vines, making for a very earthy and natural vibe to the town. But on the opposite side of that was an entirely different style made out of stone and marble. The architecture was blocky and geometric, which was a complete tonal shift from the natural and curvy style of the opposite side. This was where the headquarters of Barkus Inc. and Bullrun Inc. was located. This was where the two brothers created their companies and built it from the ground up before they clashed and split against each other. Right now, a Rebornian messenger stood at the very gates of this town and looked curiously at the contrasting architecture and style of the territory. Beneath his feet was a shadow cast from the sun already at its zenith. Strangely, his shadow seemed to flicker and move unnaturally even though the source of light remained static. Boss Fudge, I have arrived at the town. I shall now send the letter to the local government here, the messenger whispered to himself, and strangely his shadow moved up and down as if nodding. The messenger then entered the town and asked for the directions until he reached the mayor's house. He introduced himself as a reborn representative here to deliver news from Michael himself. The mayor didn't appear himself, but the letter was successfully delivered, making the messenger's job complete. He quickly got on his horse and rode off back to Angora City. But strangely enough, his shadow seemed to have been left behind in the mayor's house. It slithered through the guards in the front, bypassing the heavy metal doors through the small slits underneath it. Reaching inside, the shadow attached itself to a butler who walked up the winding stairs into the master bedroom. Mayor, the butler said, knocking on the door. There is a letter here for you addressed from the Reborn Company. The mayor, a man with quite a large gut from eating good food, opened the door and took the letter from the butler before sitting back down at his desk. He looked at the red wax seal with a distinct R symbol on the front. This is the real deal, he muttered. But before he could open the letter, his door suddenly burst wide open as two tall, lanky men with vastly different clothes yet extremely similar faces came walking towards the mayor. Barkus, Bullrun, I was just about to call for you, the mayor said. Barkus raised his sharp chin and put his hands on his clothes made entirely out of leaves and vines. I heard something interesting came knocking at your door. Reborn? The 450th ranked company in the world. I would like to see what they have to say. But before Barkus could walk forward and snatch the letter out of the mayor's hand, Bullrun got in the way. Hold your horses there, brother. I would like to see it first, he said, crossing his arms and showing off his armor made out of heavy stones. The mayor looked flustered as he once again became caught up in the siblings' rivalry. Either way, mayor. Don't get too caught up in what the contents of that letter will say. I don't believe that a no-name company could reach that rank so fast. There's got to be some kind of conspiracy going on, Barkus said, slamming his fist on the table. This made Bullrun smile. That, I will agree with you, brother. Chapter 272, Divine Slime God. For the twin brothers, seeing the Reborn Company blow past their company ranking seemed almost impossible. They knew how hard they worked to achieve 487th and 486th respectively. It took almost 10 years for them, and they had to climb through the ranks one by one to do so. And unlike Christian Hammerstone, Barkas and Bullrun were both the strongest fighters in their own companies. So they knew that advancing to that rank required really strong fighting skills that not just anybody could obtain. But didn't you hear that they defeated the Stone Cold Six? What did they call them? The Dragonborns? The mayor was a little bit more apprehensive in calling the newspaper articles as nothing more than rumors. He didn't necessarily believe its authenticity, but he just couldn't completely disregard it either. It's just a myth, Barkas said, waving his concern. I've never even heard of that demi-human species before. And frankly, I'm kind of worried for them that they will draw the ire of the dragons for using the draconic name, even though they aren't part of their lineage. In a rare occurrence, his brother seemed to totally agree. I have a few friends back in Angora City, and even they don't know what truly happened. After all, nobody saw what truly transpired that night, if anything even happened at all, he said confidently. The mayor looked at the letter in his hands hesitating whether he should open it or not. I'm going to open it, he said. Using a very sharp letter opener, he took out the folded sheet of paper and began reading through its contents. His eyes parsed through the inked words, with his expression showing confusion and disbelief. What is it? The brothers asked simultaneously. They're coming here, the mayor announced. They want to build a road that connects the grafted cluster to Angora City. For free, he emphasized. For free? Barkas immediately swiped the letter from the mayor's hands and read through it himself. They even want to establish a friendly relationship with us. They're promising all sorts of benefits as well. Let me see that, Bullrun said, grabbing the paper too. The mayor nervously began biting on his nails. The prospect of having a serviceable road connecting their cluster to a big capital city like Angora would truly change the economic status of their whole area. It would open up so many opportunities. The mayor was definitely in favor of the agreement. The two brothers could see it in the chubby man's face. Of course, this wasn't favorable to the two companies at all. They needed to keep the monopoly they had in the grafted cluster. Mayor, you better reconsider your choices, warned Barkas. For a decade, we have supported this town and the rest of the settlements with my generosity. Do not hog all the credit, brother. I have done even more for this cluster than your company could ever do in a lifetime, Bullrun shot back. Really? Then why aren't you the rank 486 company right now? Oh right, that's me. The two twin brothers began bickering loudly again, entering into a shouting match that annoyed the mayor to no end. He really wanted to accept Reborn's offer. All those stories about having those horseless metal carriages and cheap vegetables tempted him to completely disregard the two brothers' opinions. However, he wasn't that courageous in disobeying them. After all, he had spent all the years of his term as mayor essentially becoming their lapdog. Just then, as the two brothers were busy arguing with each other, the mayor suddenly saw the whole room turn dark. He looked around hurriedly to see himself being engulfed in the shadows, unable to move and shout to warn the brothers. Eventually, all he could see was darkness all around him. What's happening? He shouted. Just then, his whole world shook as a giant ball of violet slime as big as a castle jumped towards him. The colossal slime looked down at the mayor with a bit of a smile on its face. Are you a god? The mayor questioned. Fu, yes, Fudge replied, his voice echoing endlessly in the dark void. What do you want from me? Fudge looked up, imitating the grandness of a godlike being. You are destined for a great future. I am? The mayor asked, looking down at his own chubby belly in shame. Of course, Fudge coughed. However, you are now at a fork road in your destiny. One path leads you to depression and despair not just for yourself, but for the whole territory under your hands. But the other path is the complete opposite. It is your true destiny. It will lead you to wealth and prosperity unlike anything you have ever seen. The mayor looked up at the divine body of the slime god in front of him. His eyes showed a glint of hope and longing. What do I have to do? Ho, Fudge laughed. I think you already know, young man. The Reborn company, the mayor realized. Fudge's bulbous body suddenly grew two stump-like hands, using them to create a small rift in the darkness, so that the mayor could see the distant image of the two brothers, pointing and shouting at each other. The mayor could see what the two brothers were thinking. They were planning on creating a total blackout for the Reborn company, preventing their products from reaching the territories of the grafted cluster. What should I do? He asked the benevolent divine slime. What is their weakness? What do they hate and desire the most? Fudge asked. Each other, the mayor answered. They want to completely outdo one another. Then the answer is simple, you shall. As the mayor heard the words echo in his mind, the darkness around him began to recess into the walls, returning him back into reality. Mayor! Are you listening? Barkas shouted. The mayor looked at himself and balled his fist. Remembering the appearance of the slime god gave him a lot of courage. Are you sure you guys want to reject the Reborn company? He asked them. The twins looked back at the mayor, angry yet intrigued at his words. Why not? I mean, the Reborn company is the 450th ranked company in the entire world. Imagine what would happen to your companies if it suddenly reported that you guys were able to completely defeat them fair and square. Barkis and Bullrun's eyes widened as they began to realize the effects of the mayor's hypothetical question. My company would soar through the rankings, Barkis muttered. I'll finally be able to surpass him, Bullrun whispered. The temptation of defeating a 450th ranked company was too great. The twins immediately exited the mayor's house and began preparing their companies for the competition against the Reborn company. Meanwhile, the mayor sighed in relief as he saw the twins leave. He looked up at the ceiling and brought his hands together as a prayer. I hope that is satisfactory for your majesty, he muttered under his breath. Back in Angora City, Michael saw Fudge jump out of his shadows with a giant smile on his face. What's up? Nothing, master. The west branch of the Golden Road should proceed smoothly now. Chapter 273. First Settlement. A few days later, the Golden Road finally reached the first settlement in the grafted cluster. It was just a small village with a little over 300 citizens inside. The locals of this settlement saw firsthand how the Rebornian engineers poured the liquid concrete onto the pathway ditch and watched it harden within just a few hours with the help of a little magic. It completely surprised them, especially as the first few automobiles came riding from the horizon. These trucks carried over all the necessary equipment and products needed to create a base for the Reborn company here in this settlement. Michael even went above and beyond, as he planned to create more amenities in this place, such as an underground well, to help raise the standard of living in the grafted cluster. After the automobiles arrived, he transported himself over there through his shadows and met with the local leader of the settlement to relay his intentions. Are you the owner of the Reborn company? The hunched old man asked Michael. This kind of surprised him a little bit, seeing as he hadn't even introduced himself yet, but the old man seemed to have known that he was its leader. Yeah, how did you know? The old man smiled and pointed at all the Rebornians laying down their materials from the automobile trucks. They've been looking at you with respectful eyes all this time, he said. That kind of respect can only be reserved for benevolent leaders such as yourself. He was flattered. You've heard about us. The old man nodded. There has been a lot of talk about the new sponsor of Angora City, and despite my ears failing me, I can still hear well enough to have heard about you. Michael looked around and saw the underdeveloped state of the settlement. Most buildings were made out of wood and thatch, the roads were muddy, and there wasn't much foot traffic going around it. They didn't even have a market, and only relied on traveling peddlers to get supplies. Can we establish our company here? Build our own infrastructure? The old man nodded and spread his hands. You are very much welcome to do so. I'm planning on building a golden road that connects this place to Angora City. You can travel there in about 3 days through carriage, or just 1 day through our taxi automobile service. He also planned to create a bus station in every territory, allowing for normal people to travel easily to the big cities like Angora. Michael began instructing Kong, the Rebornian engineer chief, to start the construction in the settlement. Their first order of business was to create running water from the aquifer underground. It took them just an hour before a deep well hand pump was installed, giving clean water for the citizens to drink and bathe from. Whoa, water, a boy said as the water splashed on the ground from the pipes. The whole population of the settlement celebrated this momentous occasion, thanking the Rebornians by offering them dried deer meat and skinned rabbit fur. The old man approached Michael. This may be presumptuous of me, but there is nothing we would like more than to be under your banner. You want to join the nation of Reborn? Yes, we would all like to, the old man replied with everyone nodding behind him. Michael didn't think it would be this easy, not even a few hours after they landed in this settlement, and already he had accomplished his goal. He was just hoping to establish the company here, but he ended up gaining another territory. He had Shana and Yuna take care of all the paperworks, and in just a matter of a few hours, they became official Reborn citizens. Back in the center town of the grafted cluster, the two twins each sat in their respective headquarters, and commanded their companies to start a large campaign that spanned the whole Western Territory. Gather all our merchants and our peddlers. I want them all to start going over all the territories near us selling only Barkis Inc. products. Sell potatoes, carrots, and even pepper spices at a large discount. And it seemed that his twin brother thought of the same thing. Make sure that the whole market is drowned out by all of our products, Bullen shouted to his employees. I don't want anyone buying those Reborn products at all. Since they were much more established in the deeper parts of the grafted cluster, their campaign largely worked and increased their overall sales throughout the whole region. Their profits were down, but that was a necessary sacrifice to completely shut down the Reborn company's attempts. However, just a few days after this campaign started, the twins each received terrible news. Sir Barkis, we can't sell anything in the first settlement, his messenger said anxiously. And why is that? They're the ones that need fresh produce from us. Otherwise they can't survive. The messenger bit his lips. That's the thing, sir. The Reborn company has already arrived there and established a connection with them. That's fine, Barkis said. Just lower the prices some more. I doubt that the Reborn company can bear to lower the prices like we do, because they're transporting those goods all the way from Angora City. This is a war that they'll lose. The messenger tried to get the words out of his mouth but couldn't bear to do so. Sir, the first settlement has already agreed to become part of the Reborn territory. What? Now that the first settlement was part of their territory, Michael decided to implement a lot of new establishments in the territory. Aside from basic stuff like concrete roads and plumbing systems, Michael also created a fun little hot springs-inspired bath for the people to enjoy. And just as Michael thought, this became a really popular spot for the locals. The large improvement in the first settlement eventually reached the next two territories in the grafted cluster, which Michael set his eyes onto next. The Golden Road branched into two paths once again as it reached towards those two places in just a matter of a few days. Those two settlements were a little bit bigger and more advanced than the first settlement. They had proper buildings and infrastructures to be called a town rather than a village. The wet markets in these places consisted of small local businesses who sourced their products from their own homes. Things like butchered pigs, metal pots and pans, and dirtied vegetables were all made by their own citizens and sold to other citizens. However, unlike the wet market free-for-all, the Barkus ink store was established in a building that was much more organized than most. Right now, the whole store had signs that showed prices slashed in half. This caused quite a line in the Barkus ink store as people bought their products in a frenzy. However, this all changed when the citizens noticed the flat road being constructed in the distance. It was the famous Rebornians. A few days later, the Golden Road connected to their town and allowed for the automobile trucks to unload all their products onto the general market. Chapter 274: Deviating Ways. The sudden appearance of unique products only found in the King's region, like the famous grassweed herb or the phrenic stone, completely changed the market landscape of this town. The Reborn company became all the rage within its citizens, buying their products and venturing out to the Golden Road to reach the first settlement in just a few hours. The mayor of this town immediately accepted Michael's offer to establish their own infrastructure in the territory, much to the dismay of the twin brothers. Barkus and Bolin only found out a couple of days later that their business in these territories almost came to a complete stop. What? How are they creating these roads so damn fast? Bolin screamed out. And how are they transferring these King's region products so cheaply? The transport and shipping costs of these items should far exceed what they're selling it at. I just don't understand it. Bolin became so bothered at the current situation that he ended up entasking a few of his employees to become troublemakers for the Reborn company. Scare them just enough so that they'll be hesitant to step a foot further into the grafted cluster, he said to his employees. Threaten their merchants and show them your knives. You don't have to hurt them, just make sure they get scared. This would have been a great plan if not for the Reborn company's tremendous defensive capabilities. First of all, Bolin never knew that there were shadow orcs planted all over his mansion, and even under his very feet. They listened and watched for his every move, so Michael and the Rebornians were quickly given notice of what was about to happen. And second of all, those merchants weren't just ordinary people. They were Rebornians with an almost impenetrable defense as well. So when the troublemakers sneaked into the Reborn camping site near the town, they didn't know what they were getting into. They entered into the tents of the Rebornian merchants and pulled a knife near their throats. Leave this place now, or else we'll come back to finish the job. However, as soon as the knives were about to reach their throats, an invisible prismatic shield appeared around the Rebornians and repelled the knives away from their hands. What? The troublemakers cried out as they saw their knives land in the ground. They stumbled forwards trying to catch it, but when they did, they suddenly realized that they were kneeling in front of a giant pair of feet that emanated a black fire. The troublemakers looked up and saw these humongous orcs looking down at them with red glinting eyes, and as soon as they made eye contact with the orcs, these troublemakers fell into illusions that showed them their deepest and worst nightmares. Ah! They screamed, holding their heads in terror. Get me out of here! These troublemakers ran away, never to be seen again. Bolin tried to get a hold of them a couple of days later, but quickly found out that they disappeared without a single trace. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Bolin's twin brother was experiencing a very similar meltdown upon realizing the power of the Reborn company. I guess the rumors are true about those metal carriages, Barkus muttered, biting his nails nervously. And I thought this concrete thing was just a parlor trick. But I was wrong. It's the only reason as to how they're building the road so damn fast. Barkus, unlike his twin brother, chose not to get heavy-handed in his attempt to oppose the Reborn company. Instead, he chose a different route. He now wished to study the Reborn company's methods of success to try to implement it into his own company. He could no longer treat this unknown company as a fraud that only bought their way up the rankings. After all, the results were as clear as day. In a matter of a week or so, the Reborn company was able to turn a grafted cluster under their influence. The people of this territory hate venturing out of their homes. However, the Reborn company was able to push them out of their comfort zones and influence them to travel through the Golden Road and out into the other territories. He wanted to know how they did that. They must be using some kind of magic spell or illusion, Barkus said to himself. Some kind of love potion, perhaps. After a few days' worth of travel, Barkus arrived in the first settlement where the Reborn company established their territory. Barkus thought he was prepared for it, but the complete change in the settlement brought him into a complete standstill. The houses made out of wood and thatch were still there, but by its side were these large and towering stone buildings under construction. He was not the first tourist that came into this place. After all, the other Golden Road branches all lead to this place before going over to Angora City. So there were already Rebornians ready to accommodate all his questions and needs. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the first settlement, a new colony of the nation of Reborn," said a perky young catwoman. "Hi," Barkus whispered. "Is there a place here that everyone loves to visit?" "Yes," replied the catwoman. "Our newly constructed bathhouse is a must-try for all tourists. In Barkus's mind, that place must be where the Reborn company brainwashed their customers. There must have been something in the water to completely turn normal citizens into fanatics of Reborn." "I'm going to detect magic on the water," Barkus whispered to himself as the catwoman escorted him to the bathhouse. "Enjoy," she said. Barkus entered the steamy room and saw these large stones arranged to make it look like a natural hot spring in the woods. He concentrated on the water, making him look like an awkward man staring at other naked men wearing only a towel. He chose a shallow part of the bath, and used the 4-star spell called Detect Water to see if it had been tampered with just as he guessed. Surprisingly, the spell told him that it was just pure, clean water. Confused, Barkus decided to copy what the other men in the bathhouse were doing and completely soaked himself in the steaming pool. As soon as he did, his body felt a relaxing heat that seemed to massage all his tense muscles. All his plans of investigating the hot springs went out the window the moment he submerged his body onto the therapeutic bathhouse. Barkus didn't know it, but he unknowingly spent a full hour in the bathhouse. By the time he dried himself outside, he saw the sun had already set in the horizon. "What the hell did they put in that water?" he asked himself. "Did you enjoy yourself?" asked the Catamount from earlier. Not that much," Barkus flusteredly replied, with his cheeks still red from the bath. "Would you like to join our communal game sessions?" Barkus was visibly confused. "We Rebornians have introduced fun board games for everyone to enjoy. Chutes and Ladders, Scrabble, and Uno are widely popular for beginners, but we also have some card games that are popular for experienced gamers." Barkus was led into the newly constructed building into an open space, where both Rebornian and local tourists alike gathered in small groups, playing different kinds of board games. Although he was invited to play, these things looked childish to him, so he refused to play. But then he noticed one group playing cards while drinking some kind of frothy yellow water. What's that?" Barkus asked. "Come join us, my friend. This is Beer and Poker." Chapter 275 Board Games. Ever since the start of the Golden Road project, Michael noticed that a lot of the Rebornian engineers and the construction workers ended up feeling sad and burnt out at the end of the day. After all, their days and weeks were just made up of going to work, pouring concrete, flattening roads, and waiting for it to dry. Michael forgot that this was a world that didn't have any sort of entertainment for people to enjoy. They didn't have television shows, anime, or even cell phones. To remedy this boredom that they had, he began a social project in which he spread all kinds of board games to see which ones they liked the most. Snakes and Ladders, in particular, were quite famous with the Rebornian construction workers. They played that game while on lunch breaks and during their day offs. However, Lamias weren't quite fond of that for obvious reasons. Turns out, they didn't like snakes all that much, probably because of how much they were compared with each other. But they did like the game Hungry Hungry Hippos because it reminded them of their natural habitat near the rivers. The Dragonborns liked Uno, which added up because they were siblings, so the rivalry certainly added up a lot of the fun. As for the engineers, plain old Reborn chess was their choice for entertainment. The spread of board games was received very well within the Rebornian community. And surprisingly, an unintended side effect of this was that even the other territories they conquered adapted board games into their culture as well. For example, the first settlement saw the construction workers playing a lot of Snakes and Ladders. One thing led to another, and soon they were all playing board games during their free time. However, he knew that board games were fun and all, but sometimes this wasn't enough to satisfy people's need for competition. So, he ended up inventing poker for them as well. Creating the cards was easy enough, but he thought that spreading the rules of poker could be a little bit complicated for people. But, as it turned out, that was not the problem he should have thought of. Instead, people picked up on poker really fast, and they became really enthusiastic in playing it all the time. Right now, he was playing poker in the first settlement with Zion, Fudge, Jakku, Grieve, and a red Mankey. And just as they were about to play their first hand of the night, Michael's shadow ascended from the floor and turned into a shadow orc. This orc whispered to Michael and pointed at the man entering the building. "Sir, that's Barkus, the leader of Barkus Inc., the shadow orc told him before disappearing into the shadows. Michael was quite surprised to see Barkus here in the flesh. From what Fudge told him, It seemed that the two twins weren't quite receptive to their entrance into the grafted cluster. He watched as Barkus looked around the room, with wonder and surprise clearly painted on his face. And with the reddish glow on his cheeks, Michael was sure that the man had just finished a rejuvenating session at the bathhouses. Barkus continued to tour around the tables, peering at the different board games that the Reborn company offered. Everyone had fun and tried to get Barkus to play with them, but he refused. Eventually the guy ended up approaching one of the tables who were also playing poker. It was Butch and his friends, who were all adopted from the Hammerstone company a few weeks back. What's that?" Barkus asked. "Come join us, my friend. This is beer and poker." Butch shouted. His cheeks reddened from being drunk. Barkus seemed really intrigued with the idea of poker, but Michael knew that those guys were practically veterans in the game. They were the first ones that became quite good at poker upon its introduction. It became their go-to entertainment whenever they had guard duties on the Golden Road construction project. "Guys, don't bully the man," Michael said to them. Butch immediately sobered up upon seeing him. "Boss, we weren't planning on beating the guy for all his money. Just a little bit," he stammered. Barkus's eyes squinted as he looked at Butch. He seemed to have remembered the bald guy from somewhere. "Wait, weren't you the leader of the Hammerstone company in Angora City?" Barkus screamed. "We buy our armor from your guys, don't you remember me?" Butch looked at Barkus, but seemed to see 3 images of him at the same time. "Are you, Hiccup, an orc too?" Barkus ignored Butch and then turned to Michael. "He called you boss? Then that means you're the owner of Reborn?" Michael shrugged. "I guess I am, haha. Nice to meet you," he said, offering his hand. Barkus took a second to steady himself before he hurriedly shook Michael's hand. "I wasn't expecting to see you so young," Barkus muttered, his eyes still clearly doubtful whether he was seeing the real thing. "I wasn't expecting to see the owner of the famous 487th rank company here too. I wasn't okay, I admit it. I am spying on you," Barkus said, his head hanging low. "I thought I would expose all the deceit that your company was doing, but I'm wrong. I haven't seen the people of the first settlement look this happy in all the years of my life. They look satisfied." Michael appreciated the honesty. It looked like this guy wasn't bad at all. "Bro, Mike, are we gonna play or what?" Zion shouted at Michael from the poker table, clearly impatient. Michael looked at Barkus. "You want to play some poker?" After giving him all the rules he needed to play poker, Barkus joined Michael and the others on the poker table. He was given colorful coins that didn't seem to be any kind of denomination of money that he was familiar with. "Those are chips," Michael explained. "It's what you use to bet." Barkus nodded. He was smart enough and understood enough of the game to play decently. "Dealer, deal the cards," Fudge shouted to the shadow orc on the opposite side of the table. The Orcanine orc looked very distinguished with his black and white suit and well-combed mane. The orc gave each player 2 cards and laid down 5 other cards on the table. The objective of the game was to have the best hand among the given cards on the table. There was a lot of bluffing and guessing involved in the game, which made for some really interesting reactions in the table. "I have the best cards on the table. You should all fold and surrender the chips to me," Zion bragged. "Ho, young one, mine are the best cards. At least I think so." Grieve took another peek at his cards before affirming his words. "Ah, yes, indeed. I don't have any good cards, but I'll fight it out," Fudge declared, completely misunderstanding the point of the game. While the other players were talking and bluffing against each other, Barkus was fidgeting in his seat, unable to sit properly. It seemed that something was bothering him so much that he couldn't concentrate on playing the game. In the end, he leaned over to Michael and expressed his thoughts. "Are you really planning on spreading the Reborn company in the grafted cluster? Aren't you afraid of Flare Corp?" Chapter 2. 76. Barkus's worries. Ever since Barkus stepped foot into the first settlement, he couldn't help but be engrossed in the culture and lifestyle that Reborn had brought into this territory. He loved the bathhouses. He loved the very welcoming and accommodating Rebornians, who helped him without any complaints or expectations of rewards. And he loved that people were enjoying and playing board games together in one room. It was the kind of camaraderie and friendship between people that he had never seen before. And even though he had never visited other Reborn territories, it was easy to guess that it probably had the same vibe and culture as the first settlement. In fact, from the stories he heard, it seemed that those territories were much better than he could have ever thought possible. He realized that what Reborn brought was something precious. It could not be replicated by him or anyone else even if he tried. However, he just couldn't help but feel that it was a waste. It was clear that Michael and the Reborn company were planning on expanding their market reach and their territories all the way into the Queen's region. But Barkus couldn't help but think that this was a mistake. Why couldn't Reborn just stay in this territory and protect what they already have? In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the inevitable future when the Reborn company eventually butts head with the infamous Flare Corp group that had just recently conquered Batroc Town. If they stopped advancing today, then they could have maybe 1 or 2 years of peace and prosperity before Flare Corp tries to invade Angora City. At least by then, they could have created some kind of defensive structure to try and withstand their onslaught. But by continuing to advance in the Queen's region, Michael would only meet Flare Corp a lot sooner than expected. Barkus just couldn't understand it. The Reborn company had a lot of potential from what he could see. He couldn't just stand still and watch it fall into an endless abyss. Ever since the possibility of Flare Corp invading the Graphic Cluster came about, I have been reading and trying to find out more about them. And what I saw terrified, Barkus said. They are fearless and relentless in their pursuit. They will not stop until they get what they want. If they conquer a territory, they will impose an iron rule. If the government opposes them, then that government will be gone. If a duke or a royal goes against their wishes, then they are disposed of. If a company is threatening their total domination, then that company is ripped apart. And if the citizens themselves are defying them. Barkus's words trailed off. Their army is built out of thousands of soldiers who go through hellish training from their youth. They have equipment that would make adventurers go green with envy. Even their top officers are known to be masters of their own weapons. And at the very top of the chain of command is a man from a very powerful family. He is a direct heir of the Oscro conglomerate, and he is using Flare Corp as a way to try and compete to become the main successor of Flare Corp. And it's working. He's slowly going up the line. Barkus became more and more disheveled as he spat out the words in his mind. Aren't you afraid? He asked Michael. But after all those terrifying words of warning, Michael just smiled. I want to build a world of comfort, he answered. I know that I can make a change. Real change. And there is nothing here in this world that can or will stop me. Barkus looked at the 12-year-old child and saw a sense of boundless confidence in his eyes. It was pure. He could see that Michael truly believed the words that he said. He meant it with the true fullness of his heart. And for some reason, Barkus started to believe him. He didn't know why he got this feeling, but somehow, he started to have faith in Michael. Ha ha, that's right, bro Mike. Tell him. Zion cheered. I'll punch those Blair Borps until their noses bleed silly. Ho ho! I don't know how many times I have seen armies greater than Flare Corp tumble and die because of one single man. Maybe a lot. Maybe a little. I don't know because I don't remember. Ho ho ho. Grieve laughed out loud, with his hoodie falling backwards and letting Barkus see his true appearance. A skeleton? Barkus screamed out. Ho ho ho, yes indeed. I am just a lowly skeleton. But I can agree with Young and Zion here. Flare Corp is no problem, ho ho. Fudge couldn't help it anymore, and jumped onto the table, flipping the cards face side up and toppling everyone's chips. Ha! Should I have my shadows kill that Flare Corp guy right now so that we can finally play the game? Meanwhile, Barkus couldn't help but stare at everyone, as if they were all crazy. They were treating Flare Corp as nothing more than a second-rate company. He couldn't understand where they got all this confidence from. They have a whole army, you know, and their officers are the equivalents of high-tiered knights. Barkus shouted. Don't worry, we have this guy, Zion said, pointing at the evolved red hobmanky sitting meekly at their table. This particular red hobmanky was one of the mankeys that Michael recruited from Angora City. He previously worked for the Knights as a janitor, but after his awakening became the current leader of a platoon in the Reborn army. Under Grieve's tutelage, the red hobmankeys were constantly going through hellish training and practice just to become competent soldiers in the undead general's eyes. Of course, Michael implemented modern health and training techniques such as proper protein intakes, proper sleep and recovery, and also progressive overload of work intensity to maximize their growth. Although the red hobmankeys didn't have a chance against the Dragonborns individually, they would definitely put up a fighting chance against them while in a group. Even just 10 of the red hobmankeys served as proper sparring partners of Zion. They were so good that Zion ended up inviting the platoon leader to come play poker with him, which was why he was here right now. We're still improving, but we will do our best, the red manky answered. Michael turned to Barkus. As you can see, we're ready for a fight. Barkus was still reeling from the shock at their indifference, but chose not to question it any further. Now let's play poker, Fudge shouted. And soon the group restarted the game, with a fresh new set of playing cards. Right now there was a standoff against Michael, Zion, and the red hobmanky. All three of them were betting all of their chips for this final turn of the cards. It was clear that they all thought that they had the best hand in play, so much so that they were willing to bet everything they had and more. Bro Mike, I'll bet 10 hours of washing dishes, Zion shouted to his opponents. I'll do the same, whispered the red manky. Michael smiled at his two opponents. Fine. I'll bet a single customized skill for this hand. All the Rebornians, whether they were playing snakes and ladders, Scrabble or chess, turned towards Michael once he said those words. He was offering a free skill. Meanwhile, Barkus looked around, confused as to why everyone acted so seriously all of a sudden. Skill? Chapter 277, just like that. A skill given. Barkus looked at all the Rebornians around him. Surely they weren't talking about the skill right. After all, that was an inherent power that people have since their birth, and only naturally awakened during the course of one's life. It wasn't supposed to be wagered or given away like it was some sort of coin. Really, bro Mike? Yosha, I'll be getting that 4-star shadow transportation that you guys have. I don't want to sit in a carriage for weeks on end. Zion said, his eyes filling with competitive fire. Even the red hobmanky couldn't help but gulp as he began to think about the skill that he was going to get once he won. Ooh, this is a really high-stakes game, one of the spectators said. I want a skill of my own too, but I need to work a few more months before I can get an allocated spot in the boss's time. Now that the nation of Reborn grew to the size of about 30,000 citizens and more, Michael couldn't simply just give out any kind of customized skill for the Rebornians anytime they wanted. Back when there were only thousands of them, he gave away skills like it was bronze coins, but now he was a little bit more conservative in his gift bestowal. If he didn't, then he would have to spend a lot of hours every day giving skills to Rebornians. So, he implemented a merit-based system for skills. Once they worked hard enough to progress the nation of Reborn, then they were entitled with a one-on-one session with him, where they could wish for any customized skill they wanted. This became quite a good motivator for the workers, so Michael began to implement it with the other amenities in the nation. For example, people could get mithril artifacts, a year's supply of beer, or even a house and lot in the parched lands all through merit as well. Of course, the most coveted prize that anyone wanted was the customized skill. It was a total game changer for people who wanted to improve their skills in their field, which helped them gain more merit and so on and so forth. So, when he offered a skill as a bet, all the Rebornians were intrigued. "Dealer, show the cards!" Zion enthusiastically shouted, banging his fists on the table. The shadow orc then turned the 5 cards on the table into a face-up position, showing their value. "Ha-ha!" Zion jumped, showing his 2 cards to Michael. "Bro Mike, I got a 2-pair combo!" He showed his cards, and the dealer confirmed that his 2 cards were definitely the same as 2 of the 5 cards on the table, making 2 pairs. "Sorry, but I got 3 of a kind." Michael showed his 2 cards, a 5 of hearts and a 5 of clubs, and coincidentally, one of the cards on the dealer's table also had a 5 of diamonds, creating a combo of 3 5-feets. "Oh." Zion slumped back to his seat, defeated. Now there was just one other person on the table who still hasn't shown his cards. "Can you beat a 3 of a kind?" The dealer asked the red hobmanky. He looked shy to show his cards at first, but he eventually turned them over and showed a 2 of clubs and a 3 of diamonds. Those 2 cards seemed unimpressive at first, but when combined with the 5 cards at the dealer's table, showed a completely different outcome. The dealer had a 4 of hearts, a 5% of diamonds, and a 6 of clubs. The cards numbered 2 through 6 created a straight combo. The red hobmanky won. "Whoa! Congrats, man! I won!" The red hobmanky couldn't believe his luck. "Congrats," Michael said to him. "As promised, I owe you a skill. What do you want?" The red hobmanky didn't even know what to say. A few seconds later, some of his manky friends in their platoon came rushing over to his side and began bombarding him with requests. "Dude, you should get a cool sword skill, like Sir Jaku with his lightning slashes. The 4-star electric slice should be good," one of them said. No, he should get a shadow skill. Aren't the orcs so cool with their ninja skills?" The red hobmanky listened to everyone's request, but none of them struck his fancy. He wanted something different, something that would help the platoon as a whole. I have a request," he said to Michael. "Boss, I want to talk with my team without speaking like telepathically." Upon hearing this, Barkus couldn't help but think to himself that there was no such spell like that available in the world, certainly not here in the backwoods side of the Queen's region. He thought Michael would immediately deny the request, but Mikik instead closed his eyes for a second before nodding. "Okay," Michael said, "one customized 3-star skill military talk coming right up." He raised his hand and immediately, a bright white light appeared on the red hobmanky's chest. It blinded everyone for a second before subsiding. "What happened?" Barkus asked out loud. But then he noticed that the red hobmanky's eyes widened. He looked at the other mankeys, who all raised their hands and created some sort of gestures at the very same time, as if they were talking to each other. "No way," he muttered. Are they telepathically communicating through a skill?" Michael nodded. "Yeah. I gave him a skill that allows him to become like a radio signalo, I guess. You don't understand that, huh? It creates an invisible connection with his platoon members that allows them to speak with their minds." But, a skill. Impossible. But how? Barkus couldn't bring the words out of his mouth. Shock wouldn't be the right word to describe his feeling at the moment. Distress was more like it. He couldn't help but look at Michael and the Rebornians differently now. After the bet was over, everyone turned back to their own games and played like normal, as if nothing even happened. He couldn't understand why he was the only one who seemed to be stupefied at the sight of Michael creating a skill out of nowhere and giving it to someone in just a blink of an eye. Was this normal for them? A 4-star skill given just like that. Before Barkus could even formulate a question, he saw a dark shadow ascend from the ground behind Michael. Slowly, it morphed into the form of an orc, similar to the one dealing the cards on their table. The orc bowed to Michael. Boss, the bandits are finally on the move. They have positioned themselves on top of the valleys near the Golden Road halfway from Angora City to the first settlement. Barkus heard their conversation and couldn't help but speak out his thoughts. Wait, are those bandits wearing black handkerchiefs around their necks? The orc looked at Michael first, asking him for permission to talk. Once he was given a nod, he faced Barkus and nodded. Yes, they are led by a man that carries around a curved knife made out of reinforced obsidian. Barkus gasped, realizing who it was. That's Sleazy from the Bastard Bandits. He's famous for leaving behind only empty carriages and pooled blood in his wake. You have to retreat your merchants now. Chapter 278, Ambushing an Ambush. Damn. They struck while the sun was gone with no help in sight. If they're in the middle of Angora City in the first settlement, it'll take at least 3 days before anyone could send reinforcements. Barkus gritted his teeth. I have been victim to this kind of scheme one too many times. He then looked at Michael and realized something. If you were able to find this out, then this means you have a way to inform your merchants about what's coming. What if you take a detour? But strangely enough, he was the only one who seemed to be panicking at the situation. Why aren't you saying anything? He asked Michael. Are you not worried that your merchants will get robbed? Michael shrugged. To be honest, my orcs have been monitoring those bandits for a long time now. And I am planning not to get involved in it, because I want the Golden Road to sustain itself. Barkus looked at Michael. You're testing the limits of the Golden Road. Yeah, Michael replied. In the future, there will be a lot of other merchants traveling the road. I need to make certain that they wouldn't have to be worried about thieves robbing them during their sleep. This was inconceivable to someone like Barkus. Michael seemed extremely confident with the abilities of his men, with no doubt whatsoever. What are you planning? Michael then turned to the red mankeys sitting at the poker table, with the other red mankeys still congratulating him for getting a new skill. Them. Barkus looked at the 10 or so monkey-like demi-humans gathered near the poker table. Although they seemed a little bit different from their normal species, there was no doubt that they were the red mankeys infamous in the Queen's region. As far as Barkus could recall, red mankeys had no talent for magic at all. They were the lowest-ranked demi-human in the entire world. And somehow, Michael entrusted the security of his fortune to them. It was unbelievable. Ho ho ho, I hope that you keep my musings in mind while dealing with those no-gooders, Greaves said to his students. Remember my first rule? What was it again? Ho ho, even I don't remember. Tisk tisk tisk, I'll be sorely disappointed if you guys mess this up, Zion warned the red mankeys. If only my SS has me on dishwashing duty tonight, I totally would have joined you guys. My juniors, Fudge declared, jumping on each red mankey's head one by one. You have been blessed by the good ninja. Go forth and deal with those baddies. After getting some slightly effective pep talk from them, the leader of the red mankeys, codenamed Radio Man, faced Michael with a determined face. We are ready, boss. Please deploy us. Sure, Michael nodded. Hey, Barkus, you want to go see it? Barkus looked at Michael. See what? And before he could even ask again, he saw Michael's shadow lengthen and reach towards his own feet. And before he knew it, he saw an entire world of shadow ascend from the ground and encase him in endless darkness with no depth whatsoever. A nauseating feeling overcame Barkus's senses, with his stomach churning upside down. He had to kneel on the ground and restrain his vomit before the shadow walls descended back into the floor, showing a completely different environment. 1 second they were at the first settlement recreational building, and the second after that, they were at an open space with nothing but the starry skies above them and an endless flat plain with large boulders and plateaus littered everywhere. Barkus forced himself up, wiping the drool off his mouth. What happened? Where are we? He asked. He looked around and saw a perfectly straight road parallel to the horizon going from left to right. We're in the middle of the Golden Road, Michael answered. On our west here is headed to Angora City, while on the right leads back to the first settlement. Beside him was Michael and the 10 or so red hob mankeys, who didn't seem to be fazed at all from the sudden transportation that had just happened. Teleportation? Not just any teleportation, but long-range and multiple targets too? Michael ignored Barkus's surprised expression and turned to the red hob mankeys. Are you all ready for your first mission? He asked them. If you are successful in repelling the bandits, then I will endow upon you a proper name to call your troops the very first squadron in the Reborn army. The red hob mankeys looked at each other with excitement. Their eyes still showed a bit of nervousness, but there was a hidden fire within them that burned ever so brightly. Okay, if you're ready, take out your uniforms and do your final preparations, he said to the hob mankeys. They began reaching out into their shadows, taking out these gears and garments that would look extremely familiar to those who lived on modern Earth. The red mankeys adorned themselves in these beige and brown shirts and leggings, completely covering themselves with something that blended within the environment of the plains. Camouflage army combat uniforms. Michael had these especially designed for the first group of the Reborn army. And of course, Michael wouldn't forget the most important part of their attire, the weapons. These red mankeys were all talented in the blade. So, Michael had military knives made out of mithril artifacts attached to their belts for easy access. And as the red hobmankeys were finishing their preparations, Barkis suddenly looked out into the distance. There was a fast-rolling automobile coming directly from the west. The large R symbol painted on its side made it clear that this was Reborn property. It was only then that Barkis connected the dots. This is where the ambush is taking place, he whispered urgently. Yup, and those are our ambushers, Michael said, pointing to the other side of the road where a stone boulder was barricaded right in the middle of the path. Just behind the obstruction were these men numbered in the 20s who covered their faces with black handkerchiefs. Yet, their bloodlust and their greed was still spilling out of their masks. One of those men looked different from the others. His posture was intimidating. He wielded a weapon blacker than the night itself with no regard for his own safety, licking its blade just for the fun of it. That's sleazy, Barkis realized. They're going to stop the automobile. And just like he guessed, as soon as the driver in the truck saw the boulders in the road, he immediately stepped on the brakes. A high-pitched noise screeched out of the vehicle as it skidded to a stop. The black handkerchiefed bandits strolled out of their hiding spots with swagger in their steps. They had confidence. Look what we have here, boys. Wow. A real-life automobile right in front of our very eyes, Sleazy said, pointing his knife at the driver. Ooh-wee. Just the metal alone from this thing could set us up for a year. One of the bandits said. Are you kidding me? A horseless carriage like this can fetch for a whole lot more. Meanwhile, the driver of the automobile got out of his car and approached the bandits without even a sense of urgency in his eyes. Oh look, a yellow manky, Sleazy said. I suggest you surrender now, my man, or else you'll have to change your fur to red. Chapter 279, Bandits' Crimes. Sleazy and the bandits raised their knives, twirling it in their hands and showing off their mastery over the weapon. With 20 of them surrounding the lonesome Rebornian driver, they knew that it wouldn't take much pressure to scare him, especially since he was only a yellow manky. However, they didn't expect the driver to actually give them the keys to the truck so easily. Here, he said casually, tossing the keys to Sleazy. Take them if you dare. Sleazy's eyebrows narrowed, suspicious as to why this demi-human looked so confident in the face of 20 bandits. Open the truck, Sleazy said to his bandits, tossing the keys. In his mind, there was probably a bomb stashed somewhere inside the metal container that would be triggered upon opening. That must have been the reason for the driver's nonchalance. Once the bandits got a hold of the keys, they quickly rushed over to the truck. However, their excitement quickly died down once they realized they had no idea how to use these keys and where to even put them. The bandits poked and prodded the key all over the metal vehicle, unsuccessful in all their attempts. After a while, Sleazy got impatient and ordered the driver to personally open the metal container. No funny business, he warned the driver, but the driver had no intention of doing so. He simply looked down at his own shadow, making him feel safe and secured. He used the keys and opened the back container of the truck, showing the bandits all the products stored inside. Once Sleazy was sure there were no bombs about to go off, he boarded the truck and marveled at all the loot he had just taken control of. There were crates, and crates full of shiny metallic armor devoid of any scratches or dents. Sleazy began going through the crates, inspecting the quality and make of these equipment to see their worth. His eyes widened as he realized what he held in his fingers. His usually steady hand started to shake with excitement. The other bandits eventually jumped up onto the truck and saw what Sleazy had been so stunned by. They began picking up chest plates, boots, and helmets. No way, this is dwarven make. Not only that, but there's raw Damascus steel here. In the bandits' eyes, this was even better than gold coins. After all, gold coins can be exchanged for anything. However, dwarven equipment could only be acquired in the black market. And even then, the quantity available there was only a very paltry amount. Even just a single crate in this truck could only be acquired once a year in the black market. And there were tens of these crates here. Looks like we hit the motherlode here, boys, Sleazy exclaimed. The rest of the bandits cheered and shouted. They began to pick out whatever equipment they fancied, sometimes clashing with other bandits, and getting into an argument. Sleazy let them sort their own problems out. This was normal for them. But then, he noticed that all of them were inside the trucks. No one was outside watching the Rebornian driver. You idiots! Sleazy screamed, rushing out the truck. But when he looked around, the yellow hobmanky was nowhere to be found. In the endless flat plains, the driver seemed to have disappeared from thin air without any trace of his presence. Where did he go? He screamed, his voice echoing back endlessly. There was something suspicious going on. The other bandits were either too stupid or too greedy to even think of this as a problem. As long as they obtained all these treasures, then they didn't care about a single yellow manky. Tisk, fine. Load up all these crates into our carriages, he said to the bandits. Damn. If only I knew how to drive this thing, we wouldn't have to go through all that trouble. The bandits enthusiastically began to unload all the crates full of dwarven equipment and Damascus steel. But as soon as the first crate landed on the ground, Sleazy suddenly felt the skin on his arms turn up. He sensed the presence of dangerous people. You have made a grave mistake. This is property of the Reborn Company. The bandits were startled, immediately dropping the heavy crates back onto the ground. They reached for their knives and brandished it in the air, looking around for the source of that voice. They realized that there were about 10 individuals surrounding them, and the truck. They didn't know where they came from. They seemed to have appeared from out of nowhere, unnerving the bandits. Sleazy squinted his eyes as he recognized the unique faces of these individuals. "Red Mankeys?" he said, chuckling. His demeanor quickly changed from wary to alax in a matter of a few seconds upon figuring out their species. They wore strange uniforms, but he would recognize that striking red fur anywhere. "Surrender now and your sentences will be lessened," the Red Mankey said to Sleazy. "Ha ha ha, funny joke. I never knew you guys were comedians." "I am serious," said the Red Mankey. "First violation, stopping an authorized Reborn vehicle without permission. That's 1 to 2 years in prison. Second violation, attempting to steal Reborn products. That's 5 years minimum. And third violation, which is the most grievous of all crimes, threatening the life of a Rebornian. That's 15 years in prison." The bandits looked at the Red Mankeys before. One by one, they began to laugh and jeer at the ridiculous situation they found themselves in. "Ha ha! Are you sure you're not comedians?" Sleazy asked, clutching his belly from laughter. "What are you gonna do? There's 20 of us in Doan, 2, 3, 10 of you only. And that's enough," the Red Mankey muttered. Sleazy shook his head and gestured for his bandits to attack. One bandit licked his knife before rushing towards the nearest Red Mankey. He thrusted his knife, aiming for the throat. Just then, the Red Mankey soldier parried the knife with his own knife, creating sparks in their blades upon collision. The bandit's eyes widened, not expecting the Mankey to push him back. Just then, the Red Mankey pushed his weapon upwards, making the bandit lose his grip on his knife. Before he could even react, the Red Mankey took his hand and twisted it behind his back, making him scream out in pain. "Grah!" And in a blink of an eye, the bandit felt himself fall to the ground with both of his hands crossed behind his back. He only heard the sound of clinking metal before he found himself cuffed by the Red Mankey. "One bandit down," he reported. 2 other bandits flanked the Red Mankey from behind, hoping to free their comrade from his grasp. However, the soldier seemed to have eyes on the back of his head as he ducked and avoided their lunges. With a swift kick through their legs, the 2 balanced and toppled on top of each other. Before they could get up, they felt their arms twisted into a knot before getting cuffed by the same Red Mankey. The soldier stepped on top of the stacked bandits and looked at Sleazy. 3 down. In one fluid motion, the 3 bandits were taken down and neutralized. The bandits stopped laughing. They didn't even see what happened. But for Michael, who was watching everything unfold from a vantage point on top of a plateau, this was just basic martial arts. Specifically, this was Krav Maga, a fighting style that he implemented onto the Red Mankey soldiers that increased their knife and grappling skills tremendously. Chapter 280, Mankeys v Bandits. Sleazy eyed the Red Mankeys with a little bit more caution once he saw 3 of his men get put down in a matter of a few seconds. "Teesk," he shouted at the bandits. "We have the number advantage, just do as we've always done." The bandits screamed at the top of their lungs and began to rush towards the Red Mankey soldiers. Their knives began to glow with the power of mana as they unleashed their physical art spells. Their powers reached the heights of 3-star fighters. Their attacks were made up of basic scrolls they stole from merchants, yet their execution of this spell was nothing less than deadly. One bandit slashed his knife to the Red Mankey's neck, with his blade creating sharp crescent waters that launched towards its target. Another bandit beside him completely disregarded the water crescent and rushed alongside it. This was a tactic that overwhelmed their opponents. Yet somehow, 2 other Mankeys came in at the right time for support. One deflected the water crescent, and one clashed with the rushing bandit. The original Red Mankey used this opportunity and rushed forward, with dust exploding behind him, and attacked the bandit who released the water crescent. He used the 2-star Krav Maga skill Torpedo Elbow, twisting his torso and creating tremendous acceleration for his elbow. The bandit ducked and used his knife to strike back at the Red Mankey's elbow, using water pump to induce a powerful repelling force against the elbow strike. However, an invisible prismatic shield manakee, destroying the water particles from the bandit's knife. Without the repelling force, the bandit was forced to use his arms to defend against the Red Mankey's elbow. The bandit felt his whole world shake upon impact, with his arms completely shattered from the elbow. Unfortunately for him, the Red Mankey grabbed his head and pushed it down for a perfect delivery of a 2-star knee bomb. The bandit lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Once his job was done, the Red Mankey immediately rushed towards another bandit to help out his fellow soldier. The bandits may have the numerical advantage, but the Red Mankeys were somehow able to fluidly exchange and cooperate with each other without much friction. If one Red Mankey was just a moment away from being lacerated by 2 bandits coming with a knife, 3 more Red Mankeys would come at the perfect time and give support, repelling the 2 bandits before returning to their original fight. It was as if they were communicating with each other without talking. This was a very frustrating fight for the bandits, as they felt like they were fighting against 3 times the actual amount of Red Mankeys present. And it wasn't just their cooperation that made this a hard fight for the bandits, it was also their hard-hitting skills that seemed to come with endless combos. If their kick failed to land, they would pivot and punch instead. And if that didn't work, they would feint a kick before using the bandits off balance to tackle him to the ground. Each and every one of their moves were powered by a 2-star or 3-star spell, creating a much more devastating attack. "Where the hell did these mankeys come from?" Sleazy shouted out. "Aren't they a new company? How did they get these spells?" Their fighting style was too specific, and too specialized for it to be a basic spell purchased in the public market. This meant that their spells must be something that the Reborn company made themselves. But that wasn't possible. As far as he knew, the Reborn company should only be a few years old at this point. It would take at least 4 decades to develop and perfect these kinds of unique spells. Damn it, they tricked us. Sleazy gritted his teeth. They must specialize in magic formulation as well. I thought they just developed armor and weapons. Sleazy watched as one by one, bandits fell to the ground unconscious. By now their numbers were completely even, which meant that it wasn't long before they were subdued. In a moment of self-preservation, Sleazy slowly backed away from the fight. He quickly turned around and raced to the truck's front seat. His plan was to run away from this place as fast as possible. Yes, he would abandon the thieves, but he would be able to escape with the treasures from this truck as well. Surely the boss would forgive him once he presented this loot to him. However, faced with the unfamiliar dashboard of the truck, he remembered that he was completely clueless on how to drive an automobile. He tried to smack the wheel, just like a horse, to make it run. Beep. Sleazy was startled, not expecting the horn to sound off. You can't run away. Suddenly, Sleazy saw the leader of the Red Mankeys appear on the front seat of the truck, just beside him. He immediately lunged with his obsidian knife, but the Red Mankey deflected it upwards with his own knife. Their weapons pierced through the roof, with the two fighting to push each other's knives. Sleazy smiled. "I'm not like those shrimps." He pushed the Red Mankey's knife, creating a large gash on the ceiling of the truck, before being pushed down towards the soldier's neck. "I'm powerful," Sleazy declared. With the knife just inches away from his neck, the Red Mankey used his other hand to take out something from his pockets. With the gold and violet wrapper torn from the top, the Red Mankey was free to take a bite out of the chocolate bar. Suddenly a new force erupted from the Red Mankey's knife, allowing him to push Sleazy's knife back towards him. "What? How?" Sleazy screamed. With the Red Mankey's newfound strength, he began to fight back against Sleazy's attacks. Sleazy gritted his teeth and pulled his knife back before lunging it back towards the Red Mankey's shoulder. The Red Mankey tried to parry the knife, but found that his knife merely passed through the obsidian weapon. It was an illusion. The real knife was lunging towards the Red Mankey's neck. But just at the very last second, the Red Mankey moved back, letting the obsidian knife pierce through the leather seat of the truck. "Tisk," Sleazy muttered, pulling back his knife out of the chair. The Red Mankey used this chance to leap towards Sleazy in the driver's seat, making this a melee fight. He tried to grapple the bandit, grabbing the seatbelt to try and strangle him. "Python Constrictor," the Red Mankey exclaimed, with his mana pouring through to the seatbelt and reinforcing it with more power. Sleazy felt his neck constrain, struggling to pull the Red Mankey off himself. In an act of desperation, he used the 4-star spell slice and dice to cut through the seatbelt at the risk of his own neck getting cut. Blood poured out of his neck from a flesh wound, but Sleazy didn't mind. He immediately tried to skewer the Red Mankey's stomach, with the demi-human having no chance to escape. The Red Mankey saw the threat and immediately stepped footle, with the truck accelerating from 0 km/h to 40 km/h in a matter of a few seconds. The sudden acceleration pushed Sleazy's seat backwards, allowing the Red Mankey to barely avoid the knife. With the demi-human on top of him, Sleazy was about to be defeated by a swift elbow meteor directed on his head. He kicked and squirmed, turning the wheel quickly to the left and causing the entire truck to skid sideways. One of the wheels ran over a stray rock on the road, causing the entire truck to tilt sideways, with the momentum finally toppling the truck on its side. With the car crashed, Sleazy used this chance to try and escape. He punched through the windshield, shattering the glass into a million pieces. He began crawling out of the truck, with blood pouring out of his forehead. He dragged his own body away from the crash, hoping to escape. But then, he suddenly felt a force stepping down on him. He turned around and saw the Red Mankey looking down at him, with barely a scratch on his face. "Who are you guys?" he asked them. The Red Mankey took a big breath, a little bit exhausted after that fight. "As far as you're concerned, we're your worst nightmares. Consider yourselves lucky that we're the ones you faced. If our orc seniors took on this case, your fate would have been a lot worse than death." He raised his feet high up in the air before performing a final dragon's leg sweep to Sleazy's head. Chapter 281, Subdued Bandits. Once Sleazy was taken care of, the rest of the bandits lost their will to fight, and immediately surrendered themselves to the Red Mankeys. The Rebornian soldiers immediately cuffed them up with metal chains, and subdued them completely. The Red Mankey leader looked down at his shadow and bowed as a sign of respect. "Senior orcs, we request that you take these miscreants and send them to prison," he said solemnly, as if praying. It didn't take long before the Red Mankey's shadows converged and coalesced into one big hole in the ground, right where the bandits were subdued. Their personal orc bodyguard, one whose job was to constantly protect a Rebornian they were assigned, transferred over to the bandits. They then used their shadow transportation skill to take them to the parched lands in a matter of a few seconds. After falling for what seemed like a minute, the bandits fell on their butts and saw the darkness around them subside into the ground. The world opened up to them, allowing them to see a large wall enclosing them in, about 30 meters in height, with barbed wires on top that prevented anyone from escaping. They weren't the only ones there. They looked around and saw other people wearing a uniformed orange jumpsuit, looking at them with pity. One of them approached the bandits. "What you in for?" he asked. "What? We tried to rob an automobile. We didn't know they were protected." The prisoner inhaled a sharp breath. "Tesk, tisk, tesk. We learned that the hard way, and it seems you were quite lucky you didn't see the orcs." "The orcs? Look at them," the prisoner said, pointing to a group of other prisoners who sat on the ground, grabbing their head intensely and rocking their bodies back and forth like a madman. "If you met them, that's what would have happened to you." After all that was over, the red mankeys approached Michael and Barkus back at the top of the plateau. "We have successfully subdued the bandits, boss." The red mankeys kneeled in anticipation, waiting for Michael's acknowledgement. "Congratulations," Michael said to them. "You have proven yourselves worthy to be the first platoon in the Rebornian army. I hereby give your group the name 1st Division Golden Road Troopers." The red mankeys rejoiced. All their hard work had paid off. Just then, Michael suddenly saw a notification flash in front of his eyes. "New evolution path found for the red mankeys? Golden Road Troopers." These red mankeys dedicate themselves to the safety and maintenance of the Golden Road. They gain a 150% boost in all attributes while in the presence of the Golden Road. They gain another 50% boost while riding in a fast-paced vehicle. Michael eyed the words with surprise. This new evolution path coincided perfectly with what he had in mind for the red mankeys. Chat JK4. No. Upon their triumph against the bandits, the red mankeys achieved enough experience to evolve a second time. Your words of praise gave them a solid sense of identity and solidarity, which seemed to have pushed their evolutionary path into a completely different one from normal. His words influenced their evolution path? He looked at the red mankeys and saw them shoulder to shoulder, jumping around and celebrating this momentous occasion. They seemed to love the new title he gave them. This was a very welcome surprise, and one that he hoped to use in the future. He raised his hand and activated his supreme skill gift bestowal. The red mankeys found themselves glowing with a bright white light, blinding them for a few seconds. Once the light subsided, they looked at themselves and found not much difference in their physical bodies. Yet they felt an intense connection on their right side, towards the Golden Road. It was calling to them, beckoning them to return to their rightful place. They kneeled again towards Michael, this time with much more passion and zealousness. "We thank you for this gift," they screamed. Michael nodded. "Thank you for this gift, to become the protectors of the Golden Road. Return to our headquarters," he said to them. "Narito and Sasuke will give you your designated shadow orcs." Because their shadow orcs transferred the bandits to the nation of Reborn, they were now currently without a shadow. "Also, seek out Shayna and tell her to call the centaurs. They will be your new teammates." Michael planned for the red mankeys to ride on the centaurs, creating a terrifying combination. After all, their new evolution gave them a 50% boost upon riding a fast-paced vehicle, and the centaurs qualified as one. He just hoped that the centaurs would work well, and someday have the opportunity to evolve into Golden Road Troopers as well. But that was a problem for another day. He then used his own shadow clone, and used it to swallow the crashed wreckage of the automobile truck, and the crates of dwarven equipment strewn about in the Golden Road. Meanwhile, Barkus, who watched everything unfold, still couldn't close his mouth from the shock. Sleazy and 20 bandits, defeated by none other than 10 red mankeys, who were supposedly the weakest demi-humans in the entire world. This whole trip to the first settlement truly opened his eyes to the reason why the Reborn company shot up through the Golden 500 rankings so fast. They had it all. Money and power both. It was then that Barkus slowly realized the magnitude of what he had just seen. If Michael could turn the weak red mankeys into these officer-level caliber fighters, then it meant that he could give any skill he wanted to anyone who wanted them. If that was true, then what stopped him from arming all the Rebornians under his control, civilian or not, to cast a devastating 4-star meteor shower skill at the same time? Nothing. He could do that if he wanted to. Not even a well-equipped army could stand a chance against 40,000 civilians casting devastation from far away. Only now did he finally realize why the Rebornians were so lax against the looming threat of Flare Corp. It's because they don't see it as a threat, just a roadblock. Back in the center town of the grafted cluster, Bolrin Barkus's twin brother found himself pacing back and forth with worry. As the days passed, the domination of the Reborn company became ever so clear. Their fast construction of their so-called Golden Road felt like a virus that spread even faster than the plague. Bolrin Inc. sales were already down. It would only continue to plummet even further later. Just then, a resounding knock-knock rang out from his door. Sir, you have a visitor, said Bullrun's personal butler. The door opened, and Bullrun saw a man who wore bright orange armor with flames jutting out from his chest. His presence alone brought a heavy, intimidating air in Bullrun's own bedroom. Who are you? Bullrun asked. I am here on behalf of our glorious king. You may have heard of his company Flare Corp. Bullrun's eyes widened. I am here to discuss a possible agreement between our companies, one that would benefit both parties simultaneously. The man in orange armor smiled confidently. Think perhaps they were the answer to his problems. Are you here to deal with the Reborn company? The man in the armor scoffed. Who? Chapter 282 Bullrun's Choice. Bullrun thought that the reason why Flare Corp suddenly knocked on his door was because of the current progression of the Reborn company into the Grafted Cluster. After all, Reborn's expansion into the western part of Angora City would certainly cement their foot into the lower tip of Queen's region. Bullrun thought that this would pose a significant problem for Flare Corp, who clearly has plans to conquer Angora City in the future. But from the man's expression filled with derision and disdain, it seemed like they weren't even aware of the Reborn company's presence in the slightest. And even if they were, they considered them as nothing more than an insignificant pebble on the road. Can I ask who you are? I am Hestu, and I am in charge of Flare Corp's relations and management. I have come here as a messenger on behalf of our king to talk about a possible alliance between our companies. Bullrun eyed Hestu with suspicion. An alliance? What would Flare Corp want with us? While it is true that a 486th rank company like yours with Flare Corp, we still consider your expertise in the Grafted Cluster as something very valuable in our expansion. Expanding, Bullrun realized. Yes. Once we have properly set our foot down in Batrock Town, we will start rehabilitating the entirety of the southern tip of the Queen's region. Angora City will fall by our hands. Bullrun balled his fist, quaking from anger. What will happen to me to my company? We will subdue you by force, or you can surrender willingly and keep your life and your dignity. In my opinion, it is much better for you now to give up. Screw you! Bullrun screamed, grabbing the oil lamps, books, and ink pots from his desk and throwing it to Hestu. Heap 'em H! Hestu's entire body went up in flames, creating a boundary of fire that disintegrated the ordinary objects thrown at him. Guards! Bullrun shouted. Take him to our dungeon. The door burst wide open, but it was not the Bullrun Inc. bodyguards that showed up. Instead, there were 4 more orange-armored men that entered carrying Bullrun's employees by their necks. These were his personal bodyguards, each with a 4-star realm cultivation. Yet they were subdued by Hestu's men and being carried around like lifeless dolls. Bartards! Bullrun shouted. Stone monsters Evers! He punched the ground, creating a stone mound on the flooring that reached in a straight line towards Hestu. As it reached its target, the mound exploded into stone rubble, revealing a giant lizard-like golem that had its jaws wide open ready to consume Hestu in one bite. However, Hestu's bodyguards immediately rushed forward, unsheathing their flaming swords from their belts and fighting against the stone monster's jaws. The monster tried to crunch down on the flaming swords, but found that its own canine teeth were melting into lava from the sword's intense hot fire. King's Flame Cross! The bodyguard shouted, releasing a miniature flaming crescent from their swords that intersected in the air. Upon crashing together, the 2 flames morphed into the shape of a flaming eagle, one that flapped its wings and dove towards the wary stone monster. The eagle burst through the stone monster's jaws and out its back, leaving behind a molten mess of lava that soon dissipated in the air. Bullrun felt the heat increase tremendously as the flaming eagle broke out of the stone monster and went straight towards him. He raised his hand, turning his entire body into stone through stony skin defense. The eagle crashed into his arms, exploding into a ball of flames that propelled Bullrun towards the wall, destroying the cabinets filled with paperwork. Bullrun unburied himself from the splintered wooden planks. He coughed up blood as he looked up at Hestu. If this is not enough, then I shall have your butler explain the gravity of your situation. Hestu gestured for his men to bring down an old man wearing a disheveled suit. Sir, the butler said, crawling to Bullrun, our entire warehouse has been ransacked clean by bandits. Our men were left for dead. Bullrun gritted his teeth as he looked up at Hestu. You guys have the bastard bandits under your pockets. Hestu didn't speak, but the answer was clear. They controlled the bastard bandits. This was when Bullrun truly realized that he was only a pawn in the games of conglomerates. Companies like Flame Corp had all the power, money, and influence to do whatever they wanted, and small companies like him were of no consequence in the grand scheme of things. You now have 2 choices, die or live. If you agree to join our company, then you will be able to transcend your current ranking. Becoming 460th in the world will be a guarantee. If you don't, well, you know what will happen. Bullrun looked at his employees, his bodyguards, and his butler. They depended on him. What do I have to do? He asked. Hestu smiled. Simple. Our king wants you to take control of the Grafted Cluster as its sole provider. Defeat your brother and pave the way for Flare Corp. This was what Bullrun always wanted. But why did it feel so gut-wrenching now? But what about the Reborn company? Hestu shook his head. I told you. These small companies are of no consequence to us. You need not to worry. We will send appropriate aid for you to fulfill your mission. He took out a small white pill and gave it to Bullrun. That is a cultivation pill meant to increase your power in a short period of time. We will give you all you could ever need. Not only that, but we shall send you a Flare Core products to sell to the general public. This will solve the problem of profit for your company. However, Bullrun was still unsure. I don't think you understand the true power of the Reborn company. But Hestu wasn't listening. Bullrun could see it in his eyes that he was completely uninterested in dealing with a company he didn't even know. Fine, Hestu sighed. If you want more help, then I shall task the bastard bandits to help you, even the odds. I heard that an infamous bandit is quite good at stealing and robbing companies blind. What was his name? Ah yes, Sleazy. Meanwhile, Michael and Barkus returned back to the first settlement after dealing with the aftermath of the fight. The sharp-chinned man was still reeling from finally seeing the true value of the Reborn company. Here I thought your ranking was a complete lie. Turns out, I think they undervalued you, Barkus said honestly. It made me realize that your company has a future beyond this small part of the Queen's region. I think you can conquer the entire continent. Michael waved off the man's praise. If you want, you could also become one of our allies. Barkus's eyes widened. Really? I would be more than honored to. I've been planning on creating truck stops all along the Golden Road as a way to make the journey through it a little bit better. I want it to be filled with not only gas stations but inns, stores, restaurants, and other such establishments. I think that your company could be one of those things. Chapter 283, Subsidiary. Usually, it takes a few days of travel to reach one destination to another, Michael explained. Because of this, a lot of travelers pack up a lot of camping gear and food for their entire trip. This costs them a lot of money to do so. However, I am planning on creating a little safe haven for travelers on the Golden Road. For each day of travel they journey, they will find a truck stop to sleep and recover from their expedition. They will find a place to sleep, a place to eat, and a place to replenish their gear. Barkus's eyes gleamed with excitement once Michael told him all of his plans about this truck stop in the Golden Road. He had never heard of such an innovative idea. He thought of a solution to a millennia-long problem in the world that no one has ever yet to solve. Amazing. This idea of yours is nothing less than extraordinary, Barkus praised Michael. Of course, Michael was borrowing heavily from the ideas in his previous world. There, it was normal to have truck stops or gas stations once every 100 kilometers of highway or interstate. People in this world were accustomed to traveling large amounts of time, camping in the woods and hunting for food to survive. But once Michael constructed these truck stops, they wouldn't have to pack up a week's worth of food in their inventory, saving them a lot of time and money. For the Reborn company, it would also make transportation a lot more efficient. After all, these long travels with Reborn trucks were sustained only through large tanks of extra fuel for the road. But if there were truck stops all along the way, then they wouldn't have to stock up on extra gas. What do you think? Michael asked him. I used to think that taking full control of the grafted cluster is my only path to success. I thought that if your Reborn company invades our territory, then we will lose our way of living. But I see now that I have been completely narrow-minded. Your ideas and your philosophy in life will completely change the quality of everyone's lives. It will change the world. And I want to be part of that. Barkus looked at Michael with much more respect and deference. Please let my company, Barkus Incorporated, become a subsidiary company of the Reborn company. Michael was a little bit surprised to see such seriousness come from Barkus. The man even kneeled in front of him, like he was some kind of royal. After all, becoming a subsidiary company was akin to being adopted into a bigger company. It was as if Barkus was allowing Michael to put him and his entire company under his own umbrella of influence. This meant that Barkus Inc. would now fully follow the Reborn company's orders. Not only that, but they would have to share a tiny portion of his profits with Michael as dividends. No company would lower themselves to such an extent, especially not one who was already at the Golden 500 ranking. Clearly, Barkus thought that becoming a subsidiary of Michael's company was a lot more beneficial to him in the long run. He wasn't wrong. You want to become our subsidiary? Yes? I have a lot of resources spread about in the entirety of the grafted cluster. By becoming your subsidiary company, I can help you spread the Golden Road in the western region much faster than before. Michael didn't know much about the technicalities to something like this, so he consulted a professional in the business. Soon, Michael and Barkus arrived back in Angora City, inside the Reborn company's headquarters. Michael knocked on Yuna's door, who seemed to have been busy playing Uno with Agnes and her demi-human escorts. Sorry to bother you, but I need your help. There's someone here who wants to become our subsidiary company. Who? She asked confusedly. Him. Michael pointed to the man next to him, Barkus, who wore armor made out of intertwined leaves and stems. Becoming a subsidiary company is no easy decision. Are you sure? She asked Barkus. Yes. There is no doubt in my mind, he replied with no hesitation. Yuna was satisfied with that answer. Well, You have made the best decision in your entire life. Michael may be a lazy Larry, but he will definitely lead you into a better future, she said, poking out her tongue at Michael. Hey. Michael felt offended. When was he ever lazy? She then invited them into her work office, which Michael specifically built for her style. As soon as she opened the door, Barkis felt the breeze of cold air hit his entire face, making him feel like he had stepped foot into the top of a mountain. Cold, he exclaimed. How is that possible? Yuna walked over to the metal box near the window and turned down the dial, weakening the cold breeze coming out of the air conditioning unit. This is just one of the perks of the Reborn company. Once electricity is spread in the Queen's region, you can also purchase one of these for your home, Yuna explained to Barkis. This specific unit in her room was different from a normal one, because it didn't run on electricity. Instead, it was powered by Unity Mithril, which by the way wasn't cheap at all to produce. All 8 elemental mana present in a mithril artifact creates a powerful explosive force that could be harnessed to become energy, and now it was being powered for an aircon unit and lights around her room. Did I ever tell you you're high maintenance? He said to Yuna. Did I ever tell you my work for these contracts and legal advice costs a lot of money? She retorted. We're just even. Michael shrugged. Fair enough. Now how do we go about completing this subsidiary company? Yuna raised her hand, levitating the quill in her desk. With a simple contract creation spell, she was able to whip up a legal binding agreement that would allow a company to become Reborn subsidiary. It only took about a minute before 2 identical papers floated to Michael and Barkis, detailing all the legal writings that would make their agreement solid. This means that your company is entitled to ask for help from Michael. For example, you can be entitled to own automobile trucks, dwarven equipment, and other such material or service that Reborn offers. In exchange, a portion of your profits will be sent to Michael as a form of dividends for all his help. Barkis nodded, agreeing with the terms written on the paper. I accept. Michael didn't even look over the pages, and simply trusted ChatGK4 and Yuna to take care of all the legal work. Just simply sign here your name and your company's name, Yuna said to Barkis. Once Barkis wrote down his company's name, Yuna's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, Barkis Inc.? Aren't you guys the 487th ranked company in the world? Barkis nodded before signing his name in the contract. Yuna looked at Michael in disbelief. You were able to turn a golden 500 ranked company into your subsidiary. Yup. Michael nodded before signing the contract as well. Yuna shook her head. At this point, she shouldn't even be surprised if the top 10 ranked company became Michael's ally. Chapter 284 Creation of the Truck Stop. Once the agreement was finalized, Barkis immediately introduced Michael to all the resources of Barkis Inc. I own this entire farmland, Barkis said to Michael, as they both looked over a huge plain field that had plenty of crops being tended by farmers. I own about 64% of all the fertile land in the grafted cluster, allowing me to be a majority provider of all produce in this region. Now that he was a subsidiary company for the Reborn company, Michael could now take full advantage of these farmlands to create local products for the grafted cluster. This will be perfect for the truck stops. I have a feeling that this place will be the provider for all the restaurants and taverns that are to be constructed there. Since the nation of Reborn was too far away here from the grafted cluster, it was much better if the products made here were made with local products. I'll have my agriculture specialists inspect all your farmland. I am sure that they can help you improve the yield for the crops this season. Michael instructed the Rebornians to send a team from the agriculture department from the nation of Reborn. In order to speed up the process, Michael personally transported them from the parched lands over to the grafted cluster through his shadow transportation skill. The farming team consisted of lamias, satyrs, and a lot of yellow mankeys. Their leader bowed to Michael and Barkis before immediately using their innate skills and spells to check the current state of the farmlands. The moisture in the soil is not ideal, boss. We'll need to set up a proper irrigation system to maximize the crops we'll grow this season. Boss, do we have permission to use magic to enhance the soil? Michael nodded, and the farming team immediately created perfectly fertilized soil in a matter of a few minutes. Not only that, but with the help of a few engineers, they were able to create an automatic irrigation system that cut the workers' burden by at least half, allowing them to plant more crops in a day. Barkis watched all of this unfold with shock and awe. He thought that the Reborn company specialized only in metallurgy and armor making. After all, that was what they were famous for back in Angora City. But the techniques the Rebornian farmers showed today were futuristic at the very least. After the farmlands were done being inspected, Michael and Barkis then went on to look at the livestock in their possession. There were large farms containing at least 1,000 cows spread across 3 large plains, 500 sheep near 2 mountains, and about 3,000 chickens being raised in coops. That was just one of the regions managed by Barkis Inc. All of these natural resources made Michael realize how Barkis reached rank 487th in the entire world. He was a big provider in food and nourishment for the entire grafted cluster. We also gain most of our income through exporting to other cities and territories that do not have a lot of space, Barkus explained. Angora City is one of those, but we are only limited to that city because the meat would often spoil after a long time of transport. Michael smiled. Not anymore, he said. With the modern techniques of food preservation, as well as the fast transportation times of the automobile trucks, Barkus Inc. could increase their sphere of trade by a very large margin. With the help of the more established Barkus Inc., Reborn Company was able to much more smoothly spread the Golden Road through the grafted cluster. About 13 of the 28 territories were finally connected to the Golden Road, with each one easily adopting the ways of the Reborn way of life. For example, comfort. Before Reborn introduced themselves to the grafted cluster, the natives of this region were a lot more isolated within each other. Not only that, but they simply depended on naturally grown produce from their own backyard to sustain themselves. But with the Golden Road and the construction of Reborn stores in each territory, these citizens were quickly introduced to easy commerce. They need food. They no longer had to hunt their own livestock to survive. They could just purchase preserved meat from the Reborn stores. They need water. They could just pump up water underground, using Reborn water pumps installed in every home. The connection roads also allowed citizens from each territory to much more easily move across each other, creating more tourism and more commerce, increasing profits for the Reborn Company and all its affiliates. Angora City found itself with a lot more visitors coming from the grafted cluster, which was all thanks to the affordable taxi services that Reborn offered in every territory. And thanks to Reborn's help, Barkus was able to spread his agriculture and farming business further outside of the grafted cluster. Michael helped him get connected with the companies in Angora City, needing fresh produce for their own products, which was delivered very fresh through automobiles. It wasn't long before Michael started the construction of the very first truck stop in the Golden Road. This was located in the very middle of the road between Angora City and the grafted cluster, which was coincidentally right where Sleazy and the bandits ambushed the truck. Michael transported himself over to the empty land right next to the Golden Road. There were Rebornian engineers and construction workers already working hard to create a stable concrete flooring for the entire establishment. "Boss!" One of the engineers approached Michael with a blueprint. "This is where we'll install the gas station." The engineer used his skill blueprint visual to create a projection of the finished product onto the empty land. The gas station was exactly as Michael remembered back in his previous life. There were about 4 aisles of gasoline pumps, which could serve about 16 cars simultaneously. Below the pavement hidden underground was a very large gas tank housing about 30,000 gallons of fuel at full capacity. Even with the increased capacity, Michael estimated that he would have to send in a refuel tank every single day all the way from the parched lands to here, just to keep the gas station running. He expected a lot of cars to go through this gas station. After all, it was the only one in this entire part of the Golden Road. And right next to the gas station was where Michael planned to construct different buildings. One section of the truck stop would be dedicated for parking, another section for inns and taverns to spend the night, and another for restaurants. This truck stop would be quite large, about the size of a small town once fully constructed. And once this truck stop was finished, Michael was planning on creating more truck stops along the Golden Road, one for each day of travel. He would have wanted to have the truck stops constructed simultaneously, but it was incredibly expensive to do so. The Golden Road already needed quite a large budget, and it wasn't even finished construction in the grafted cluster yet. "Ha, I am quite poor," Michael muttered to himself. If Barkus, or any other company heard him say that, they would probably vomit out of frustration. Michael was on his way to becoming a large behemoth in terms of monetary power, one that could contend in the global scale. Chapter 285 Fudge is a Circle. While Michael was busy dealing with all of the business in the grafted cluster, the Shadows of Reborn was busy dealing with all the behind-the-scenes stuff that was happening all around the Reborn territories. Their job was to spread eyes on all the corners that the Reborn Company had its hands on. They used their unique clone and shadow skills to have surveillance over every single thing that was happening in their visible world, whether they be insignificant gossip from neighbors, or large bandit conspiracies that threatened to disrupt commerce on a large scale. They heard it all. The Orcanine orcs, with their specialties in offense, were given the more aggressive tasks during ninja missions. This included infiltrating foreign territories, surveilling persons of interest, etc. The Orcupine orcs, on the other hand, were tasked with protecting Rebornians and their assets from ne'er-do-wells with bad intentions. Of course, that distinction wasn't that strict. After all, with the expansion of the Reborn Company into different territories, the Shadows of Reborn eventually ended up needing more members to keep their surveillance in many places. They recruited humans, and demi-humans alike. As long as they had the talent for espionage, then they were allowed membership into this exclusive group. After all, there were some missions in which a spy was required, where one had to pretend to be a different identity in order to gain the trust of a group or a person. These expanded members of the Shadows of Reborn all had their own groups and their own superiors, but they all took orders from the orc chieftains, Narito and Sasuke. Those two orcs ran the majority of the Shadows' day-to-day missions. All the major events that their spies and their shadows gathered throughout the day was filtered through their eyes and ears. Once they decide that it was important enough, then they would pass it on to the legendary ninja himself, Fudge. Boring? Fudge muttered as Naruto and Sasuke reported to him about the current affairs of the reborn shadows. Naruto kneeled and slapped his own chest. That is not all, Boss Fudge. We have just received word that an individual named Hestu has made contact with Bulrin, Barkis's twin brother. Fudge raised his non-existent eyebrows, intrigued. Who is this Hestu? Judging from the paperwork hidden in his carriage, we have ascertained that he is a major officer from the infamous company Flare Corp, Sasuke reported. Master will give me a pat once he hears about this, Fudge giggled. Tell me more. What did they talk about? Did they finally realize that our reborn company is superior? Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, both hesitating to talk. They seemed like they didn't want Fudge to hear what they had to say. Fudge jumped out of his seat and landed in front of the two. What is it? Are they planning on invading our territory or what? No, Naruto muttered. This is what happened. The orc chieftains began to tell Fudge word for word about the events that transpired in Bulrin's office, and as soon as they finished their stories, they felt as if the whole room had gone cold. The already dark dungeon they were in became even darker, as if being swallowed by nothingness. The temperature dropped below freezing, making them feel the coldness of outer space. What? Fudge muttered, his cloak fluttering in the non-existent wind. What did they say about Reborn? He asked again. Naruto and Sasuke kneeled respectfully. They didn't know who we are, Boss Fudge. The violet slime shook his head. No. What was that bastard's exact word? In response to our company, Hestu said. Who? Ha, Fudge chuckled. Who, he said. How funny. Isn't it funny? The two orc chieftains gulped. They knew things were getting serious whenever Fudge's slimy body became more and more spherical, and right now, he was a perfect ball. He was mad. Withdraw all our shadows, Fudge declared. Boss, all of them, you heard me. Starting from now on, we will be dedicating all our resources to finally answer that bastard's question. Who are we? He asked. We are Reborn. We shall make him experience rebirth. Meanwhile, as the Reborn company reached its stride in conquering the grafted cluster, Bulrin experienced more and more despair as the days passed. Reborn's golden road sucked away all the potential profits that his company could make. Even their loyal customers were now choosing to travel the golden road and seek out more Reborn products themselves. His main business was gathering earth minerals, mostly stone, quartz, and marble, which were primarily used for construction in the grafted cluster. Since he owned a majority of the mountains and the mines in the region, he was able to have a monopoly in the business, which gave him free rein to set his own prices. However, ever since the Reborn company introduced their miraculous cement, most people chose to construct their buildings using that material instead. People were still using stones, but not as much as before. And because of that, Bulrin had to lower his prices to its true market value. This problem plagued him for days, causing a lot of lost sleep. Not to mention his own plummeting profits, he was also worried about what Flare Corp would do to him if he wasn't able to conquer the entirety of the region before their arrival. His only chance was the promised support they would give him Flare Corp products. Thankfully for him, the first crates of Flare Corp products just arrived from Batrock Town. About 100 carriages landed on the center town of the grafted cluster, with each one being colored with the royal orange color that Flare Corp was associated with. But before Bulrin could open the crates, he was approached by one of the messengers who gave him an itemized list of all the products delivered, as well as the price indicated there. What? Bulrin shouted out loud. Why does it cost this much? The messenger shrugged. That's normal, he said. Transporting these goods here takes a lot of time and money. It's only natural. If Bulrin had to buy these products at such a high cost, then that meant that he would have to sell it at an even higher price, just so that he could break even. For example, Flare Corp salt, one of the most sought-after spices in the world, costs about a gold coin per pouch to sell. But in comparison, the Reborn salt being sold on the Golden Road was about half that price. No one was going to buy Flare Corp salt. This only made Bulrin realize how absurd and insane the Reborn company's ability was to transport products at such a low cost. With taunting realization came to Pat with the Reborn company's commercial products. There was no way to beat them. But he couldn't just give up. Flare Corp would punish him if he reneged on their deal. He would end up being conquered too. So he swallowed his pride and knocked on his next-door neighbor, his brother Barkis. Brother, listen to me, Bulrin said, walking into Barkis's office. If we work together and unite our resources, we can defeat the Reborn company. But Barkis didn't respond and just looked out his window in solemn contemplation. If you do this, then I will put in a good word for you in my meeting with the Flare Corp representative, Bulrin said, pleading. Barkis finally turned around. You still think you can beat them? The man asked, scoffing. Chapter 286, Brothers Conversation. Bullrun looked at his twin brother, and wondered why he seemed to defend or even root for the Reborn Company. Just a few weeks ago, both of them were in the same mindset of rebelling against their golden road. Didn't you hear what I said? Flare Corp will conquer the grafted cluster whether we like it or not. But if we help them now, then we can be assured that they will take great care of us once they arrive. But instead of seeing his reasoning, Barkis seemed to ridicule his brother for such a thought. What makes you think that the Reborn Company can't defend against Flare Corp? Barkis asked. Brother, are you listening to yourself? Flare Corp is a major subsidiary of a conglomerate. The money and manpower they possess is not something that we peasants could even dream about. No matter how strong the Reborn Company looks now, they will suffer the same fate as Batroc Town. I'm just making sure that we don't. The two twin brothers, as usual, could not see eye to eye on their problems. One of them was awakened to the intimidating power of Flare Corp, and the other was awakened by the world-changing power of the Reborn Company. Their perspectives on this predicament were even more contrasting than black and white. So what do you plan to do? Barkis asked. Conquer the grafted cluster and throw out the Reborn Company. You think you can do that? Bullrun gritted his teeth. With your help, yes, and that's not all. We will have the bastard bandits on our side too. Barkis looked back at his brother. The bandits? Yes, that's how powerful they are. Flare Corp bought their way into controlling the bastard bandits, and they are now willing to help us achieve this mission. I was promised that he will send in a major officer of the bandits, someone called Sleazy, the infamous night killer of the bandits. A raucous laughter came out of Barkis once he heard that. Aha, that's the reason for your confidence, Sleazy? Yes, Bullrun answered, confused as to why Barkis was acting weird. Wasn't he terrorizing our merchants and our trade routes for a long time now? He will surely do so with the Reborn Company as well. I have bad news for you, brother. Sleazy already tried that, and he failed. Miserably. Bullrun froze, completely shaken from this news. What? How can you be sure? I was there. I saw it myself. The Rebornians knew what was coming and foiled Sleazy's ambush. The man started pacing back and forth. His brother may be many things, but one thing he was not was a liar. This meant that Sleazy was truly defeated by the Rebornians. Then the rumors about the Dragonborns are true, Bullrun muttered. It makes sense. If they can defeat a strong caliber group like the Stone Cold Six, then Sleazy is easy pickings for them. Barkis couldn't help but laugh inwardly once he heard that. The best part about it was that the infamous Dragonborns weren't even the ones who defeated Sleazy. It was the Red Mankeys, who the Rebornians and the Dragonborns considered as their weakest fighting members. It doesn't matter in the end. Flare Corp will come sooner or later, and they will bring their full force. Bullrun reasoned. We have to move now and curry for their favor. Brother, join me. Bullrun raised his hand for his brother to take, but Barkis ignored him. I refuse, he said. I'm already affiliated with the Reborn Company. How? Barkis took off his long-sleeved jacket, revealing a tiny patch of embroidered symbols on the back of stitches. There were two symbols. One was the Barkis Inc. emblem, but above that was the distinct R symbol of the Reborn Company. No, Bullrun muttered. You became their subsidiary company? Bullrun treated this as a complete betrayal. He couldn't believe that his brother would subordinate himself to the Reborn Company. There is a distinct difference between us, brother, Barkis said. You want to subordinate yourself to Flare Corp because you fear them. I do it because I believe in the Reborn Company. They know we will prevail sooner or later. I wish you could see that. But Bullrun couldn't see it. In his eyes, the Reborn Company was a freshman, a greenhorn, and a fledgling rookie compared to the colossal Flare Corp. Companies like them almost always end up being subdued by the bigger predator in the global market. I guess this is where we part, brother. Barkis raised his hand for a handshake, but Bullrun refused. He simply walked out of the room in silence, and with his head down in contemplation. After the confrontation with his brother, Barkis immediately looked down at his shadow and requested a meeting with Michael. A couple of seconds later, an orcupine shadow orc emerged next to him with a respectful nod. The orc raised his hand and enveloped the two of them in an endless darkness. A second later, the darkness dissipated, and Barkis saw himself in the Reborn headquarters located in Angora City. He saw the white-scale Dragonborn that was always by Michael's side. You can go inside and talk with Lord Michael, she said. He entered Michael's office and saw Michael tinkering with some cylindrical metal shape. What's up? Michael greeted him. Barkis then immediately told Michael about his confrontation with his brother, including the piece of information about Hestu and the bastard bandits. Flare Corp is trying to influence my brother into competing with you. They'll probably try to stop your Golden Road expansion into the grafted cluster soon. Michael looked down at his shadow and summoned Fudge. He entrusted his good old pal to take care of things like these, such as surveillance. Surely a nosy Nelly like him would know about the behind-the-scenes development of Flare Corp. Fudge, what do you know about this? A violet pudgy sphere jumped out from the ground and landed in front of Michael's desk, displacing neatly stacked paperwork into a disorderly mess. What did the Shadow Orcs find? He asked Fudge. Huh? Oh, that, yeah, Fudge muttered awkwardly. I seem to remember something like that happening. And? Michael asked, expecting to hear a much more detailed explanation than that. I don't seem to remember what exactly transpired, haha. My juniors always forget to write things down, haha. Michael eyed Fudge suspiciously, making the violet slime fidget anxiously in place. Don't worry, master. We have this under control. We have started to infiltrate the bastard bandit hideout behind the scenes through our orc ninjas. We have also sent in a few of our own bandits, as spies on the inside, Fudge explained, which seemed to have allowed him to avoid Michael's suspicious gaze. You already found their hideout? Barkus impulsively said out loud in disbelief. Yes, Fudge answered. They made the mistake of ambushing one of our merchants, so we sent in our shadows with them when they returned. Aren't I such a good ninja? Fudge scooted over to Barkus, with his eyes filled with an expectant gaze. Barkus slowly and awkwardly put out his hand and patted Fudge's head. There. You're a good ninja. That's right, Fudge declared. But Michael wasn't getting sold on his cutesy performance. He leaned in closer and squinted. He caught a scent of Fudge's shenanigans all over the story. That's it, he asked Fudge. Of course, master. Oops, would you look at the time? I have to go now, bye. Fudge immediately descended into the shadows before Michael could figure out his plans. Chapter 287, Hestu's Flaming Barrier. Meanwhile, back in the center town of the grafted cluster, Boren found himself pacing back and forth in worry. It had been a few weeks since Hestu arrived to help him, but he had made no progress in uniting the grafted cluster into FlareCorp's banner. In fact, he was slowly losing his influence in business as everything was being swallowed up by the Reborn company. Hestu eventually returned from Batrock Town, having reported to his king to expect good results in the grafted cluster. So when he arrived in Boren's mansion, he was stunned to see FlareCorp crates just sitting around in a warehouse. What's the meaning of this? Hestu screamed. Get me Boren, now. Boren arrived in the warehouse with anxious steps. He bowed as he greeted Hestu, but the man didn't seem to be in such a good mood for pleasantries. Why are you not selling these products? These are A-grade items that would have sold a lot in other territories. Instead, you're just letting them rot in a warehouse. Have you given up in trying to conquer the grafted cluster? Hestu was steaming with anger. It's not that I don't want to, sir. It's that no one wants to buy them. Finally, the man stopped huffing and puffing. He looked at Boren as if he was sure that he heard him wrong. No one wants to buy them. What sort of excuse is that? It's true, Boren insisted. The prices that you have set for me is something that the market is not willing to purchase. Even with the FlareCorp symbol imprinted on them, no one is willing to buy an item that is twice more expensive than other brands. This was extremely confusing for Hestu. After all, he had calculated the perfect price for these products, which took into account the transportation fees, labor fees, and even insurance fees. These were supposed to be the cheapest items they sent out. Yet people are calling it expensive. How could that be possible? Hestu asked. It's Reborn, Boren explained. They are selling extremely affordable products that everyone wants to buy. Boren gave Hestu a list of the price comparison between Reborn products and FlareCorp products. The difference was astounding. Even Hestu would be tempted to buy from the Reborn company at these prices. How can they price it so cheap? He asked incredulously. One spool of silk fabric is only 500 silver. That's local pricing. It doesn't take into account any transportation fees. Heck, from what I know, these types of silkworms can only be found in the King's region. And the transportation fees to transport this here is more than 500 silver coins. Hestu was completely dumbfounded by Reborn's pricing. Now you understand my problem, right? The Reborn company is a formidable opponent in the market. Boren finally felt a little bit relieved, knowing Hestu finally knew what they were up against. The Reborn company's Golden Road was an impossibly great boon for their profits. PMH, no need to worry so much, Hestu said. If they're selling this low, then that must mean they are losing a lot of money selling these products. We only need to wait it out before they go bankrupt. But that wasn't enough to convince Boren. There was no sign of the Reborn company stopping any time soon. And for some reason, he never saw any financial problems from them, even though Hestu said they were losing a lot of money. They even seemed to become even wealthier as time passed because their construction of the Golden Road was getting faster and faster. They were recruiting workers from the grafted cluster left and right. I understand your concerns, Hestu said, but not to worry. The king has allowed the FlareCorp wizards to help in this endeavor. They'll make sure to help us deal with this Reborn problem we have. Boo tutu, ratata, huh? Did you say something? Asked Hestu. Bolen looked back at him with confusion. I didn't say anything. No, I clearly heard you say something, Hestu insisted. But Bolen and the rest of the guards inside the warehouse heard nothing of the sort. Hestu's insistence of a strange noise seemed to have changed their perception of him a bit. The next day, the FlareCorp wizards finally arrived in the grafted cluster. They wore bright orange robes with flaming wings on their backs. They were quite snobbish, choosing to ignore Bolen and chose only to speak to Hestu. These were 6-star wizards borrowed from FlareCorp's main army itself. One of their specialties was creating large barriers and domains that would separate a territory from the rest of the world. It didn't take long before they started to travel through all of the territories under Bullrun's occupation, and started to isolate them from the rest of the grafted cluster. World of Burn, the wizards chanted, with a magic circle appearing in front of their hands. They concentrated for a few seconds before the magic circles lifted off their hands and remained static in the air. The FlareCorp wizards continued to create 4 more of these magic circles throughout the entirety of the territory, creating a pentagram connection between them. As soon as the final magic circle was placed, a large fire erupted from the ground and created a domed boundary that encompassed the entire village. The citizens were alarmed, but well-placed guards assured them all that it was a protection spell that would safeguard their village. They weren't technically lying. They were getting protected. But the main purpose of this flaming barrier was to prevent the Reborn company from constructing their golden road wherever they wanted. The FlareCorp wizards installed these barriers over the rest of the territories that were yet to be infected with the Reborn sickness. Bullrun was once again awed at the power of FlareCorp and their wizards. The amount of mana it will take to keep these barriers stay active was a staggering amount. They would have to concentrate for the whole day to keep this intact. Somehow, FlareCorp could make these well-accomplished 6-star wizards into mana dispensers like it was nothing. Michael was alerted as soon as these flaming barriers were installed. Instead of being mad, he became quite curious as to how they were able to create these magic stones in the first place. He immediately transported himself into one of these territories through a clone implanted by the Shadow Orcs. When he arrived, he saw a semi-transparent wall of flame that created a dome structure within the tiny village. Curious, he tried to put his hand on it, only for his absolute unity defense to activate as it tried to sear through his skin. Normal people wouldn't be able to get in or out of this place, he realized. He activated his supreme skill, and observed the flow of mana in this wall of flames, leading him to a certain magic circle that floated in the air. Magic Theory acquired ChatJK4 announced. Timely as always, thanks. Now, can you modify this magic spell so that we can use it? What do you have in mind? I want something that is not too hostile. I want it to keep pests and rodents out, but won't hurt them. Are you planning on implementing this into the Golden Road? You know just how I think. Chapter 288. Wall of Rebirth. It only took ChatJK4 a couple of seconds before it spat out an appropriate spell perfectly accustomed to Michael's wishes. Wall of Rebirth. Unity Element. This spell allows the user to create a physical barrier that will prevent any trespassers from entering or leaving. Any attempt to do so will result in them being burned with the power of the Unity Flames. This was perhaps one of the more stronger spells that Michael received from ChatJK4. With how it was described, he was even surprised that it was only rated as a 5-star spell. If he read it right, then that meant that he could create a similar barrier within an enclosed space. But instead of it creating a wall of flames made out of fire mana, this wall would be made out of Unity mana, which was much more deadly and cannot be extinguished by any normal means. Wow, ChatJK4, you've really outdone yourself. The reason that this spell is only rated as a 5-star spell is because it is not very practical on other people. The mana requirement to simply create a 1 cubic meter volume of space would be tremendously large, which is probably something only a 7-star wizard could do. Keeping the spell active for a long time is practically impossible. Michael now finally understood why it was so lowly rated. Practically nobody could use it. Of course, except for Michael. Good thing that my mana capacity is literally infinite. My limit is the limit of the entire world. As long as Michael was in the presence of mana, he could absorb them all for himself and use it as fuel to perpetually keep any spell running for an eternity. Michael immediately wanted to try it out. He teleported himself out of the flaming barrier and onto a desolate part of the Golden Road 100 kilometers away from the first settlement. There was nothing here but the endless concrete road and the flat plains of the grafted cluster. He raised his hand and cast his newly acquired spell Wall of Rebirth. As he did so, the 8 mana cores in his body started to pump out billions and billions of mana particles out and onto his palms. But that wasn't enough to even form the outline of the magic theory itself. He had to gather all the mana in his surroundings, sucking them in like he was a black hole. The air started to blow in his direction, making his clothes flutter. The ground started to shake, with soil particles levitating from the ground. Precipitation from the clouds rained down on him directly on him only and nothing else. And finally, the intense heat of the sun concentrated itself onto Michael's palms, creating smoke and steam flowing upwards. The mana particles in the surrounding were far more abundant than his own cores, allowing the magic circle to finally take shape. The writings on the magic circle were filled with wavy and geometric scribbles, dictating the magic theory behind the very spell itself. The edges glowed in a bright white light, signaling its finished construction. He gently pushed the magic circle, letting it float perfectly into the air just on the edge of the Golden Road itself. That was just the first half of the spell. He created another magic circle in his other hand. This time, the mana he absorbed from the surroundings were completely different from the 4 basic elements. Light, dark, lightning, and poison slowly but surely gathered themselves into Michael's palms. Some rose up from deep underground while others rained down from the very heavens itself. Outer space. Once the magic circle finished, he pushed it onto the other side of the road, finally creating a closed loop. As soon as it took its rightful place, a translucent wall of golden aura emerged from the circles and spread out towards the outer edges of the golden road. It went as far as half a kilometer on both sides into the skies, creating an enclosed space on this portion of the golden road. Michael looked at his creation and was immensely satisfied. This was perhaps the first time that a spell took such a toll on him. He felt the mana from his cores constantly getting depleted by the magic circles and constantly getting replenished from his surroundings. He then picked up a small rock from the ground and threw it towards the golden aura. As soon as the rock touched the unity barrier, it was suddenly engulfed in a bright white flame that disintegrated its very structure in just a couple of milliseconds. There weren't even any ashes left from the rock. The earth mana was immediately cancelled out by the other mana supplied by the magic circles. Michael had no doubt that any bandit or wild animal that stumbled upon this road would immediately find themselves destroyed from their very cores. It's powerful, Michael thought to himself. Maybe too powerful. Now, of course, this did raise some concerns. After all, there could be a time when a person would accidentally touch the barrier and immediately find themselves without a finger. If that was the case, then this barrier would be a lot more troublesome than it's worth. ChatJK4, can you edit the spell a little bit so that it can recognize whether someone is an intruder or not? Is there a way to do that? Unfortunately, the criteria to identify someone as an intruder is far too vague and complicated for me to take into account for the spell. However, there is a way to identify someone as an ally or a friend. His personal AI assistant took a couple of seconds before presenting Michael with a new version of the spell. Gate of Rebirth. Unity Element. This spell allows the user to create a physical barrier that will prevent any unwanted trespassers from entering. Any unauthorized attempt to do so will result in them being burned with the power of the Unity Flames. Those with authorization will be allowed entry and exit from the Gate of Rebirth. Only those who are in possession of a reborn shadow clone is granted authorization. Michael looked at this new spell and found it to be quite complicated. According to ChatJK4, this new Gate of Rebirth would only allow entry and exit from people who are in possession of reborn shadow clones. Shadow clones. As in my shadow clones and the orc shadow clones. That is correct. After thinking about it for a minute, Michael finally understood. The thing about the shadow clones seemed arbitrary at first, but when taken into account what they possessed, then it made sense. The reborn shadow clones could access the Rebornian innate skill Lesser Unity Defense, and if those clones are attached to someone that wasn't a Rebornian, then they were included in the Lesser Unity Defense skill, which allowed them to be unharmed by the Unity Flames from the Gate of Rebirth. So in short, only those that were Rebornian or had Rebornian clones attached to them could enter and exit the Gate of Rebirth unharmed. Then, this means that I will have to start setting up toll booths. Chapter 289, Tolls of Safety. If Michael was going to be completely honest, he wasn't planning on creating a toll booth for the Golden Road so early in its construction. Of course, he planned to make it a business later on down the line when it was more established within the royal continent, but he thought that it would be much further later in the future. However, creating this Gate of Rebirth would necessitate him having to create a membership that would allow people safe entry into the Golden Road. For example, at the start of every town, there would be a toll booth to enter the Golden Road. Once they paid a certain amount, they would then receive one of his shadow clones to accompany them throughout the journey, keeping them safe from the Unity Flames of the Gate of Rebirth. This was actually a tremendous idea, if not for Michael being a little bit hesitant in making people pay for passage into the Golden Road. After all, his initial idea for the project was to make the road as accessible to everyone as possible, so that they would eventually be led down into the King's region and into the nation of Reborn. But if there was a toll booth for this road, then it was possible that people would be hesitant or even refuse to enter because of the fee. This was quite a dilemma for him until ChatJK4 talked some sense into him. Studies have shown that people are much more willing to pay a premium price for safety and convenience. You're right. I guess I have to stop thinking of the Golden Road as just a simple road. It is a guaranteed safe and convenient passage through all the territories in the royal continent. Now that he had the Gate of Rebirth, he could be sure that there wouldn't be any unauthorized people from setting up an ambush in the middle of nowhere and stealing any important merchandise. The sleazy and the bandits incident would never happen again once Michael installed Gate of Rebirth all around the Golden Road. The best part about this was that there wasn't an obvious loophole that people could exploit. If they purchased entry into the Golden Road and tried to rob someone, then Michael would be immediately informed of what was happening. After all, their safe passage came from the shadow clone attached to their body. Now Michael could give safety assurance to other people who passed through the Golden Road. Before the Gate of Rebirth, there was still a chance for non-Rebornian people to get robbed while traveling in the Golden Road. But now, that possibility was practically zero. For now, he planned on implementing the Gate of Rebirth and the toll booth in the road between Angora City and the grafted cluster. He wanted to treat it as a beta test, if there would be any problems that would occur before he implemented it to the rest of the Golden Road. The only problem now was his construction. Having to concentrate on this magic spell was, of course, not feasible. Thankfully, he had an endless supply of clones that could fill in the role for him. You know what to do, ChatJK4. Please give me a clone skill that can supply endless mana in the Gate of Rebirth spell. Understood. Creating spell Shadow Clone Battery. Unity element. This spell allows the user to create a clone that fills in the role of a magic caster. Upon activation of this new spell, 2 parts of Michael's shadow immediately separated from his feet and latched themselves onto the magic circle. The shadow 3D effect brought on by the skill made the magic circle look more realistic, as if it was tangible in the real world. It didn't look like a hologram, it looked like a floating neon sign. He immediately felt the burden of mana lift from his chest, making him breathe a little bit easier than before. A weight had been taken away from his shoulder and transferred over to the 2 shadows, who kept on absorbing mana from the surroundings and keeping the magic spell active. The best part was that he could remotely turn the Gate of Rebirth on and off at any time he wanted. For now, he turned it off. There could be plenty of curious, innocent bystanders that could lose a finger because of this. He only planned to make it active once he completed this whole part of the Golden Road and finished the toll booth. That was the only way he could warn the travelers about the dangers of the Gate of Rebirth without getting a Rebornian shadow. Nice, it works. Now, on to the hard part. He still had hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers left from this part of the Golden Road, which would probably take him a few days to finish if he did it all by hand. ChatJK4. Any way that I could have my clones install these magic circles? Thankfully, such a thing was possible. He could simply just create all the required magic circles in one place, and have his clones transfer them over to their appropriate spot, shortening the required time from 1 week to just 1 day. After Michael was done with the Gate of Rebirth, he went straight to the first settlement, and seeked out the Rebornian engineers for another project. Thankfully, Michael found a couple of A-class engineering talents from the grafted cluster who he recruited into the nation. So while the rookie engineers continued to work on expanding the Golden Road, the more experienced workers started on Michael's new project, the toll booth. It's just a simple barrier that goes up and down. He borrowed heavily from his previous life, taking all aspects of highway toll booths and implementing it here. Seems easy enough, boss. Give us a couple of days and we'll have it done, said the yellow manky engineer. They worked quickly, already hollowing out the road to create the new foundation for the toll booths. Meanwhile, he was approached by one of the elders from the first settlement about a problem. We can't enter the other towns, he said. There's fire all over. We can't visit our family. The old man was talking about the flaming sphere barrier that Flare Corp put up on the remaining territories in the grafted cluster, still not connected to the Golden Road. With people unable to go in or out, there was a lot of frustration building up among the citizens. Naruto and Sasuke emerged from behind Michael and also gave their input about the whole situation. It's total isolation over there, boss. Since no one can go in or out, people are having to rely on Flare Corp products to sustain themselves, Naruto reported. Ratata! Sasuke shouted in anger. Even if the prices are a little bit more expensive than normal, people have no choice but to purchase from them. It seemed that this was one surefire way for Hestu to make sure that Bullrun's company was keeping its profits up. It was a slimy business practice, for sure. I'll have to give them another visit, he said. Chapter 290, Hestu's Paranoia. Meanwhile, back in the central town of the grafted cluster, Hestu and Bullrun were just given notice of their huge bump in profits in a single day. See? Hestu bragged, pointing at the papers in Bullrun's desk. It's working. The people are using FlareCore products. But despite increasing his gains to nearly double its normal amount, Bullrun couldn't bring himself to celebrate. He looked out of the window and saw the outskirts of the central town being separated from the outside world by a semi-invisible wall of fire that prevented anyone from going outside. There were Flare Corp soldiers posted all around the circumference of the flaming sphere, preventing people from hurting themselves as they tried to sneak out of the territory. Doubt began to seep into his heart. This would definitely not be the first time that this could happen. If Flare Corp eventually arrived in the grafted cluster, it was more than possible that this forced isolation would transition from temporary to permanent. He didn't know if he would be able to live with that, but of course he couldn't say any of this out loud to Hestu. The man was in control of the 6-star wizards in charge of maintaining this barrier. They could easily focus their attention onto him if he voiced out his concerns. Now that we have made sure that the Reborn company can expand their business here, we shall slowly take back the other settlements from their grasp, Hestu said. I'm looking forward to it. After finishing his conversation with Bullrun, Hestu walked out of the mansion and back into his carriage. Unbeknownst to him or any of the bodyguards assigned next to him, there was a peculiar shadow that seemed to have attached itself to his feet. Bluetooth. Ratata. Who is that? Hestu screamed, surprising his bodyguards. Sir, No one said anything. I heard it clearly, Hestu insisted. Someone is playing tricks on me. Guards, do your job and inspect our surroundings for any miscreants playing a prank. The Flare Corp guards looked at each other, before awkwardly looking around at the empty streets of the central town. With the martial law in effect, there was no one out of the streets loitering about. They were all confined to their homes, creating an eerie silence that overcame the whole territory. This made Hestu seem all the more crazed since the guards heard not a peep from their surroundings. However, they still did their jobs and checked the corners for any intruders. They saw nothing. The coast is clear, sir. There's no one here. Just as then, Hestu heard another clear voice echoing from all directions. Talking to you. There it is again. It sounded like a child, a teen. The guards looked at Hestu with worry. They started to think that he was crazy. I'm not crazy, Hestu swore. I must have been cursed. It must be the work of a wizard or a mage that is out to get me. It wasn't long before the Flare Corp 6-star mages were gathered at Hestu's temporary residence. They seemed annoyed. They were already extremely exhausted from keeping the flaming barrier active all day, that all they wanted to do now was to sleep. Yet Hestu summoned them despite it. Exorcise this malevolent curse. I keep hearing things, voices, they talk to me. The 6-star wizards immediately used Inspect Magic, Curse Identifier, and even Find Disease to check up on Hestu's well-being. All sorts of lights surrounded Hestu, with each one revolving around him and inspecting a different aspect of his very presence. Hestu's body began to light up as these lights entered his body. And as they did, could see an X-ray vision of his body with his bones, veins, and even monochores visible from the outside. If there was any anomaly present, the lights would immediately highlight the problem for the wizards. But after a few minutes, the lights faded, meaning that the magic found no anomalies in IH's body. His mana levels were normal, his physical body was in tip-top shape, and there wasn't any kind of spell or magic that was casted at him by a different person. It seemed that the voices that he heard were all in his head a product of his imagination. This can't be, Hestu screamed. We suggest that you return to Batrock Town at once and ask for your replacement, said the Flare Corp wizard. You don't seem to be fit for this mission. As soon as that was mentioned, Hestu aggressively pointed at everyone in the room. You will do no such thing. My liege, my king, will not hear of this in any shape or form. I will bring victory to Flare Corp and show that this problem is no hindrance to my abilities. That I guarantee. Soon Hestu was left all alone in his room. The subtle sounds of drumming and strumming kept on beating in his head, preventing him from getting a good night's sleep. The next day, Hestu tried to act as normal as possible. However, he would often see shadowy figures and forms on the edge of his vision, only for it to disappear once he tried to look at them. This wasn't enough cause for worry, though. That came a day later, when Hestu found himself becoming lost in a maze within his own guest house. The 4-bedroom mini-mansion became a kilometer long. He tried to exit the house, only finding himself back to his own bedroom. The windows outside were completely bolted shut, letting no sunlight shine through, with only the artificial luminescence of the flickering oil lamp illuminating his surroundings. Help! Get me out of here, he shouted, but his words came echoing back at him at full force. Every door he walked through seemed to lead him further and further down the path of insanity. Time seemed to blur. His consciousness became foggy. He just wandered this endless maze in a daze, opening one door and the other for an endless amount of time. He didn't know how long he had been trapped into this door, but after what seemed like an eternity, he finally found the exit. Help me, he said exasperatedly to the guard outside his house. I've been trapped. For months, years, I don't know. The guard looked back at him with a strange look. Sir, it's only been a few hours. The wizards were once again asked to examine Hestu's well-being. But aside from looking a bit haggard, the man was in perfect condition. His mind, however, is a complete mess. I was trapped there, I tell you. There's no traces of magic in the house, said the wizard. Having no one believe him made Hestu feel intensely paranoid about his surroundings. He couldn't even take a bath for fear of being trapped in that maze again, making him look even more disheveled and dirty as the days passed. After a week, Hestu's well-being deteriorated to the point that he wouldn't even go out of the house anymore. He kept himself on the corner of the room, hugging his knees and biting on his nails. His eyes were completely sunken. It was at this point that suddenly Hestu saw darkness seeping out of the walls, covering its entirety. Shadows flew back and forth in the air, infecting everything it touched into darkness. In the end, all Hestu could see was an endless black void. He floated in this space, wary of his surroundings, before a giant figure came into view. It was a colossal violet slime. Chapter 291, Hestu's Fate. Hestu saw a large violet slime floating in the middle of the dark void. Its colossal figure gave a sense of grandeur that was almost godly in nature, as if this divine being had touched down from the heavens and visited the human plane. Who are you? Hestu asked, his voice filled with confusion, yet with a hint of wariness. He didn't want to offend this humongous being. After all, it was more than probable that they were the reason why he was here in the first place. I am a ninjahem, the slime said, its voice transferring directly into Hestu's head. A celestial. What do you want from me? Get me out of here. get me out of here, to try and find a way out of the darkness, but found that no amount of force could displace him from his current location. It was as if he was trapped in the very air itself. I am here to help you, my son, for you are treading a path that will make you stray from your true destiny, the slime said in an ethereal voice. Why should I believe you? True destiny, what are you talking about? The giant slime then grew a pair of stumps on its side, creating its own hands. A shadow from the dark void latched onto the slime's palms, morphing into the silhouettes of humans. Upon closer inspection, Hestu realized that those two human figures bore a great resemblance to himself. The one on the right was a replica of himself in his current state. He almost didn't recognize himself. His usually slick-back hair was a total mess, his eyes were sunken to the point that he looked like an emaciated ghost, and his dashing royal suit was stained so much that the Flare Corp emblem was completely disfigured. This version of himself lay down on the floor, hugging its knees and continuing to mumble unintelligible words. This is the path that you are currently on, said the giant slime. It is filled with suffering and torment. Doubt will poison your thoughts, making you question your very own sanity. Hestu remembered the horrifying hell he had to go through when trapped inside that maze. The worst part about it was the doubt he had in his mind at the very end of it. Did it truly happen? Or was he just imagining that it did? But that is not your final fate. You can have peace and serenity in your life as well. The giant slime showed Hestu the other shadow replica. This time, Hestu saw himself sitting in a lotus pose, with a calm smile on his face. For a second, Hestu saw himself finally free from the voices in his head. But as soon as he was about to achieve this peace, he suddenly heard that familiar boo-to-too and ratata rhythm beating in his mind. Why are you doing this? Hestu begged. Have you ever felt that you are meant for something bigger, for something more meaningful, becoming as cool as a ninja or as amazing as a spy? The slime asked him seriously. The slime's words made Hestu be raptured in deep thought. After all, this wasn't the first time that he thought about this kind of question. He always thought he was meant for something greater, beyond the Queen's region, and even beyond the royal continent. This was the reason why he subordinated himself to Flare Corp in the first place. He thought that by following them, he could achieve his dream of becoming an influential figure in the world. I do think of becoming more than I am. I don't know what a ninja is, but I want to take destiny in my hands and mold it myself, Hestu declared in a rare moment of courage. The giant slime looked down at him and smiled. That is precisely your fate. You are destined to become one of the greatest figures in the history of the entire world. After all, you are one of my chosen ones. Hestu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He felt like it was only now that he was starting his life. It was only now through the celestial slime did he finally found purpose for himself. I am one of your chosen ones? Hestu asked, pride leaking out of his voice. Yes, I have big plans that are in store for this world, and you are one of the lucky ones that are going to fulfill my wishes. Hestu stepped forward, no longer being afraid of the giant slime in front of him. Now that he was convinced that this colossal figure was not a malevolent being but a helpful celestial, Hestu felt even more in tune with his words. What shall be my mission in this world? O great slime. It was at this point that the giant slime stayed silent. In Hestu's perspective, it was as if the slime was in deep contemplation, as if he was peering through the different possibilities of the dimensions of the universe. But in truth, Fudge was a little bit caught off guard. He didn't expect Hestu to go along with his lies so easily. He might have acted as this all-knowing figure, but he was bumbling along the way, improvising all of the words out of his mouth. There is a great evil in this world. Yeah, that's right, and it is our job to destroy it. That sounds good. Despite saying those words without the dignity and assurance that a celestial should have, Hestu didn't even question any of this giant slime's authenticity. He was too enamored with the promises, and that the celestial was offering him to see through the lies. I see. I knew it, Hestu muttered to himself. Just like in the stories and legends of old, there is a great evil in this world that must be purged, and it is my job to help you get rid of it, is that right? Yep, that is exactly right. I knew I chose you for the right reasons. Then that must mean that there is a hero in this world that you have arranged, Hestu said, as if he was discovering a big secret of the world. Sure. It is not my job to ensure that this hero will succeed in his destiny and purge the evil of this world. Fudge heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't even have to do anything, and Hestu did all the work for him. But who is this hero, Celestial Slime? How will I find this individual? Perhaps is it the King of Flare Corp? Silence! The dark void shook upon the giant slime shout. Hestu found himself stricken, having trouble composing himself. You do not want to anger me any further. I do not take kindly to your words. If you keep on spouting these falsehoods, then I cannot protect you from my own wrath. Hestu bowed deeply, kneeling in front of the celestial slime. He didn't know that helping Flare Corp was a crime worthy of death. I beg for your forgiveness, celestial slime. I shall not mention this again. Chapter 292. Flaming Barrier No More. While Fudge was having fun manipulating the events behind the scenes, Michael took it upon himself to liberate the people of the grafted cluster from the tyrannical rule of Bullrun Inc. and FlareCorp combined. He descended into the shadows, and arrived at a discreet corner of the street of the central town of the grafted cluster, one of the territories isolated from the world. He looked up, and saw a flaming sphere covering the entire area, preventing even birds and clouds from trespassing onto their property. The whole town was divided into two sections. One was made out of wood and natural resources, and the other was made out of stone. This was indicative of the two brothers' rivalry against each other, with Barkus controlling the wooded area, and Bullrun controlling the other. Despite being the central town of the grafted cluster, the whole place was as deserted as Neo-Orcus before Michael arrived. People were hiding in their houses, barricading their doors, and only peeking out their windows once every so often. There were soldiers stationed in each street, each of them wearing orange armor with flame carvings jutting out of their chests. Michael noticed that they were quite strong to be locals. Each of them had the strength of a 4-star warrior, which could be considered quite rare in the isolated grafted cluster. This meant that these soldiers were probably from the infamous FlareCorp. Lunchtime. One of the soldiers said, carrying a crate of dried meat and jerky. The residential houses reluctantly opened their doors and peeked out. Michael saw a thin woman come out from the door and beg the soldier for food to eat. 2 little kids peeked out from behind their mother and eyed the food with longing. The soldier then took out a piece of jerky from the crate, and motion brought it closer to the woman. But before she could pluck it out from his hands, he reminded her of something she completely missed. "Where's the payment?" the soldier asked. The woman hurriedly took out a few silver coins from her pouch and gave it to the soldier. Once the payment was received, the soldier gave her a handful of cured meat and beef jerky. How despicable, Michael thought to himself. Without any other merchants allowed inside or outside the territory, all the foods can only be found from FlareCorp itself. Michael used fabric manipulation, making the soldier's own handkerchief to wrap around his head. The soldier struggled and tried to shout out loud, but found that no noise came out of his throat. As he tried to take off the handkerchief from his head, he suddenly tripped backwards and hit his head on one of the crates, making him unconscious. The woman and her children looked on with worry as Michael came out from the corner. They were wary of him. But then, Michael commanded his shadow to float above the woman's door. The shadow opened up and created a portal back into their headquarters in Angora City, allowing 5 different crates of fresh fruits and food to fall directly towards her. The woman eyed the crates with wonder, with her children immediately picking up the fallen apples from the crates and taking a bite of each. She looked at the symbol stamped onto the crates. Once she realized what happened, she looked up and tried to thank Michael for his kind gesture. But once she did, he was already gone. It was as if he was never even there in the first place. Michael floated up in the air, looking down at the central town with a wide view. He used his supreme skill to sense the flow of magic in the air. The flaming dome surrounding them was filled with aggressive fire mana. The magic theory was constructed in a way that created the most amount of repulsive force. Michael squinted his eyes, seeing through the different dimensions of mana. Unearthed a layer of reality. He saw small strings of fire mana flowing down from the topmost part of the flaming dome. These strings all connected down, near Bullrun's mansion of stone. With his masterful sensitivity of mana, Michael saw the light mana signatures of all the people inside the house, including the 5 wizards whose hands connected to the fire strings of the flaming dome. These 6-star wizards were the barrier source of mana. They continuously concentrated to keep the spell active. Now usually disrupting a concentration spell would require Michael to physically disrupt the wizards casting them. He had to disrupt their focus, thereby changing the flow of mana into the magic circle above. But he didn't have to do all of that. He could see the invisible strings of fire mana connecting the wizards from their spells. He simply had to raise his hand and beckon the mana to flow towards him instead. The individual fuzzy balls of red mana suddenly found themselves drawn towards the golden-haired boy floating in the air. They went through their life practically invisible from the eyes of humans, yet it seemed as if this boy could actually see them in real life. They felt compelled to go towards him. Even though their very nature was linked to the wizards that summoned them, they couldn't help but disobey their own nature and follow the commands of this strange boy instead. 1 fire mana left the flow, then 2, then 4, and eventually thousands upon thousands of mana strayed from the line. The moment this happened, the 5 wizards below were immediately alerted. They all opened their eyes and looked at each other. They saw all of them meditating in the same place as before. Disbelief started to paint their faces as they realized what had happened. Somehow, their concentration was broken without losing their focus. They felt their control of the barrier weakening by the second, making them cringe. It felt as if their own arms were getting ripped away by an invisible force. It was not painful. It was worse than that, it was shameful. They immediately got up from their seats and exited the dungeon underground Bullrun's mansion. They were placed there as a matter of safety and security. But it seemed that all of these precautions were for naught. The spell was still broken. The wizards ran up the stairs and forced themselves inside Bullrun's office. Why are you guys here? He asked them. The wizards, still catching their breaths, pointed towards the window behind his desk. Bullen turned to the side and peeked out the glass. His eyes widened. He pushed his face closer to the glass, smushing his face against it. But he didn't care. He wanted to see if what he was seeing was true. The flaming barrier was flickering in and out of existence. The fire was turning into cinder before dissipating in the air. It wasn't long before the flaming dome flickered out of existence permanently, brightening the entire town as the sun finally shone above it. "How did this happen?" Bullen screamed out. "What am I going to do?" Bullen was at a complete loss. He never would have thought that Flare Corp's infamous barrier would suddenly disappear without warning. He turned to the wizards. "Where's Hestu?" Chapter 293, Wizards of Flare Corp. Without Hestu around, Bullen was left to his own devices. He was pacing back and forth in worry. "Don't fret," one of the 6-star wizards said. "We'll get the barrier up and running again soon." Even now they had no clue as to how or why their spell was suddenly cancelled without any rhyme or reason. They just chalked it up to a freak coincidence of some sort. "Are you going to cast the spell again?" Bullen asked them. The wizards didn't deign to answer such needless questions. They instead raised their hands to the ceiling and concentrated on their magic cores. Individual magic circles appeared on their hands as they commanded their mana to follow the magic theory ingrained in their minds. With their combined powers, they pushed their magic circles up in the air, allowing all 5 to coalesce into one bigger piece. The collisions of these magic circles seemed to have melted together, creating a much bigger slab that glowed in power. However, just as it was about to finish its fusion, the magic circle suddenly flickered in and out of existence. The wizards felt their connections to the spell cut off as if severed with a knife. Once it was without its source of mana, the magic circle eventually dissipated in the air, leaking all its built-up mana inside the room. The disturbance created a large shockwave that toppled everyone off their feet and even destroyed a few shelves. "What happened?" Bullen shouted. The wizards all looked at each other. This time they were sure that this was not a coincidence. They rushed out the balcony and looked up at the sky, towards the silhouette of a human cast over the sun. Bullen followed behind the wizards, and saw the anomaly in the sky. "Wow, what was that?" Immediately, the 6-star wizards cast flaming steps on themselves, creating a large jet stream from under their souls. The force propelled them up in the air. Confronting the troublemaker that somehow disrupted their magic spell, they were all wary as they finally saw his face. It wasn't a well-known wizard from the Guild of Arcana. It wasn't even a rival of Flare Corp. It was just a blonde-haired boy. "How did you do this?" one of them asked Michael. "It's easy, I just snapped my fingers," he replied to them with a casual attitude, completely disregarding the not-so-well-hidden hostility coming from them. "Don't lie to us, kid. How did you cancel out our spell? Did you use an elven relic?" Michael shrugged. "I don't even know what that is. I told you, I just snapped my fingers and lo and behold, I got 5 grown angry men coming at me." The 6-star wizards didn't take well to Michael's quips. If they weren't so wary of his mysterious artifact that allowed him to cancel their spell, then they would have thought of this as amusing. Their orange robes detailed with fiery symbols waved in the wind. The innate fire mana in their cores flared up, releasing an intense heat that was enough to turn the skies into a reddish hue. The combined power of not 1, not 2, but 5 6-star wizards was not something that a kid could simply shrug off. "If you're not going to tell us how you did it, then we'll have to find out whether you like it or not," they threatened him. Michael looked at all of them and sighed. "Fine, you want to see it? Then Harrisnap." He shrugged his fingers, and the fire underneath their feet was suddenly extinguished. Its wisps of flames flew into a string towards Michael before being completely absorbed into his body. Without the flames keeping them in the air, the wizards suddenly felt themselves falling in free fall. "What?" It was such an expected result that they barely even understood what was happening before they were just mere meters away from falling through the roof. 2 of them were able to whip up the spell Feather Fall to negate the near-fatal falling damage they would have incurred. The other 2 were much faster than the rest, and were able to recast flaming steps underneath their feet, slowing down their descent just in time. Unfortunately for one of them, she was not able to concentrate on executing the magic theory in her head before falling through the brick roofs of Bullen's mansion. She fell through 2 stories down before crashing on the kitchen floor, creating a large crater in the marble flooring and surprising the maids and butlers preparing food. She was down for the count. The 4 other wizards felt their hearts pumping 1,000 times per second as they looked up at the lone child up in the skies. Michael looked down at them, with his hands on his pockets and with a carefree smile. How did he do that? That's impossible. This is impossible. My mana. It was taken away from me." They all looked at their own mana cores and felt a portion of it depleted. Permanently. Usually, any mana they used while casting magic would eventually return back to their cores after some time. But now, they felt as if their cultivation, their mana core, had deteriorated to their previous state. It was as if their meditation and mana gathering for the last month or so was wiped clean. It would be a lie to say they weren't completely terrified. Terrified of losing their mana, as well as terrified of the boy who could somehow take their mana. See, I told you. Just a snap. Michael's voice echoed down to the four wizards. They were spooked. Encountering Michael left their fight-or-flight responses triggering every second. What should we do? One of the wizards asked. He's a child. Are we afraid of him? That's right. We're proud 6-star wizards of Flare Corp. We don't back down from a fight. Bombard him with our greatest spells. The wizards, with a renewed sense of vigor, flew up in the air to confront Michael. But this time, they didn't come close to him. They surrounded him with at least half a kilometer radius, making sure that he couldn't take their mana again. Meteor flares! One of them shouted, casting one of the strongest 6-star spells in their repertoire. Balls of orange fire shot through the magic circle in his hands, with each one leaving a trail of smoke behind much like fireworks. Lion's Pride Roar of Ember! Another wizard shouted. The head of a lion manifested out of the wizard's magic circle. It opened its jaws wide and roared towards Michael, exciting the mana particles in the air and increasing the temperature in a wave form towards him. Bastion of Balrog, the next wizard casted. A fire demon, made completely out of flames, burst into reality as the wizard finished his magic spell. This fire demon looked human-like, except for its hog-like face and its gaseous lower body. Upon its summoning, the demon rushed towards Michael, using its gaseous lower body to propel itself even faster than the first two spells. Lesser Phoenix's Feather! The last wizard shouted. This time, large black feathers appeared from the magic circle. These feathers incinerated everything it touched, including the air surrounding it. And as it rushed towards Michael, large explosions followed its wake. Chapter 294 Thermodynamics. With these 4 6-star spells coming towards him, even Michael felt a little bit of heat. As a 5-star wizard himself, the best spells he could use right now were only in the 5-star category. If it were any other mage, then there was only one outcome that this could go, and that was his own demise. But of course he was different. He had a supreme talent that allowed him complete control over mana itself. He looked at the fire demon coming at him fast. Magic theory acquired, K4 said. As soon as he heard that, information washed over his mind, detailing all the tricks and mana flow of the fire demon itself. And as it turned out, it wasn't really a creature at all. It was just a clever construct of fire mana that made it look like a demon. He looked at its body and no longer saw just ordinary flames. Instead, he saw highlighted lines of mana that indicated the weaknesses unintentionally left behind by the spell's creator. He might not be powerful enough to completely take control of a 6-star spell, but he was surely strong enough to pick apart its gears individually. With a simple tug, Michael caught the very backbone of the fire demon, destroying the very flow of mana that allowed it to become physical in the first place. Soon, the fire demon's features melted into its own flames, turning more and more obscure as it reached Michael. In the end, it turned into nothing but a ball of flames, the equivalent of a 3-star spell, as it reached his location. An invisible prismatic shield appeared around him at the very same moment, nullifying the fire mana in the spell, and dissipating pure mana that was soon absorbed by Michael. Not even smoke was left of its remains. What? The wizard shouted in disbelief as saw its spell get dismantled in the air. The other wizards were surprised too, but they chose to focus on their own spells instead. Whatever spell or artifact he used to keep disrupting these high-level spells was probably on cooldown after using it on the fire demon. This was now their chance to hit him square in the face. The flaming meteors, numbering in the tens, finally came close to Michael. Each one felt like homing missiles, following Michael's every move. In response, Michael's shadow suddenly separated from himself and morphed into an exact replica of Michael. Superior Shadow Clone. This was a 5-star version of the normal Shadow Clone spell, but this time the clone was as close to being real as possible. Even the Dragonborns wouldn't be able to figure out which one was which. The meteor suddenly changed directions, following Michael's shadow instead. It seemed that this 6-star spell identified Michael's clone as the real thing. The meteors exploded upon impact towards Michael's clone, bombarding its absolute unity defense with great force. Just when the wizard thought he succeeded, Michael suddenly melted back into a shadow form and attached itself back to the clone. This was also one of the perks of Superior Shadow Clone. It allowed him to switch between the two seamlessly. Now, there were only 2 spells left. And coincidentally, both of these were area of effect spells, affecting a very large area, and leaving no chance for Michael to dodge or move out of the way. Even his clones would be subject to its intense heat and power. The lion's roar came first, creating a large shockwave that emitted stronger and stronger heat, much like a modern microwave. This encompassed the entire area in the skies, dissipating the clouds. And if that wasn't enough, the black feathers positioned themselves 100 meters below Michael's feet. These feathers continuously emitted heat, creating a campfire in the middle of the air intending to roast Michael and all his clones. Michael's unity defense kept disrupting the heat and protecting him from its intense effects. However, the combined power of both 6-star spells became equivalent to a 7-star spell, which finally was enough to go through his defenses. Slowly, the mana in the prismatic shield were slowly whittling away, letting some of the heat leak through towards Michael. With the heat coming close to affecting him, Michael closed his eyes and concentrated. He instructed ChatJK4 to create an innovative spell, one that would combine both magic and modern physics. He raised his hand and uttered, "Heatsink." He looked down at the central town below and commanded all of the metal to rise up towards him. The citizens were surprised as they saw their buckets, armors, and even kitchen utensils suddenly float up in the air and escape through their windows. People tried to jump and catch their prized metal possessions, only to see the magical fight happening above. They stared in awe and wonder as giant magic circles floated in the sky, with the intense fire creating a reddish hue that painted the environment. As these thousands upon thousands of iron and copper materials floated in the skies, the intense heat from the 6-star spells slowly melted them into a liquid concoction. Michael took advantage of this, and slowly molded them into his own design. These metal liquids slowly formed into long tubes extending across the skies. Michael made them as many as possible, and as thin as possible with the limited metal he gathered. Then Michael created ice-cold water inside these tubes, which flowed from one side to the other continuously. Because of convection currents, the heat from the 6-star spells were transferred over to the cold freezing water in these tubes, slowly turning it into steam, which then followed the tubes and flowed out of the spell's range. This was a heat sink, allowing the heat to naturally dissipate through the exchange of heat through the hundreds of tubes near Michael. The wizards were left speechless as they felt the temperature plummet. The prismatic shield that was slowly getting dissipated regenerated back up, as the heat was no longer enough to destroy its defenses. "How? With just a bunch of tubes?" the wizard shouted in disbelief. With the heat no longer affecting him, Michael took a breath of relief. His modern knowledge of thermodynamics helped him this time. "That's science," he declared to them. Now that their 6-star spells were destroyed, the wizards became utterly vulnerable. They used up all their powers for those spells, but they all turned up useless in the end. Michael, grabbing his chance, raised his hand and pointed at the closest wizard in front of him. "Tesk, just wait, boy." Even if he could miraculously survive their attacks, there was no way a child like him could defeat all 6-star wizards like them. So waited a few more seconds, they could recast their spells again. But before he could move, he suddenly felt a strange power emanating in front of him. It felt like the whole world was shaking, trembling upon its presence. He looked up at Michael, and saw that the tip of his finger was glowing with an intense white light. He didn't recognize what kind of spell it was, nor what kind of mana he used. However, that wasn't the source of that terrifying power, that soul-shaking pressure that made them feel inferior for the first time in their entire lives. That came from the strange metallic figure of an object floating above Michael's head. Chapter 295 Apparition. Unity Gun. Michael's strongest attack that could easily burst through any kind of defenses that a mage could conjure. The 8 elemental cores pumped out mana to his veins, creating a concoction of pure energy that could annihilate any kind of mana known to man. Now if he tried to release this unity mana as is, then the result of it would only be a powerful flame that surrounded his fist. But using his knowledge of his previous world, Michael could change the way his body distributed mana, its mana flow, and leverage physical and mechanical properties of mana. By mimicking the way a gun worked, Michael was able to store the immense energy of the unity mana, and release all of it in one single go. Water, fire, air, and earth created 1/2 of the 8 elemental mana. Michael named those 4 mana as the natural elements. Meanwhile, he named the group of light, dark, lightning, and poison as the abstract elements. Just by itself, the combination of the natural elements canceled each other out, annihilating all of the energy conserved in all 4 mana types. The same went with the abstract elements. And by combining the natural and abstract elements, he was able to create unity mana, the ever-powerful force that was second to none. To make the unity gun work, Michael combined the natural elements and used it as the gunpowder of the bullet. And by rapidly striking this gunpowder with a primer like the abstract elements, he was able to create an instantaneous explosion as unity mana was created. And by changing the mana flow in his body, he was able to create a barrel inside his finger, where the controlled explosion of the unity mana was directed towards. With the help of ChatJK4, the creation of this unity gun was as natural as breathing. At least that's what he thought. Light flashed on the tip of his finger, it signaling the creation of the natural elements air, water, fire, and earth. He just needed to strike it with the other 4 elements. But just as he was about to do so, he suddenly felt a strange power overcome his entire body. A resonating power, one that was alien to him and completely unfamiliar, jumped out of his chest and attached itself to the forming unity gun in his fingers. ChatJK4, what's happening? His trusted personal AI assistant scanned his entire body before its sights landed on his chest, specifically his heart. Surrounding one of the valves was a metallic liquid of some sort that was the cause of this strange new sensation overriding his body. "It's the God-forged piece, sir." It was suddenly activated as soon as it sensed the formation of the unity gun. Michael was shocked. to say the least. He thought that the God-forged piece was merely a simple piece of metal that was the same as any other material in the world. He even scanned its entire body to sense for any kind of anomaly or spell hidden inside. Even ChatJK4 was caught unaware of such a thing, or else it would have already warned him from the beginning and prevented it from entering his chest. All his scrutiny led him to believe that the God-forged piece was a normal piece of metal, with a little bit of unity mana still left inside. But the power resonating from inside the God-forged piece was completely different, and alien from any kind of power that Michael had ever encountered. Just the fact that his supreme skill didn't pick up on its presence meant that it was not made up of mana at all. Now Michael would have been a lot more concerned regarding this strange new turn of events, but the power coming from the God-forged piece was actually reinforcing the unity gun in his finger. It was making the spell more physical, more real, if that made any sense. Just then, Michael noticed the strange looks that the Flare Corp wizards were giving him. They weren't looking at the bright white light coming from the tip of his finger. They were looking up. Michael slowly turned his head upwards until he saw a giant projection of the upper body of a feminine woman. Its entire face was made out of some kind of metal as shiny as aluminum, but as immaculate as a diamond. Despite how unnatural she seemed, she looked at Michael with a gentle gaze, one that was akin to a mother looking down at her son. She had her hands spread out towards him, as if she was welcoming his very presence. He couldn't help but look at her face. He didn't know if he was looking at a very realistic sculpture, or a real living human being. The difference was minute. He could even swear that he was seeing tiny movements and changes of expressions from her face as he looked up at her. But a second look would only make it seem as if she never moved at all. "Who are you?" he asked her. But she didn't respond. She stayed in the same state as she was before, unmoving. He couldn't even tell if it was a projection, an illusion, or a spell. It seemed none of those. It reminded him more of how his shadow moved through reality itself. Except this womanly figure wasn't a shadow of a human, but the shadow of a figure that was beyond the 3 dimensions. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to spend the rest of his days analyzing this projection. It seemed as if he could answer the very questions of the universe itself, if given enough time. However, time was not on his side. Michael's distraction with the projection above his head allowed the 6-star wizards to finally gather enough mana to conjure up another spell in their hands. Now that they knew Michael could defeat them all individually, they decided to finally let loose and combine their powers to take down this anomaly of a child, this monstrous genius that could even contend with the monstrous geniuses of those conglomerates. Their magic circles formed, shimmering and flickering in and out of existence, but they pushed through and completed the magic theory. All 4 wizards pointed at Michael from the north, south, west, and east sides. Their magic circles created a connection with each other, with lines and nodes appearing in the air and bridging themselves to make a sphere of magic surrounding Michael. It would only take a few more seconds before the wizard's spell finished, creating the dreaded 8-star spell Phoenix's last stand that could even destroy an entire city and level it to the ground. Just then, the metallic woman moved. It reached for Michael with its gigantic hands, guiding his unity gun to point towards the skies. Michael felt the strange power of the God-forged piece bursting out from his chest and powering up the unity gun to the point where he could no longer contain it in his body. His hands shook, and the light at the tip of his finger began to grow even brighter. Just as the unity gun was about to burst, Michael heard a voice coming from above him. "Build me," she said, just before the unity gun shot out into the skies. Chapter 296 Grafted Cluster saved. The unity gun shot a beam of power soaring through the skies, piercing through the magic sphere that surrounded Michael. The wizards felt their connection with the 8-star spell break, severing the mana they built up so far. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion coursed through their bodies. They had completely used up all the mana in their cores, leaving them completely spent and tired. Just then, the skies emitted a bright light. Everyone looked up to see a single star shining in the distance, flickering like any other heavenly bodies before it. But after a few seconds, the star became ever so bigger and ever so brighter. Before the wizards could even wonder what was happening, a single beam of light instantaneously appeared, connecting the lone star in the skies and reaching down towards one of the wizard's stomach, destroying the mana cores contained inside. But as it turned out, this beam of light had curved and hit the next wizard, and the next, creating an almost circular connection with the star in the skies. A macabre image of the wizards being strung up and skewered like pearls on a necklace became an image that would never leave the memory of anyone who saw it from down below. The wizards looked down at the beam of unity light piercing their stomachs, before passing out from pure exhaustion and injury. All their years of cultivation and hard work was destroyed when the unity gun pierced through their cores. The beam of light slowly dissipated, severing its connection with the star above the skies, which slowly lost all its luster and hid within the black void of space. The bodies of the wizards fell down from the air, plummeting at terminal velocity. Just before they crashed to their deaths, A shadowy figure emerged from down below and cushioned their landing, saving them from certain death. Michael thought it would be too cruel for them to die, now that he had already crippled their power. He had his shadows wrap themselves around the unconscious wizards of FlareCorp and transfer them over to the prison in the nation of Reborn. Meanwhile, he himself stayed hovering in the air. He looked up, but the apparition of the metallic woman was already long gone. She disappeared as soon as the Unity gun shot off in disguise. Her last words to him echoed in his mind. "Build me," she said. Her words were drowned out by the intense power of the Unity gun that Michael almost mistook it for his imagination. But it was definitely real. "Who do you think that was?" he asked ChatJK4. There is no definite conclusion to that question. However, there is enough reason to speculate that the woman must be connected with the completed pieces of the Godforge itself. Perhaps that is what she meant when she said "build me." Michael agreed with ChatJK4's conclusion. It seemed that she was able to hide a part of her presence in the Godforge piece this whole time. And it was only when he used the Unity gun did she show herself. Unity. Gun is the first spell that makes use of Unity mana. And it is also a combination of physical and mystical arts. Could that be the reason why she appeared once I used it, and not when I used the other spells? There is reason to believe so. Michael looked down at his own chest. With a simple X-ray spell, he was able to see his own heart in crystal clear clarity. It was the Godforge piece, which had wrapped its heart. Just like before, this metallic liquid remained stagnant in his body, never moving, never radiating any kind of power. It was as if nothing even happened in the first place. If I used Unity gun again, will she appear? It was unfortunate that Michael didn't understand what kind of power she used to hide herself in the Godforge piece. If he did, then he would be able to find out if she was still present in this piece or not. Nothing has changed with the Godforge piece. Logic dictates that repeating the same action with the same variables will result in the same effects. Michael wanted to try it out immediately, but he knew that this was not the time to do so. He still had to wrap up the loose ends in the grafted cluster. He slowly lowered himself down to the ground, with everyone's eyes locked onto him. Practically everyone in the central town witnessed the unexplained spectacle in the skies. Ever since Michael kidnapped their metal utensils in the air, everyone went outside and became spectators of the fight that unfolded. So the first time they witnessed the battle of high-level wizards, they knew that there was something different with the metallic woman apparition that appeared behind Michael. It was unnatural and natural at the same time. It was unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Her presence made them scared, yet they could not rip their gazes away from her. This was the closest thing to a god that they could have ever seen. And because of that, Michael's presence became even more substantial than normal. They stared at him as he lowered himself down, making them wonder who he was in the first place. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a life-changing experience for many of them. But perhaps, one among them was more changed than the rest of them. Hestu was still looking up at the skies, with the image of the metallic woman burned in his memories. His heart was still palpitating with emotion, with excitement. There was a wholehearted belief in his heart. The metallic woman was nothing less than a goddess. This must be a sign, Hestu muttered to himself. The slime god was right. Meanwhile, Bullern was on his knees as he looked at Michael as he touched down on the ground. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. 5 6-star wizards taken down by a single boy. And after looking at his golden hair and his warm smile, Berlin was sure. This was Michael, the rumored owner of the Reborn company. After this realization, things somehow finally made sense. His brother had already told him the truth, but he just refused to believe it. The Reborn company was not a middling organization that was going to crumble under pressure. No. They were a company meant for the big leagues. They were a company that could contend with the very best of them, even FlareCorp. Seeing Michael defeat 6-star wizards handily made him realize how much he had underestimated this company. He thought those rumors of them defeating the Stone Cold Six, a group brought up by the Hephaestus conglomerate themselves, was a lie. But as it turned out, they were more than the truth. They were just the beginning. He had made a mistake. He had sided with FlareCorp thinking that this was the only way that he could survive. He thought this was the only way he could protect his and his employees' livelihood. But he had doomed it instead. Chapter 297 Automobiles or Calves. The central town in the grafted cluster was finally free from the grasp of the tyrannical FlareCorp company. They found themselves looking over to the horizon and saw it with crystal clear clarity. In the outskirts of the town, there were still burn marks on the ground, evidence of where the flaming barrier used to be. People walked up to it and hesitated as they tried to touch the other side. They were worried for nothing. They could finally exit the town without the fear of being burned into a crisp. Huzzah! We're free, Mom! Finally freedom! Their cheers and shouts echoed along the town. Celebrations were abound. But of course, they didn't forget to search for the boy who made all of this possible. Michael, the golden-haired boy. His stature in the town became sort of a legendary figure. Not just because he freed them from their gilded cage, but also because of that metallic woman apparition that they saw just a few minutes ago. So when Michael announced to the entire town with a speaker audio spell that he was part of a company, the citizens of this town were immediately beholden to Reborn. With a booming voice that echoed through every corner of the town, Michael addressed every single one of them. "In a while later, my men will arrive in this town and bring support for all of you after this ordeal." The reception to this was an overwhelming positivity. They raised their hands in the air in thanks for his help. Thank you, we are honored. This whole town is in your gratitude." Just then, one of the citizens, an old man, approached Michael from below and kneeled. "Please, I know that we are in debt to your assistance, but we have just one more favor to ask of you. Please kick out the traitorous Reborn Inc." As soon as he said those words, the other citizens voiced their approval of the old man's words. When Reborn Inc. told them that the arrival of the Flare Corp wizards was cause for celebration, they believed him. When Reborn Inc. told them that the flaming barrier was for their own safety, they believed them. But after experiencing the tyrannical rule of Flare Corp, forcing them to buy only products from their company and burning any other brands into ashes, they knew that they had been duped. Their previous loyalty to Reborn Inc. was destroyed. They wanted him out and hoped that the Reborn company could replace them. Michael looked towards Bullrun's mansion in the center of the town. The huge manor made out of pristine stone material stood tall in the skyline. Yet there were a lot of people knocking on their doors and climbing on the walls trying to get redemption against the man that betrayed them. He floated up in the and arrived at Bullrun's balcony. There, he saw the man in tears as he kneeled on the ground. Bullrun looked up at Michael and recognized him. "I have betrayed my customers," Bullrun muttered with a hoarse voice. "I took advantage of them and made them." Michael looked at him and commanded his shadow to open up a portal in Angora City. A couple of seconds later, Barkus, his twin brother, ascended from the shadow in the ground. Bullrun looked at his brother and tears fell even harder. "You were right, brother. I should have trusted your words," Bullrun wept. Barkus felt sorry for his sibling, but knew that he had chosen this route. He had to bear the consequences of this choice. "I'm sorry. You shouldn't say those words to me. You have to say those to them," Barkus said, as he pointed out the window, where the citizens of the town were gathering at his gates. Bullrun nodded, wiping his tears. "There is no way for me to atone this sin. It is only best for them to be in the hands of someone much more suited than me, and that is you, Michael. I hereby withdraw from my own company." Barkus looked at Michael with expectation. "That's right, Michael. Please take Bullrun Inc. into Reborn and make it your own. Please save the grafted cluster." Michael nodded. "It is my honor." With both Bullrun Inc. and Barkus Inc. becoming subsidiaries of the Reborn company, he no longer had any roadblocks in spreading the golden road in the grafted cluster. Not only that, but the natural resources and assets that both of those companies held together will make the construction of the golden road a lot smoother than before. With that done, Michael had his shadows transport Bullrun and Barkus to the nation of Reborn. Bullrun voluntarily admitted himself to the nation's prison in order to atone. On the other hand, Barkus decided to move to the nation of Reborn for now to support his brother. This left Michael all alone in the central town of the grafted cluster. A few hours later, the Reborn automobiles and trucks entered the gates with a warm welcome from the citizens of the town. They stared in wonder at the horseless carriages and started to kneel as they rolled down the stone brick roads. "Ah, as expected. Only he could create such marvelous works of metal," one of the citizens shouted. "He truly is blessed. This must be a child of that goddess," another proclaimed as he pointed at a giant truck. And somehow that kind of thinking stuck to the citizens of the town. They didn't think of the automobile as some kind of lifeless machine, but instead treated it as a living being that was conceived by that metallic woman that appeared above Michael. It didn't help that the headlights on the cars looked like eyes, while the bumper looked like mouths. "Boss," one of the Mankeys reported to Michael. "They're saying weird things about our cars." Michael heard about it too, and he didn't know how to feel about it. "Sigh, just ignore them for now," he said to the yellow Mankey. "Are the crates ready to disembark?" All the automobiles carried crates of food and other support items for the whole town after their forced isolation. Not only that, but Michael also had cement and other materials transported here to start the construction of the Golden Road. "It is going well, boss. Though our men are feeling quite strange with all of the people kneeling and worshipping the automobiles." Michael knew that this had to stop soon or else a lot of misunderstandings could happen. And one of the ways he thought he could solve this was through Fudge. "Fudge, can you have your shadow orcs make some kind of illusion that will make them forget all about that metallic woman?" Fudge jumped out of his shadow and immediately shook his head. "No, master, that's too invasive. I'm not such a bad guy that I can just brainwash a lot of people." "You're right," Michael acquiesced. "Just convince them that the automobile is a lifeless machine." Fudge looked at him and just silently nodded with a smile. This made him a little bit suspicious of the supposed good ninja. "I can trust you'll do this, right, Fudge?" The violet slime smiled again and saluted at Michael. "Don't worry, master. Everything I do is for Reborn. Hee hee hee." Chapter 2, 98 Iron Maiden. While Michael was busy dealing with consolidating the Golden Road and the rest of the grafted cluster, Fudge took this time to appreciate this unexpected turn of events. Everywhere his clones touched, everywhere the shadow orcs were placed, all they could hear was gossip and discussions about what happened during that fateful day when the metallic woman appeared and changed their whole lives. It was evident from the fervor in their eyes that they believed this as a miracle, a divine being touched down and graced them with their presence. And more importantly, this goddess only showed themselves through this golden-haired boy. Because of that, a lot of the citizens in the central town of the grafted cluster treated Michael, and subsequently the Reborn company, as graced by the goddess herself. This incident spread quite fast in the grafted cluster. Those that witnessed it themselves began telling it to the other territories, who began to believe the rumors once a lot of people corroborated the story. It was quite a strange phenomenon to see. After all, it seemed that this incident had caused Michael and the Reborn company's name to spread even faster than when they constructed the Golden Road. Boss Fudge, shall we have our shadow orcs sow doubt and disbelief within the citizens? Narito, the Orcanine orc chieftain, respectfully asked. Our men have already taken note of any individuals with fervent belief that the automobiles are made by the goddess. We shall use our illusions to make them disbelieve such a notion, Sasuke added. Fudge looked at the two shadow chieftains and tilted his head. And why should we do that? The orcs looked at each other, wondering if they heard Fudge correctly. Master has already told us to try and change that belief, Naruto reminded Fudge. Michael already told Fudge and the shadow orcs to subtly spread word that the goddess they saw was merely an illusion of a high-level wizard. However, judging from the look on Fudge's face, it seemed he had a totally different plan. Tisk, 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 Fudge clicked his tongue. You guys are not thinking further ahead. Short-term thinkers, that's what you are. I, however, am a visionary, someone who sees the future and what it could be. The two orcs looked strangely at Fudge. What are you suggesting, Boss Fudge? Naruto asked, a little bit suspicious of the Violet Slime's intentions. I'm not suggesting anything, Fudge insisted. I'm just saying, we don't need to do anything. Don't make any illusions and don't change any minds. Sasuke leaned forward. But if we do that, they will continue to think that the metallic woman is some kind of god, and that Michael is their chosen one. A smile slowly formed in Fudge's violet amorphous body. Exactly, he muttered with quite an evil tone. A few days later there seemed to be a new group that emerged within the citizens of the central town. They were made up of people who completely believed the metallic woman's divinity, to the point that they regularly looked up at the skies and hoped to see her magnificent figure once again. Although these people seemed crazy, it only took a few days before they had hundreds of members within their midst. They called themselves the Iron Maiden. This new group treated her as their savior. She was the one who sent Michael to save them from the tyrannical rule of the FlareCorp company. And because of that, they had an intense fascination with Michael and the Reborn company. All the metallic machines that the Reborn company had in their possession were immediately treated as some sort of divine object, or even a product of the divine herself. One example of this was the automobiles. This became the subject of fanatical fascination from the group, to the point where they kneeled in the street whenever one of them passed by them. There was even an incident where this group became enraged when an automobile accidentally crashed on the street. They became livid. They immediately alerted the Rebornians to the scene, wanting them to heal the automobile before it died. It was only that point where Michael was alerted of this behavior. I thought this was already taken care of. Fudge, he called out. The violet slime popped out of his shadow and flashed an innocent smile towards Michael. Yes, master? I thought you dealt with this already. How did this Iron Maiden thing escalate to this point? Fudge tilted its head like a dog. I tried, master. But it seems that this group is a lot more persistent than I thought. The shadows of Reborn are at a total loss. We can't get rid of them no matter what we do. Michael squinted at Fudge. I seriously doubt that. Didn't you know that their group is growing even larger now? What do you want me to do, master? There's too many of them. Of course, he couldn't really rely on the mischievous little Fudge. That was why he had his own clones spread around the town to try and see what was happening and why they were spreading so fast. They seemed too organized to be just an impromptu gathering of like-minded individuals. And as it turned out, they were being led by one man called the priest. Nobody really knew who this priest person was. Even when Michael attached his clones to the members of this group, none of them ever met with the priest himself. They only communicated through letters hidden in very obscure places. Fudge, who is priest? The self-proclaimed ninja shrugged his shoulders. No clue, he said. Really? No clue. Yep, master, no clue. As much as it pains me to say this, but even my powers are not enough to discover the identity of this priest. They are too elusive. They stay out of the shadows at all times, as if he knew that our members are hidden in the shadows. Michael simply didn't believe Fudge even a single bit. The violet slime may act as a doofus 99% of the time, but his skills in the shadows was the real deal. There was nothing that could hide from this ninja. He could force Fudge to tell him the truth, or he could even use his own powers to discover it himself. But for now, Michael let Fudge do whatever he wanted. As long as it wasn't too overboard, then he was willing to let the little slime have his fun. "I just hope you know what you're doing," he warned Fudge. "Of course, Master. If there's anything that will hurt the Reborn company, then you can be sure that I will be the first one to stop it." Michael sighed and let the matter rest. Sometimes Fudge was just too darn cute to be lectured. "By the way, do you have any news about that guy called Hestu? He just disappeared all of a sudden." Fudge's body shivered for a moment, as if being seized by surprise. However, he quickly changed his own posture and acted like nothing happened. "Ha! I have no idea, Master. Well, it's time to go hee-hee." The slime immediately descended into the shadows before Michael could ask any more questions. Typical. Chapter 299, Batrock Town. Just a week's worth of travel away from Angora City was the town of Batrock. It used to be an independent territory managed by a duke, who was once known for his righteousness and his loyalty to the people. Unfortunately, he was stripped of his title as a new power took hold of the town Flarecorp. Batrock Town was connected to a lot of territories further down the Queen's region, serving as the main node that connected the lower tip of the Queen's region to the rest of the territories. It was geologically important, which was probably the reason why Flarecorp invaded it in the first place. What used to be a bustling exchange of commodities between local and foreign merchants alike was now a completely isolated town with a flaming barrier sphere that prevented anyone from going in or out of the territory. They were merchants from further down the Queen's region who tried to enter the town not knowing of its circumstances, only to be stopped by Flarecorp guards that immediately threatened to show force if they did not leave. The only carriages that were permitted entry inside were those that bore the symbol of flames that Flarecorp was known for. There was one such man that traveled all alone and tried to get past the guards. Halt. The guards crossed their javelins together to form intent only Flarecorp is allowed inside. The strange man then slowly took off his hood, revealing his face to the guards. And immediately, the guards' eyes widened with recognition, then with fear. This man was a major officer of Flarecorp itself, a man that was responsible for any and all dealings outside of Flarecorp territory. It was none other than Hestu. "Apologies, sir. We didn't know you were going to visit today." They hurried, retrieved their weapons, and stood at attention. Hestu didn't say a word, and walked inside the gates, with a portion of the flaming barrier opening up as he walked through the gates. The guards heaved a sigh of relief. Usually, a mistake like this would have cost them their jobs, or worse, their hands. But it seemed that Hestu was in an extremely good mood for him to not care about such things, which was quite unusual. "Whew, I don't know what's gotten into Sir Hestu, but we better thank our lucky stars we didn't get scolded," one of the guards said. Meanwhile, Hestu walked through the streets of Batrock Town, and everywhere he looked, he could still see the evidence of the war that occurred when Flarecorp liberated this place from the Duke's hands. The stone roads had cracks and crates all around, making it hard for horses, never mind carriages, to stroll about the streets without tripping on one of the crates. Janitors were sweeping the remaining stone rubble and wooden splinters in the ground brought about by stray meteor spells hitting houses and buildings during the fight. Meanwhile, the citizens that used to inhabit these houses were only given Flarecorp meals and tents to get by in their daily lives. It was a travesty. Hestu quickened his steps and arrived at the former Duke's castle. The drawbridge was immediately lowered upon his arrival, with some guards escorting him inside. "The other officers are waiting for you inside, Sir Hestu. They are expecting great results," one of the guards said. Hestu didn't say a word and kept walking inside. As he entered the castle, he saw the whole place inundated with Flarecorp paraphernalia. There were orange, flaming barriers hanging up from the ceiling. There were orange carpets laid down to cover up burn marks on the floor, and the previous paintings of the Duke were taken down, and replaced by pictures of a middle-aged man with a mustache wearing a noble orange uniform. The guards led him to the dining area, where the table was already filled with scrumptious meals enough for a whole village to eat. Except, there were only 7 of them sitting at the table. Strangely enough, the extravagant throne-like chair at the end of the table was empty. Their king was not present, unfortunately. "Hestu, this is an unexpected surprise," one of the men at the table said, raising his glass. "I'm guessing that the grafted cluster was primed for our arrival." "Surprising if that is so," said the woman opposite the man who talked. "It has only been a few weeks. Are you that good at your job?" she asked teasingly. Hestu took the seat at the front of the table, with all the officers of Flarecorp looking at him in anticipation. The candles at the table flickered, making the shadows in the room shake as Hestu sat in his seat. "So? Don't keep us all waiting," the man right next to Hestu said, tapping his foot. Hestu cleared his throat before nodding. "That is right. The grafted cluster is clear of any competition. Flarecorp can easily take this territory without using too much force," he said with a straight face. The other 7 officers showed elated expressions. They weren't surprised by the outcome, only that it came so soon. "What shall our next move be?" the man sitting next to the throne asked. He was the second in command. Hestu cleared his throat once again and gave a suggestion. Since the grafted cluster is clear, then you don't have to personally send in your forces, Sir Arsonius, he said. How about we send in our third in command to secure our foothold? Everyone looked over to the woman sitting opposite Arsonius. She was Blazel, the third most influential figure in the Flare Corp organization. Arsonius looked at Hestu and stared down at him. Blazel holds a very important piece that is near and dear to our king's heart. Are you sure that there is no competition in the grafted cluster, and she won't be in any sort of danger? Hestu felt a little bit paralyzed as the man looked at him. But as the candle flickered and flashed a shadow on his face, he became much more relaxed. Don't be absurd, Arsonius. I can protect myself, Blazel admonished. Or are you saying that our Flare Corp is afraid of a little competition? Arsonius scoffed. I am merely being cautious, Blazel. Our king has given you a very valuable treasure that cannot be replaced. It is of utmost importance that you do not lose it, lest we lose our heads. Blazel looked at Hestu with excitement. I'll have to ask you to guide me there, Hestu. Hestu nodded. Very well, Arsonius declared. Blazel will consolidate our power in the grafted cluster, while the rest of us focus our strengths on defending our territories. We must take a firm foothold in the southern part of the Queen's region. The rest of the officers raised their glasses to Arsonius's words before they continued on eating the delectable food on the table. While the rest of the officers talked casually and ate their fill, Hestu excused himself to the garderobe, or the bathroom, for some privacy. The candles flickered as he entered the room. Hestu blew on the flames, leaving the entire place as dark as the night skies. And with no one else watching him, he kneeled on the floor and whispered. Priest here, Hestu whispered. I have done what you have asked of me, O slime god. The rest of the officers have no idea that your grace has already spread to their shadows. Chapter 300 Mining for Resources. The progress for the Golden Road had gone smoothly. After the smooth handover of both the Bullrun Inc. and Barkus Inc. to the Reborn company thanks to Yuna, Michael was able to speed up the construction of the roads and infrastructure to get the entirety of the grafted cluster into the nation of Reborn. Bullrun's assets consisted of a lot of mountains and mines that were ripe for the picking, which was extremely useful since there was a lot of materials that were needed for the creation of concrete and cement. He visited each mine with Shayna, taking account of all the new resources that the Reborn company had in store. There's a lot of iron, coal, copper, and limestone in this part of the mountain ranges, said Shayna as she wrote in her notes. One of the problems Michael had in expanding the Reborn company was not due to a lack of money, but due to a lack of resources, both manpower and materials. All the metals and minerals that they use on a day-to-day basis were all sourced mainly from the Dwarven Kingdom and a couple of other mines back in the King's region. A good estimate for all the ores and minerals they excavated on a day-to-day basis was only about 10,000 tons daily. Now that may seem like a lot, but in the context of the entirety of the territories in the nation of Reborn, it was extremely small. About 7,000 tons of materials that Michael gets daily from the Dwarven Kingdom, and other sources will be retained in the King's region, where it would be used for the nation of Reborn. Even now, their territory in the parched lands was continuing to be built day to day. There were buildings, houses, and infrastructure that needed a lot of raw materials to finish its construction. Michael wasn't even taking into account all the requests from the cities and towns in the King's region who wanted to become a part of the nation of Reborn. They too want their territory to become as advanced as the paradise in the parched lands. However, Michael had to reject the proposals for now because he simply didn't have enough resources to do it. He didn't have enough raw materials to make it, and he didn't have enough workers to do it. He could allocate the rest of the 3,000 tons of ores and materials that he gains every day, but that would mean that he would have to stop his construction of the Golden Road. And for now, Michael prioritized his expansion into the Queen's region. In fact, he was already getting low on supplies after the grafted cluster was added into the branch of the Golden Road. He even thought that he would have to lay low for a few months to back up enough resources to continue his expansion eastward of Angora City. But after seeing all of the natural resources that Bullrun Inc. had in their midst, he realized that he had found his solution. Good evening, sir. I know this is rude, but have we lost our jobs? As Michael was ruminating on the business of Reborn, he was suddenly approached by a few miners from Bullrun Inc. They had coal and grime all over their white shirts and brown pants, which seemingly hadn't been washed in over a month. Their eyes were reddened, evidence from spending 12 hours every day in the mines and inhaling all the smoke and powder inside. They had heard about the handoff to the Reborn company, which made them unsure of their own fates. From what they heard, the Rebornians were blessed by the Iron Maiden, meaning that they would probably be replaced by those metal machines that they brought in the grafted cluster. On the contrary, I'm going to need your help now more than ever, he assured them. Michael looked over to Shayna, who walked forward and explained to the miners about their new job. How many men do you have in total? She asked them. One of the miners answered, We have about 1,000 in total, 300 here, and the rest are spread around in the grafted cluster. Shayna dutifully noted it down. And how much do you think that you can mine in a day? The miners all looked at each other, a bit clueless in how they would answer Shayna. We can gather about 2 of those large containers. They pointed to a very large bin near the entrance of the mine shaft. Michael asked ChatK4 how much capacity those bins had. Each bin can gather around 200 tons each. That means they gather about 400 tons of ores and materials, Michael muttered, which Shayna jotted down on her notes. The other mine shafts can also gather about the same materials each day, the miner added. Once Michael added it all up, that meant that Bullrun Inc. excavated about 1,200 tons of ores and materials each day. This was quite impressive for just a single company. The fact that they could gather this much material with very primitive methods spoke to how competent the company was in mining materials. He should have expected this. After all, both companies were ranked in the Golden 500 before they became subsidiaries of Reborn. Very well, Shayna said, putting down her notebook. Lord Michael welcomes you all to the Reborn Company. Your first order of business is to officially become our employee, which means that you are eligible to awaken your talent if you haven't already. Not only that, but in a couple of days, our Rebornian engineers will come here and start construction of conveyor systems, drill rigs, and ventilation shafts to speed up the process of mining. Shayna began to go on a spiel about the benefits of becoming a Rebornian employee, which thoroughly made the miners completely overwhelmed. Talent awakening, permanent residence in the nation of Reborn, monetary benefits, these were all words that seemed too good to be true. Just trust Lord Michael, Shayna said to them. The miners all looked at their leader to see what he would do, and eventually he steeled his resolve and walked towards Michael. We are already extremely grateful that we can keep our jobs. That is enough for us, he said sincerely. Michael and Shayna both shook their heads. You guys are now Rebornians, and we hold ourselves to a higher standard. He raised his hand and activated his supreme skill gift bestowal. The miner was surprised to see his chest glowing in a bright white light. A warm sensation came over him as a disembodied voice whispered unintelligible words in his head. A couple of seconds later, the light subsided, and the miner opened his eyes. There was a new glint in his gazee glint of understanding. There was power now in his body, power that had been bestowed onto him. It allowed him to sense the mana in his surroundings. It allowed him to intuitively gather them in his body, forming a very small crystal core in the depths of his stomach. Not only that, but there was now complex knowledge of geology embedded in his mind. Talent A-class mineral resource collector. What do you think about your new job? Michael asked him. The miner kneeled. With the knowledge you have bequeathed, and the technology that you are about to give us, then I am confident that we can give you almost 5,000 tons of ores every day. Chapter 301 Resources Gained. Resources spent. Michael awakened the miner's hidden natural talents, and Chapter 4 added modern knowledge of large-scale mining projects into his brain. This allowed the miner to have an understanding of how people from modern Earth leveraged mechanical machines to excavate the most amount of ores. The miner now had a usable level of mastery over drills, conveyors, and other such mining techniques. Of course, Michael also gave him the opportunity to get his own customized skill. The man chose Mineral Sniffer, allowing him to have enhanced senses that would point him into the right direction in the mine. Michael also awakened the rest of the miners, which all thankfully had talents in mining. They expressed their thanks to Michael by promising to work even harder than before, bringing him a constant flow of quality ores and materials without fail. Congratulations, Lord Michael. In a matter of a few days, the mine shafts will be in full production. Once the mining rigs and machines have been set up by the engineers in all 3 mining shafts in the grafted cluster, Michael would have about 8,000 tons of ores and materials to use in new projects. Of course, he had to make sure that the mining machines had been perfectly set up first. So he returned to their headquarters back in Angora City to discuss their plans with Kong, the chief engineer of the nation of Reborn. Michael hadn't seen this yellow hobmonkey for so long now. Kong had been stuck in the King's region doing a lot of work in the planning of the nation of Reborn. But now that the expansion to the Queen's region was well on its way, Michael had him transfer over here to help with all of the planning and construction of future projects. Neo Orcus has been laid out well in my opinion, boss. There's a few tweaks and changes that I would like to implement, like changing the layout of the train tracks to accommodate future additions. But all in all, my juniors have done a good job. As the chief engineer of Reborn, Kong was in charge of all major construction and layout of all Reborn projects. He was the one who had made it all possible to have Reborn territories connect so seamlessly. Michael looked at Kong, who was wearing a plain shirt and pants, with only an orange safety vest over his whole attire. As the first demi-human Mikhail awakened, Kong had changed a lot. He was much more confident, and all of his ideas oozed competence. I'm sure you'll do a great job with Neo Orcus, Michael said to Kong. For now, I hope that you focus your talents in renovating Angora City. You've met Duke Stelmane, correct? Kong showed an exhausted smile. Yes, boss, we've met. The Duke has been pestering me all this time to have Angora City become the next paradise in the Queen's region. He wants to implement our housing, our infrastructure, and even our culture into Angora. He has practically been a resident in the baseball stadiums, while his wife was a regular at the spas. They have fully ingrained themselves in the nation of Reborn, and as far as I can tell, they have no intentions of ever leaving the place. Michael clicked his tongue, salty at how the Duke was getting to enjoy his life while he was out here doing business. Now the Duke was having Kong do all the hard work of improving Angora City while he spent his days cheering on his favorite baseball team, the Satyr Strikers. It was quite unfair. "Sorry you had to go through that," he said to Kong. "It's a fine boss. It's actually quite nice to have someone appreciate our nation to such a large degree. Though, he can get a little bit overboard sometimes. But I'll try my best to make Angora City as appealing to him as the nation of Reborn, so that he will eventually go home," Kong promised. The chief engineer raised his hand and casted a spell, with a magic circle appearing in front of his hands. In a matter of a few seconds, a virtual projection of Angora City showed itself to everyone in the room. Kong's eyes lit up with the blue glow as he began to create changes in the projection. His skills allowed him to perfectly translate his imagination into reality. Tall electric poles popped up in every corner, with lines connecting each and every building into the power grid. The uneven stone roads grew wider before turning into a flat concrete path that was tailor-made to have automobiles running through them at all times. Then, a large reservoir of water appeared underneath the very city itself. Large pipes then spread and branched out into the buildings, creating a clean sewage system and a plumbing system for all. This new version of Angora City was similar to the early stages of the nation of Reborn back in the days. And even though not much had changed, the city lights made the whole territory look a whole lot more otherworldly, making everyone astonished by Kong's talents. "Damn, I wish I could do that," Zion said, prodding the projection. "Language," Shayna warned him. "Ho ho ho, what a wonderful ability. I don't think I've ever seen such a useful skill. At least I think so," Grieve praised before getting distracted with his own amnesia. Kong bowed slightly as they praised him. "This is the basic layout for Angora City. I have also made sure that there is room for new infrastructure that the citizens can build themselves." Yaku wrapped his hands around Kong's shoulders in an overly familiar way. "Kong, can you add a cold beer tavern near our headquarters? I can't sleep well without it," Jaku complained. "I'll see if we can do that, Jaku." The lazy Dragonborn patted the chief engineer's back as a sign of thanks. "Ahem, boss, these are my plans for Angora City. Is it to your liking?" Kong asked Michael. Of course Michael knew that Kong was much more knowledgeable in this type of job, so he had no complaints whatsoever. "How much resources do you need to implement this?" Michael asked. Kong did some calculations in his head before returning to Michael with an answer. "About 4,000 tons of ores and materials every day, boss, and that's a conservative estimate." Michael took a deep breath. Already his budget of 8,000 tons was slashed in half with just one project. He looked towards Shayna and asked, "What's the proposed budget for the Golden Road construction in the east?" Shayna consulted her notes. "It's 2,500 tons per day, Lord Michael. All in all, those two projects would cost about 6,500 tons of materials every day, which was just about under their budget. I'm also planning on creating more gas stations along the Golden Road. Do you think that's possible?" Kong created another projection in the air, and this time, it was a top-down view of the southern tip of the Queen's region. And branching from Neo-Orcus was the highlighted Golden Road which branched out westwards toward the Grafted Cluster. Just then, truck stops appeared along even intervals along the Golden Road, showing the finished product of Michael's vision. "It is possible, boss. But I estimate that it will take around 1,500 tons of material to construct it," Michael sighed. In just one day he lost and gained a lot of resources. Chapter 302 Gas Station Customers. And it seems Michael's need for resources didn't end there. One of the dogfolk Rebonians in charge of the factories back in the nation of Reborn approached Michael with a problem. "Boss, we are running low on metal to create more automobiles," he said. "Angora City has now fully taken to using gas-powered cars, prompting a lot of them to buy them en masse. And even, though we had just established the Golden Road in the Grafted Cluster, they seem to have the biggest demand for automobiles already." Michael was, as they say, suffering from success. The automobiles have gotten so popular as of late that their factories were having trouble keeping up with the demand. They could barely even supply the King's region with automobiles, and now the Queen's region was also starting to become hungry for more. He tried to ask for more material from the Dwarven Kingdom, but they were getting low on supplies too. They had recently started expanding their territory and increasing the quality of their infrastructure, so everything they mined was going straight to their own projects. Michael was having quite a problem. "There's an easy solution," Yuna interjected. "You're planning on having other companies establish their stores in the truck stops, right? Why not have them procure their own materials to help construct the infrastructure?" Michael was quite surprised that such a convenient answer was there all this time. "Is that possible?" he asked her. Yuna nodded. "It happens a lot of the time. Most real estate companies like the Goldstone Corporation use this tactic to create more infrastructure without having a lot of natural resources at hand. This solved Michael's current problem, and could possibly even help him in the end. Can I ask for more supplies than what is required? You can if it's part of the contract. Instead of them paying you with gold coins, you can have them pay you by whatever resource you'd like," she replied matter-of-factly. Shayna knew what Michael was thinking, and immediately consulted her notes, and began to think deep and hard. There are about 11 restaurant companies, 8 smithing groups, 5 taverns, and 15 merchant groups in Angora City that have already expressed their intentions to cooperate with us, Shayna reported. If we were to ask them for 200 tons of ores and materials for the construction of the gas stations, then we can net a total of almost 7,800 tons of natural resources in total. Michael couldn't help but flash a smile as he heard that. This would probably be enough to pay for the entirety of the truck stops in the western region of the Golden Road, with some left over to help with the automobile production. Finally, Michael had solved his resource problems, but of course he actually had to make those ideas come true. Shayna, I want you to visit those companies here in Angora City and tell them about our proposed plan. But for now, Kong, I want you to complete the mining projects in the grafted cluster so that we can start mining for resources. As you wish, boss, Kong replied. However, I am not talented enough to create complicated oil machinery. I suggest one of my juniors, who has shown great talent in tinkering with those kinds of stuff. Kong invited a female Lamia into the room. Michael recognized her to be one of the Lamias who had a talent in engineering, which was quite rare for their species. This is Priya, boss. She was able to take apart and reconstruct the automobile engine without any help. I'm sure that she will be able to create the mining machines you wanted. Priya wore a hard hat and had grease and dirt marks all over her clothes and her scales. This was evidence that she didn't mind getting her hands dirty to do the job. And as he observed her, his superior golden nose suddenly itched. The gas station was already being used, with a couple of Reborn trucks and automobiles refueling for their trip. There were also quite a few Reborn taxis carrying civilian passengers entering the gas station to refuel. And these people were the first few guests who laid eyes on Reborn's first truck stop. What is this? One of the passengers asked. This is the Reborn truck stop, answered the Rebornian driver. This is where we can refuel our cars and also our stomachs. Do you see that building over there? The passenger looked over past the gas station. There was a lone building erected in an empty space which had the name Reborn Kitchen etched near the roof. Its chimneys spewed out white smoke, which wafted over the passengers and brought over the delectable smell of fresh meat soup and vegetable stir-fry. This tempted them to enter the building while their taxi was busy refueling. Once they entered, they saw a few people already eating warm soup at the tables, while the chefs were busy cooking over on the opposite side of the room. Welcome, eat to your heart's desires. The chef welcomed the new visitor. Chapter 303 Pixies. It didn't take long before the rumors of the Reborn truck stop spread to Angora City. It became the premier destination for all people traveling down the Golden Road. Those weary travelers tired of eating nothing but rock-hard bread and river water for weeks on end would suddenly find an oasis in between Angora City and the grafted cluster. The Reborn kitchen was most especially crowded because of this, with many people craving for hot and fresh homemade meals after their long travels. There was also the Reborn Inn, where they could sleep at for a very fair price. They no longer had to camp out in the wilderness where danger was plenty. Michael was actually quite surprised that there were already a lot of people visiting the truck stop even though it had just finished construction. The other establishments like the convenience stores and other specialty shops weren't yet finished construction. He attached his shadows to the Reborn restaurant and listened in as an envoy of travelers talked amongst themselves. Ah, it's great to have such a safe haven in this place, one adventurer said as he drank beer. True that, brother. The Reborn company truly is an innovator in this regard. No wonder they ranked 450th, said another adventurer. Meanwhile, the merchant they were escorting chimed in. I even think that estimation is quite low. Do you know how much an automobile costs? It's tens of thousands of gold coins, and everyone's buying it now. In my opinion, they're probably even richer than the top 400. Speaking of which, I think I want to buy an automobile soon. It's too convenient, especially since it's faster than a carriage and can outrun those pesky ferries. I agree. I just hope they build a golden road on the eastern side soon, so that we won't have to deal with those problems again. The shadow underneath their table perked up as Michael heard that word. Ferry. Unfortunately, the group of envoys strayed away from that topic soon after. They talked about a lot of mundane stuff, which Michael wasn't interested in. Fairies, huh? ChatJK4. Do you have any more information about them? Fairies. Difficulty. Element, poison, earth. These demi-humans live in an entirely different dimension, which is intrinsically linked to nature and the earth itself. They are often found where the earth element is most abundant. The powder on their wings is said to give people and objects the ability to fly. However, they are also known for being pranksters, often playing tricks on humans and demi-humans alike. Michael was quite intrigued to see these fairies for himself, especially since one of the descriptors ChatJK4 gave them was that they lived in places with a lot of earth mana. Guess what was also present in places with a lot of earth mana? Ores and minerals. From what I heard, these fairies seem to be located in the eastern region of Angora City. It's exactly where I'll branch out the Golden Road next. This was good information to know before they started construction. After all, it seemed that these fairies weren't too welcoming of humans, and often played pranks on them. To find more about this strange phenomenon, he tasked the Shadow Orc chieftains Naruto and Sasuke to do a little reconnaissance mission to find out the truth about what was happening east of Angora City. It only took about a day before Naruto and Sasuke came back to Michael and reported to him about their findings. Buddha 2. Boss, we found out that recently, there have been a lot of reports about strange happenings in the roads east of Angora, Naruto reported. Ratata! There have been cases of people suddenly losing their things while they camp out in the wilderness. Sometimes they magically come back and sometimes they don't. Some even find their coin pouches floating up and towards the sky, never to be seen again. Their report sounded like something a troublemaker would do. A prankster, one could even call them. Do you think it's caused by these fairies? He asked them. It is rumored so, boss. But none of them have ever been proven. The fairies never show up at the same place, making it hard to verify the truth. Michael tapped his feet as he thought about it deeply. Something didn't make sense. Why haven't I heard about them before? It sounded like something that the people of Angora City would have experienced before. After a long time in Angora City, never once did Michael hear anybody mention anything about the fairies in the east. This was weird because the two territories were directly connected by merchants and travelers alike. That's the thing, boss. These fairies used to just be a fleeting rumor before. Appear maybe about once a year to make some harmless pranks, but recently they started to get active about once every day, Sasuke reported. When did this change happen? About the same time that we built the Golden Road in the Grafted Cluster, Naruto replied. That is too much of a coincidence. Something must have affected the fairies for them to act up after all this time. There's another thing, boss. Do you remember the bastard bandits? Michael nodded. They were the group of thieves that were positioned around the forests above Angora City. Sleazy was one of them. And according to Barkus, it seemed that the bastard bandits were under Flare Corp's payroll as well. Our shadow clones have been closely observing their every movement in their conversations. One thing we found out lately was that they seemed to be allied with another faction in the forest. At first we thought that their ally was only Flare Corp, but as it turned out it's a completely different group. They have a nickname for this group, sir. They call them Pixies. Michael was very familiar with that term. He heard the name Pixies associated with fairies back in his previous world. Was that a coincidence? Michael didn't think so. After all, east of Angora City was located in a forest inhabited by the bastard bandits. That was also where the reports of the fairies were being found. Could the bastard bandits and the fairies be working together? Michael muttered to himself. And it seems that the orc chieftains thought so as well. Should we send out an elite orc task force to kidnap one of the bandits and force them to tell us the truth? Naruto asked. Michael shook his head. There's no need to go through all that trouble, he said to them. We have our own group of bandits back home. Meanwhile, back in the nation of Reborn, citizens and visitors alike were living an extremely well-off life. Not only that, but the nation of Reborn was one of the safest places in the entire world. There were centaurs patrolling every street and corner, making sure that everybody was safe. Each citizen also had a shadow orc clone attached to their feet that could summon support in a matter of a few seconds. This was well known among the people. So, it would be common sense for people not to commit any crimes. But surprisingly, people were committing crimes. Not for money, no. They just wanted to get caught and sent into the Reborn prison, where they would be treated much better than even their own homes. Chapter 304, Reborn Prison. The prison in the nation of Reborn was completely different from any other prison in the entire world. For starters, prisoners were given warm food 3 times a day and a comfortable bed to sleep on at night. It would have been one thing if the food was just bread and some slop. But no. They were given scrumptious meals that were even better than some restaurants ranked in the Golden 500. And since the nation of Reborn was located in the heart of the parched lands, prison cells were also equipped with state-of-the-art air conditioning systems that turned the uncomfortable summer season into a breeze. The prison experience into more of a vacation than anything else. But that wasn't all. If they behaved well enough in the prison and didn't break any rules, then they were entitled to some benefits in the nation such as board game nights, baseball games, and even a trip to the artificial hot springs. Anyone could see that even prisoners were treated better than other people in the entirety of the royal continent. Some could even say that they were being treated even better than kings. Of course, the life of the prisoners weren't all that glamorous. They were forced to work for the nation of Reborn without pay. For example, they had to do some manual labor in one of the mines near the desert, or they had to sweep the streets for the constant sand that was brought in by the breeze. But in exchange for the comfortable life of a prisoner, most people would willingly do those menial chores for free. In fact, that was what some people were actually doing. They didn't have any money to stay in the sought-after treehouse inns of the Seder district, the floating river houses of the Lamia district. They especially didn't have enough money to stay in the 5-star hotels located at the center of the city. So, they chose the next best thing. They steal a very menial item from the Reborn stores, and turn themselves in to be admitted at the Reborn prisons. "You're in here again?" asked one of the Rebornian guards to the newcomer. "Yep, I threw my biodegradable trash in the non-biodegradable section. I'm a criminal, haha." The other prisoners in the courtyard laughed and welcomed this newcomer into the prison. There was no sense of anguish or discomfort here, as if this wasn't even a prison at all. It was more like a small village inside of a much bigger city. For people like Sleazy and the rest of the bastard bandits that were caught by Michael, this was a very unusual sight. When they were caught trying to rob a Reborn automobile, they thought they were completely done for. Heck, Sleazy thought he died when he was knocked out. But surprisingly, they were spared by Michael and were transferred over to this place. At first, Sleazy and the rest of the bandits banded together closely. They knew they were in prison, they just didn't know where. And since they were newcomers, they knew that it was very likely that they would get picked on by the older prisoners. However, on their very first day, the prisoners approached them with wide smiles and showed them the ropes in this entire prison. The prisoners made them feel welcomed. And here Sleazy thought they would have to fight their way to survive in this prison. But as it turned out, there wasn't even any fighting going on. Everyone was going along well with each other. Not only that, but the prisoners and the guards were also friendly with each other. As bandits, this wasn't the first time they were incarcerated. And in every prison they'd been to, most guards were abusive of their captives. After all, the prisoners would try to break out of the walls any chance they could get. It was a dog-eat-dog world in prisons, but not here. This place was the complete opposite. "What the hell is this place?" Sleazy asked them. "This is the Reborn prison. Here, I'll show you around." The senior prisoners guided Sleazy and the bandits over to their dorm cells, where they were each given a room of their own, with cool air being blasted inside for a comfortable sleep. "Winter? Are we in the mountains? And how is that light not flickering? What is it made out of if not oil lamps?" The bandits were completely flabbergasted by Reborn's new technologies. But thanks to the helpful senior prisoners who guided them through everything inside, Sleazy and the bandits found themselves getting familiar with everything as the day passed. Over the next several days, Sleazy and the bandits would be invited by the senior prisoners for all the activities inside the prison. They played baseball, they had art classes, and they even had a chance to tour the entirety of the nation of Reborn. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a whole new world opened up to these bandits. They used to live in dark caves with nothing but oil lamps and moldy bread to accompany them in. Yet, here in this place they called a paradise in the desert, they were given everything they would ever want, even though they were only lowly prisoners. The food in the prison cafeteria was the most delicious and most filling meal that they had ever tasted in their life. They didn't even think water could taste this good. Sleazy would always remember that first bite of pizza when it was Pizza Mondays in the prison. He finally understood why people were voluntarily admitting themselves into this prison, even though they weren't real criminals like them. However, Sleazy would always remind himself that he was different. Unlike most of the prisoners here, he had taken multiple lives when he was a bandit. This put a damper on his mood, making him less active during the baseball sessions and the board game nights with the rest of the prisoners. And somehow one of the seniors noticed it. "I know how you feel," the senior prisoner said to Sleazy. "Do you know how I got here? I tried to kill a Rebornian because I saw the expensive silk clothes he wore. I knew about the nation of Reborn, but I didn't care. I killed before so I could kill again. But thankfully I was thwarted by the Rebornians. They put me into this prison and made me realize that the silk clothes that I thought were so valuable were given free in this nation. Free. That was how good life is here in the paradise in the desert. Now I am trying to repent my sins, all of it. I don't care how many years it takes, I will do my time, and hopefully one day I could walk out of this prison as a free man. And not just any free man or Rebornian." Sleazy looked at the senior closely and finally noticed the tattoo on the side of his neck. He recognized him. He was a famous bandit in the Queens region, one that rivaled even that of the leader of the bastard bandits. People thought this legendary figure died or retired, but as it turned out, he was here in the nation of Reborn this whole time. "It's not too late for you, my friend," said the senior as he left Sleazy alone. Realizing this, a warm sensation flooded his chest. If even the most dastardly of criminals could change, then maybe he could as well. Chapter 305, Sleazy's Monologue. Michael descended into his shadows and teleported directly back to the nation of Reborn in a split second. He headed straight for the Reborn prison, located right next to the Centaur Police Department in the northwest side of the nation. He entered the building and saw the Rebornian police, mostly made up of centaurs and demi-humans, working in their desks and typing up paperwork. They all saluted at Michael once he entered the doors, greeting him with a smile on their faces. "Morning, boss." "Good to see you, boss Michael." Even one of the prisoners being handcuffed greeted Michael with a great big ol' smile on his face. "Whoa, nice to finally meet you, Sir Michael." This confused Michael. "Huh? What's up with him?" "He's a voluntary prisoner, boss. It's an epidemic. But there's nothing we can do. They just love going inside our prisons," one of the centaur guards said. They all looked back at the prisoner, who just shrugged his shoulders. "What can I say? I'm living much better here compared to my old town." "This is normal." The guards began to tell Michael about how normal civilians purposefully incarcerated themselves. They were usually people who couldn't afford the high prices of the nation of Reborn but wanted to stay here for a long time. Michael was shocked, to be honest. It wasn't like he didn't understand their motives. After all, he did design the Reborn prison to be a comfortable and relaxing way for criminals to repent for their sins. But he didn't expect that people would commit petty crimes just to get inside the prison. I'll have to design some kind of affordable housing in the future. If only our resource budget is high enough, I could build all the housing for everyone. It was a shame that ores and minerals were an extremely limited resource. Michael decided to put off the problem for now and focus on other things. Is the police chief inside? He asked the centaur. Yep, he just finished his patrol boss. You'll find him at his office. Michael followed the precinct map and found a large corner office on the second floor of the prison. He knocked on the door and went inside. There, he saw a normal office with desks and shelves filled with paperwork. However, the wall behind the office was not made out of wood or concrete but glass instead. These large glass panes overlooked the prison courtyard, where they could see the entirety of the prison dorms as well as the large open area where prisoners were playing outdoor activities. Right now, most of them were playing a miniature version of baseball using their hands as the hitting bats. Boss Michael, welcome to the prison. The chief police centaur shook hands with Michael. Is there anything I can do for you? Shall I send in more police centaurs and Neo-Orcus? Michael shook his head. Not this time. I just wanted to have a little chat with one of your prisoners. His name is Sleazy. The centaur raised his head in understanding. The one that you delivered right to our doorstep. You can find him right over there, sitting in the corner by himself. He pointed at the corner of the glass, where there was a lone man sitting by himself and hugging his knees. Thanks, Michael said before using his shadows to get through the small gaps in the window panes and teleport him inside the prison courtyard. Michael appeared in the middle of the prison courtyard. The prison doing some kind of group activities, which most of them were participating in. A violet slime suddenly popped up out of his shadow and landed on top of his head. Don't worry, Master, I'll be here to protect you from that sleazy meanie. Michael appreciated Fudge's help. It was like seeing a dog bark at a stranger. Although it was unneeded, it was a bit nice to see them so protective. They both approached Sleazy, who immediately whipped his head up upon noticing his presence. You're Michael? The owner of Reborn, Sleazy muttered, recognizing Michael from all the posters of his face plastered all over the nation. That was the first thing he saw when he was allowed to tour outside the prison. In all the prisons that had taken him in, no one was able to make him squeal about the true. I am. And you're Sleazy from the Bastard Bandits, Michael replied. Just then, Fudge jumped out of Michael's head and landed in front of Sleazy. Listen, you. You better tell us what you know about the Bastard Bandits. Okay, I'll tell you everything you need to know. Fudge wasn't even finished threatening Sleazy, but the man had already folded like a lawn chair. It didn't even take a few threatening allusions to make him talk. Even Michael was surprised. He was expecting a lot of hostility from Sleazy, especially since he was the one who put him here in the first place. And he certainly wasn't expecting the man to be ready to tell the truth about his own group so fast. According to Barkus, Sleazy had a reputation for being hard-headed about the Bastard Bandits. Location of their hideout. But after just a second of talking to him, Sleazy was already ready to tell the whole truth. What gives? I'll tell you everything you need to know to dismantle the Bastard Bandits, Sleazy said to Michael. This was even more surprising. He just wanted some information about the fairies, but he ended up getting the fuse to a bomb instead. Why would you do that? Michael asked, genuinely curious. Sleazy then pointed to the courtyard behind Michael. There, some of the Bastard Bandits were playing baseball with the other prisoners, having the time of their lives. I never knew that there was such a paradise like this, Sleazy muttered. When I heard about the Reborn company, I thought you were just one of those groups that only cares about money and profits. With how fast you achieved that 450th spot, I thought that was the only way you could have achieved it. But what I see here in the prison, what I'm given here as a prisoner, I see now that my worldview has been skewed this whole time. People here don't commit crimes. They don't steal, they don't rob. They don't have to because this place gives them everything they would ever want in their lives. The things that people have here free are things that we would have killed to get. This place made me realize that there was a better place for even the most despicable of criminals. That there was a place where we could live like normal humans despite who or what we were. If I had been born here, perhaps, I wouldn't have done what I did. Sleazy then looked up at Michael, his face full of desperation. So please, destroy the Bastard Bandits. My only wish is that you spare them too and let them come here to this prison. I know that they will live better lives here than in that cave. I can't be the only one that lives in such luxuries. Chapter 306 Fairies and Bandits. Michael looked at Sleazy and saw genuinity in his face. The man that had planned to kill a Rebornian driver to steal a truck was now showing complete remorse over his own actions. His little monologue about wanting the other bandits to live a better life here in Reborn could make even grown men cry. Sniff, sniff. I guess you're not such a bad guy after all, Fudge said, with violet tears streaming down his amorphous body. It's safe to say that you have good intentions in having us dismantle the Bastard Bandits, Michael muttered. If so, then you should start to tell us everything you know. Sleazy nodded and began to spill the beans about the Bastard Bandits' modus of operandi. First of all, they mainly stayed in the forest, where they had absolute mastery over the environment. They used the caves, the trees, and the ground to surprise the people traveling through their territory. They paraded their business as a security agency, charging people with a safety fee to travel in the forest. But of course, this was nothing more than a scam. It was just a fee not to get harassed by them. If a traveler refused to pay, then the bastard bandits would immediately send out people to scare them, either through force or through tricks. Once people were afraid of their lives, or if the bandits stole enough cargo, then they could leave the forest unharmed for the rest of the trip. You say they use tricks. What kind? Michael asked. Sleazy leaned in. I don't know if you believe this, but did you know that fairies are real? Michael's eyes widened. It looked like his guess was right. The fairies were involved with the bastard bandits. As for the degree and reason for their cooperation, he had yet to know. The reason that we have remained as the dominant force in the forest was because we had help from a supernatural force, the fairies. There were countless companies and organizations that had enough of our security fee and tried to attack us in our base, but we would always prevail against them, even though we had nothing but scraps for our equipment. They would storm the forest in search of our base, sharp weapons, and tough shields in hand ready for a fight. But they would always end up getting lost in the maze of the forest. They would find themselves losing maps, getting separated, and even attacked by the ground itself in the dead of night. This was the work of the fairies, not the bastard bandits as others would believe. It seemed that the connection with the fairies and the bastard bandits were a lot closer than Michael thought, if they were the one helping the bandits to keep control of the forest. Why are they helping the bandits? Do they have an alliance with them? Sleazy shook his head. No such thing. The bastard bandits and the fairies are not friends of any kind. In fact, I have only seen glimpses of their small glowing figures a couple of times before. And I'm sure that low-level bandits don't even know of their existence. Fairies and the bastards are just unlikely acquaintances with a symbiotic relationship with each other. The bastard bandits use the fairies for protection, and the fairies use the bastard bandits for sustenance, for food. Fudge immediately cringed. Ew! They're eating bandits? No. Fairies do not eat food like us humans. They eat something completely different, human emotions. Specifically, they want fear. Oh, they love it when humans scream in terror. And finally things were starting to make sense for Michael. So that's the reason why, he said in contemplation. They want the bandits to continue scaring travelers. The reason why the fairies were sticking around and helping the bastard bandits was because they feed on all the fear and terror that the bandits give to the foreigners entering the forest. It was a completely symbiotic relationship. If the bastard bandits were defeated and ejected from the forest, then the fairies would no longer have a reliable source of human emotion. Well, to be more accurate, the fairies were using bandits, and vice versa. But I heard that the fairies have been too active lately. Do you have any idea why? Sleazy had no answer because he had been transferred here to the prison long before this strange event happened. I don't know for sure, but I do know that the fairies get really pissed off if they don't have anything to eat. We had a really slow month where we didn't have a scared human to offer them, and they turned all our beds into rocks and all our water into sand. If that was true, then maybe Michael's Golden Road may have had an effect on the fairies' consumption of human emotion. After all, there were less and less people traveling to the east thanks to the easy taxi services that Reborn offered in every town or settlement connected to the Golden Road. Less travelers meant less people scared. Maybe the big change in the bastard bandits had something to do with that, Sleazy muttered to himself. What do you mean? Asked Michael. Before we tried to rob your automobile, the bastard bandits had just recently undergone a major change. We were approached by people from Flare Corp, who wanted for us to become allies. Normally, we would have just scoffed at their attempt, but we were given an offer we just couldn't refuse. They offered us twice the gold coins we were making each year off of the security fees, as well as lifetime supplies of Flare Corp products, including their weapons and armors. The only thing we had to do was to pledge allegiance to Flare Corp and become subordinates to their king. Not a lot of bandits liked that idea, so the agreement with Flare Corp wasn't accepted right away. But maybe that changed. With bandits becoming subordinates to Flare Corp, no doubt their days of threatening travelers for a measly amount of gold coins was over. This was what probably pissed off the fairies the most. So I guess that expanding east of Angora City won't be as easy as I thought. I'd have to deal with the fairies, the bastard bandits, and Flare Corp all together. Michael wasn't too worried about Flare Corp and the bandits. He knew what he was dealing with if he fought with them. However, he didn't know anything about fairies and their strengths as of yet. It would be a complete disadvantage for him if he picked a fight with them knowing nothing about them. Sleazy looked up at Michael and gave him a word of warning. I'd be careful with angering the fairies too much, he said with a grave voice. There's a reason why even our bandit leader treats the fairies with a lot of respect and fear. The last time he didn't, he lost an arm. The fairies are being led by an ancient and very powerful figure, as wise as even the oldest trees in the world. They say that this demi-human is equivalent in strength and in power with even that of the Ocean King and the Demon Queen. They call her the Pixie Queen. Chapter 307 Deathclaw. A Pixie Queen? Michael thought to himself. I'd have to accompany the construction workers when they create the Golden Road in the east if she's around. I suggest that you deal with the bastard bandits first. These people are the most stubborn of heads. Even if you tell them all the benefits they would get if they surrendered to you, they won't believe it. It's in our nature not to, Sleazy said. So what do you suggest? Michael asked. Do what you did to me. Beat some sense into them, Sleazy answered directly. Once they find themselves in this prison, they'll finally understand. Now, Michael wasn't fond of the idea of kidnapping these bandits directly from their hideout. After all, they hadn't done any wrong against him or the nation of Reborn. Sleazy seemed to have noticed this and assured Michael, "Don't worry. If the Reborn Company comes to the East Forest and they don't pay the fees, then they will easily present themselves to you for easy pickings." Some might call that entrapment, but Michael was going to expand eastward anyway, and he especially wouldn't want to pay their fees in the first place, so this all worked out in the end. Why don't you help me?" Michael asked Sleazy. This seemed to have surprised the reformed bandit. "Me? But I'm a criminal, you know." "So?" Michael asked, as if he didn't understand the possible consequences of releasing a criminal into the wild. "Aren't you afraid that I'll escape?" Michael chuckled at Sleazy's response. Someone with bad intentions would have immediately said yes, and besides, I have a good eye for these things. You won't escape. You don't want to... Sleazy didn't expect to hear such an innocent way of thinking from the owner of the massively growing Reborn company. Michael may look like a child, but he knew that a person that was able to build a company like this from the ground up was definitely not naive. There was something else that made Michael so carefree about things like these, and as a former bandit, Sleazy thought he wouldn't see this type of feeling from Michael. There was pride in the golden-haired boy's eyes. The reason why there was a hierarchy in the bastard bandits, despite them all being lawless criminals, was because of something called pride and honor. The subordinates of the bandit leader don't betray and steal from their leader, because they knew they would lose against him, fair and simple. And now, Sleazy felt the same kind of confidence in Michael's eyes. It gave him the sense of feeling that even if he did try to escape, he wouldn't be able to run for long. Even though he didn't know Michael's true power, this gave him a glimpse of it. Heck, they tamed Deathclaw, the senior prisoner that had been helping him from day one. The man was so different from his reputation that Sleazy almost didn't recognize him before. If they could tame him, then he definitely didn't stand a chance to escape even if he wanted to. "I offer my help to you," Sleazy said to Michael. "I'll make sure that my friends see the light of Reborn just the same way as I have." Hee. "I knew you were a good person," Fudge said as he jumped on top of Sleazy's head. "You want to become my junior?" Sleazy awkwardly laughed. "I'm afraid I'm not worthy, sir." "Then work hard, eh? Maybe someday you can become a good ninja like me as well." Just as they were having their conversation, Michael felt someone's presence. He looked around and saw one of the prisoners with a bright orange jumpsuit approaching them from the side. "Ahem, Senior Slime. I know that you are more than capable of defeating the bastard bandits all on your own, but I hereby offer my services to you if you need it." The prisoner was a very tall and muscular guy. With tattoos all over his face and his body, the man was the embodiment of intimidating. Yet this man bowed to Fudge in a straight 90-degree angle. But it wasn't just his appearance that Michael noticed. It was also his strength. The man's mana core was in the 7th realm. This meant that he was probably one of the strongest people here, no doubt about it. Michael would have to go all out if the two of them were to go head-to-head. "Oh, it's you," Fudge disappointingly said. "Didn't I tell you to behave?" The large, burly prisoner lowered his head. "I did, Senior Slime. However, I think that my unique circumstances will allow me to help you on your mission with the bastard bandits. I know one of them intimately, Senior." Fudge tilted his head left and right, as if trying to weigh the pros and cons. Yeah, sure, why not? Just make sure not to get in my way, all right?" But of course, Michael was caught stunned that this happened without his knowledge. The man bowed his head, thankful. After that, Fudge went on to talk to Sleazy as if nothing even happened. "Fudge, who is this?" The violet slime looked back at the prisoner with a glare. "Hey, introduce yourself." "How rude of you. Don't you know our master?" "My apologies." The burly man faced Michael. "I am Jose Cruz, formerly known as Deathclaw. I was a rogue bandit living in the southern tip of the Queen's region by myself, terrorizing travelers and merchants without limit. That was until I encountered Senior Slime. He taught me a lesson, one that I wouldn't forget. And now I come here in the Reborn prison to repent my sins and hope that someday I could become a proud Rebornian that Senior Slime could be proud of." Keep dreaming, kid. You still need 100 years of servitude before I'll allow you to become a Rebornian," Fudge said harshly. "I deserve no less," Deathclaw replied. From the way they interacted, it seemed like Fudge really tamed a 7-star bandit by himself. Michael didn't even know how that happened, or that it was even possible given the gap in strength. "You defeated him all by yourself?" Michael asked Fudge. "Of course, master. I am your strongest warrior after all, much more stronger than those scaled meanies." As usual, Michael knew Fudge was lying. "Deathclaw, was it? Tell me the truth." The prisoner looked at Michael, then at Fudge, who was doing all sorts of faces to signal him not to tell Michael anything. "I'm sorry, Senior Slime. You said it yourself that he is your master. Therefore, he is also my master by connection. I am compelled to tell him the truth. I was bested by Senior Slime in a drinking game. I was able to do 20 barrels of beer before I passed out. Michael couldn't close his jaws. That's it? That's how Fudge tamed the so-called Deathclaw? He didn't know if he should be proud of the little guy, or if he should be embarrassed. Whatever, if you help us with the bastard bandits, then it would be appreciated, Michael said to Deathclaw. Anything for Reborn, the burly man replied. Chapter 308, One-Armed Wano. There were rumors about how this happened, with others guessing that Wano fought. Meanwhile, in the deep recesses of the forest east of Angora City, there was a cave hidden in plain sight, covered by moss and overgrown weeds that most people would just assume as an empty plot of land. However, what they didn't know was that this was the very hideout of the infamous bastard bandits that took the forest as their own territory. The people living inside this cave wore fancy but mismatched armors, jewels, and all sorts of expensive paraphernalias. But one must not confuse them as the wealthy type, for they only procure these items from stealing and robbing merchants, who failed to pay the fee when entering the forest. Most people would find it surprising to see a bustling community in this cave. The bastard bandits had carved for themselves a connection of tunnels and burrows to make a small village, with designated districts and regions specifically meant for one purpose or another. And although the famous adage said that there was no honor among thieves, there was one thing that these criminals followed, and that was strength. The reason why the bastard bandits organized themselves into a pseudo-company was because of one man only, their bandit leader known as One Hand Wano. Wano, as his nickname implied, only had his left hand as his usable arm, with the other one turned into nothing but a stump after a meeting gone wrong with the mythical Pixie Queen. One-on-one against her, or that she cursed his arm when he was asleep. But the truth was that no one knew except for Wano, and he wasn't planning on telling it to anyone anytime soon. The bandit leader stayed at the very deepest part of the tunnel system, protected by layers and layers of earth above him. Usually, Wano stayed alone in his hideout, but this time he was accompanied by someone who looked completely out of place inside the bandit cave. While Wano sat at his desk and tapped his feet on the ground anxiously, this guest strolled around the room as if he was touring a museum. The bandit seemed more uncomfortable in his own home compared to this guest. The bright orange armor this guest wore was extremely telling of his background. His allegiance was stamped right on his chest plate, with the symbol of a flame burning the entire world. He was a Flare Corp representative. Have your bandits made a decision yet? Have you found the true light in Flare Corp? The rep asked Wano. The bandit leader looked up. We haven't made a decision, he answered. Almost half of our men reject the premise of being subordinated to a large company like Flare Corp. They treat it as us selling out. The Flare Corp rep shook his head in disappointment. You do know that she's coming here soon, right? The venerable beauty, the third in command, the silent killer, Blazel Oscorp. She will want an answer by the time she arrives. And she definitely will be expecting a resounding yes from all of you. If not, then you will force our hand and cull those who say no. There was a clear threatening tone in the rep's voice, something that Wano clearly didn't appreciate. Watch it, Wano warned him. You'll not lay a hand on the bastards while I'm here. Wano's 6-star power came rushing out of his body, creating a shockwave that tried to push the Flare Corp rep off balance. Unfortunately, it didn't do much in terms of threatening the Flare Corp rep. The man steadied his feet and just coughed. Don't throw your anger out on me, the rep said, raising his hand innocently. I'm just a messenger. I don't like your message, Wano replied, eyeing him. Ahem, Flare Corp would like to remind you that there's a reason why the bastard bandits have been forced to ally yourselves with us. Your power has been dwindling. Don't deny it. Ever since the legendary Deathclaw disappeared from your ranks, the bastard bandits have been steadily declining ever since. And with the Golden Road race that's been happening up north, it will only be a matter of time until the others set their sights onto you. We won't be the first to threaten you. Wano gritted his teeth. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the Flare Corp rep was telling the truth. They were getting weak. Flare Corp is being nice to you now. They could have just taken your territory by force, but instead, they offered to cooperate with you on a long-term basis. And don't say that Flare Corp is overestimating themselves. You know that you won't stand a chance against us, not since Deathclaw disappeared on you guys. The bandit leader spat on the ground. Are you done talking? Not yet. Blazel wants you to do her a favor. She wants you to arrange a meeting with the Pixie Queen. Flare Corp will consider this as a big merit for you, with the possibility of you even becoming a full-fledged employee of Flare Corp. This time, Wano couldn't hold it in, and stood up in defiance, smacking his hand on the desk. Are you kidding me? The Pixie Queen? Why not have her ask for a meeting with the Ocean King or the Demon Queen? At least that would be easier. The Flare Corp rep pointed at his missing right arm. Wasn't she the one who did this to you? Wano grabbed his phantom limb. Yes, but that was only once. She has never shown her face on the surface ever again, and not one of us have ever personally met with a fairy before, much less their queen. In response, The Flare Corp rep just shrugged his shoulders. We don't care how you do it, but just know that we will appreciate it if you do. And just like that, the rep walked out of Wano's room and returned to the surface, leaving the bandit leader to rack his brains on all the impossible tasks given to him. If only Senior hadn't left, we wouldn't get treated like this, Wano muttered to himself. Remember bandit leader Deathclaw. A couple of seconds later, a few bandits entered the room. Wano, what did those corporal bastards want? Wano told his trusted subordinates everything about his conversation with the Flare Corp rep, and they too expressed their grievances over such a nigh impossible task. What should we do? One thing Wano replied. We'll hinder the progress of the Reborn company. It's no secret that they had been planning on expanding the Golden Road eastward, directly crossing the forest that they controlled. By doing this, they would accomplish two tasks. One, they would protect their livelihood as bandits. Once the Golden Road is finished, they would find it hard to ask for protection fees from the people since they have a safe road to travel on, therefore they would lose business. And second, they would finally be able to feed those fairies that had been getting more and more annoyed as the days passed. If they scared the Rebornians enough, it could cause the Pixie Queen to come out of her hiding and give Wano a chance to speak with her. Chapter 309 Shadow Hierarchy. Boss Michael, we have some news. Naruto and Sasuke appeared in Michael's room. The two orc shadow chieftains bowed in respect towards him while doing their respective rituals. The bastard bandits have shown a lot of movement these past few days. They have started to send out their men towards the forest, setting camp in a single line towards the east, but 2-2. We think that they will target the Golden Road that we are about to build there. The rumors that we spread have successfully led them where we want them to strike, ratata. Michael nodded, satisfied with the two's reports. Thankfully, he had these shadow orcs to help him deal with actual reconnaissance and spying. After all, he knew that Fudge had been playing around too much to actually do a ninja's job, even though he proclaimed himself as the best one. And with the human bandit spies that they had planted weeks earlier, they were able to spread information that the Golden Road would be built just beside the cliff of the mountain. Of course, Michael chose this location because in a neutral territory, not too close and not too far away from the bastard bandits' hideout. His real goal was them, not the Golden Road. That can be arranged later when all of this is over. What more have you found out? He asked them. They were recently visited by a representative from Flare Corp, verifying the intel that they were offered to become subservient to them, Naruto said. Did you know what they talked about? We only heard bits and pieces of it, boss. Unfortunately, this visit from the Flare Corp representative was not anticipated. So only our mid-shadows were assigned to the mission, Sasuke said with a bit of shame in his voice. The shadow of orcs had a hierarchy they followed. At the very bottom of the chain was the genin, or the low shadows. These were the people that only had the D to C class talent in the shadow. Because of that, the skills and spells they could learn from Michael were only simply shadow spells that were strong against normal individuals, but could easily be detected by strong people like the bandit leader. They could only learn spells like Lesser Shadow Clone, which was only limited to about 10 clones at max, and Lesser Shadow Attachment, which was easily noticeable by people when they looked at the ground and saw a completely different silhouette. So usually, the missions assigned to low shadows would be mundane spy tasks, like listening to gossip around a territory, or patrolling the territories of Reborn during the day and night. These were missions that needed to be done, but weren't all that important in the grand scheme of things. There were about 10,000 or so members in this rank. Although this number was a bit inflated because of the new recruits being initiated into the shadows after Michael consolidated the territory of the grafted cluster, and the shadows found talented individuals. New recruits were mandated to be added into this rank, whether they have good talent or not. Once they showed themselves as worthy, and they were able to complete some missions, then they could graduate to become a chunin, or a mid-shadow. Those recruits that stayed in this rank were mostly those who had C to B class talents in the shadows, allowing themselves to be given much more complicated shadow skills that allowed for more secrecy and stealth. Michael usually assigned these shadow-specific missions, like infiltrating the bastard bandits, or spying on the next territory they would go to next. These were harder missions, but completely doable. The members on this rank were only about 4,000 shadows in total, mostly of Orcanine and Orcupine orcs. After shadows proved themselves even further, then they could be promoted to Jonin or High Shadow. Now, this rank was only reserved to those that had really good talent in the shadows, mostly in the B to a rank. The skills they could learn in this rank was enough to hide from most targets, allowing for them to become completely invisible from most eyes. The missions they were assigned were high-class missions that were potentially dangerous and could affect the Reborn company as a whole. This included reconnaissance and spying high-class targets, such as the officers of the bastard bandits. They were also assigned protection services for important people that Michael wanted protected, like the Duke and other such allies. There were only about 1,000 shadows in this rank. Now further, this rank was something that cannot just be achieved through talent. They needed to be chosen by Fudge or Michael himself, the elite shadow force. These were the 10 or so shadows that showed exceptional will to help Reborn in all their endeavors, no matter the cost. Naruto and Sasuke, the two former orc chieftains, used this task force for missions that needed extreme secrecy and accuracy. If one of those 10 elite shadows had been in the bastard bandit's cave, then they could have infiltrated the conversation between the bandit leader and the Flare Corp representative without anyone noticing. It's fine. It's not like you could have known it beforehand. What's important is that we know what they're doing next, Michael said to the chieftains. The two orcs bowed their heads to Michael. We will do better, boss. After this misstep, we doubled our forces infiltrated by the bastard bandits, even using the elite shadow force to watch their every move. We found out that their leader, Wano, is desperate to summon the Pixie Queen. He hopes that by scaring us Rebornians, our emotions can be enough of a bait for her to show up, Sasuke reported. And with that regards, Michael agreed. He wanted to meet with the Pixie Queen anyways, so he decided to let the bandits go ahead with their plans for now. Have you seen any signs of the fairies? The two shadow orcs shook their heads. None yet, boss. Everything's quiet with no incident. But worry not, the elite shadow force will find them one way or another. Back in the bastard bandits' hideout, the cave was afoot with hurried steps and busy ramblings. They were rushing to complete their preparations in the forest, creating more tunnels and traps under the ground for them to use later. There were shadow orcs spying over them during the night. And during the day, when the sun was at its zenith, they didn't know that there were small bits of light under the sun that were looking over at them with mischievous smiles. The sound of the wind howling at them was really just the sound of fairies laughing to themselves with giddy joy. Hee hee. They're serving us a platter again, yippee. Food, give us some delicious human emotions. These fairies were about as small as a finger, with most of them wearing almost moss-like dresses and clothes. Their entire bodies glowed a slight golden color, with yellow dust falling off them and dissipating in the wind. Their butterfly-like wings fluttered with excitement as they snooped on the bandits. Reborn? They're talking about these new groups of humans. I wonder if they're expressive. Chapter 310 Mining Drills. After the visit to the Reborn prison, Michael transported himself back to the Queen's region. First things first, he needed to actually get the Golden Road to the east first before he started thinking about dealing with the bastard bandits. Right now, he would let the Shadow Orcs do their thing and continue their investigation on both the bandits and the fairies. He found himself back to the mountains of the Grafted Cluster. He smiled, knowing that the undisturbed and untapped potential of this territory would soon be harvested. He walked over to a large open area, where a lot of Rebornians and miners were gathered to start the day. In the middle of everyone was a Lamia woman named Priya, who had the talent to create heavy-duty oil machinery dedicated to making large-scale mining projects possible. This was the crucial part in expanding the Golden Road to the east. If they didn't have these resources to mine, then they wouldn't have enough to create the roads. Michael had given Priya all the blueprints and all the theoretical know-how to create and operate these large machineries. And with a little help from the engineers, the final product was ready to be installed in the mines. One of the large trucks carried a drill on its load, made by the finest hands of the dwarves themselves. It had finally been delivered, and just needed to be set in place before it can be used. The other trucks contained the parts of excavators, crushing equipment, and loaders, which were all operated through a fuel engine, which was why there was also a gas truck that would deliver fuel on a regular basis. These machines were hard to create since it was a completely different blueprint from the ones that the Rebornians had been making till now. It was heavy-duty even compared to trucks. With the help of Priya, who personally traveled all the way to the nation of Reborn to cooperate with the dwarves on its creation, then Michael would have had to step in, making him spend days or weeks to finish. Thankfully, she was there in place of Michael. She knew how they worked, so she could easily explain it to the dwarves who would make it from scratch. Meanwhile, the conveyors were easier to manufacture since they were widely used in all the factories located in the parched lands. Michael saw a lot of people working on installing these drilling systems. The construction workers used physical spells to make it easier, while the engineers used their innate skills to make sure that everything was in the right order and measurement. A few hours later, Priya was finally done doing the final checks before she approached Michael with a big smile on her face, and her snake tail wiggling left and right. "Boss, we're about to start our first excavation. Would you like to see?" She led Michael down the cave of the mountain where the mineshaft was located. He saw artificial lighting illuminating the whole workplace, which was flickering on and off due to only being powered by a fuel-powered generator. They walked down the shaft until Michael saw train tracks leading further beyond. And with his enhanced eyesight, he saw the figure of the large drilling machine installed in a train-like body. He could see the light mana signatures of the miners working inside the train, pouring gas down the pipes and powering up the engine. A loud rumbling sound echoed through the chamber as the drill finally started rotating, and as the pistons thrusted in the engine, the drill rotated faster and faster, until it blurred into a cone-shaped metal. The miners inside the drill train looked down the shaft towards Priya and Michael, asking them permission to start the process. With a thumbs up from their Lamia mining chief, the miners pushed the lever on the dashboard, creating a thrusting force in the drill that started to bore through the solid stone walls of the mine. As the drill tore through stone and minerals, the miners left behind began to shovel all the dust and debris onto these small chests connected onto the railway. Their bodies began to glow a red light as they used their mining-specific spells to transport more than what was physically possible. Once the minecarts were filled up, they pushed them down the shaft and out of the tunnel. As the filled minecarts came closer to Michael and Priya's position, other miners welcomed its arrival by using the physical art spell Enhanced Carry Weight to move the carts and unload all its contents onto a conveyor belt. Their faces barely showed any effort as they lugged hundreds of kilograms on their shoulders. And as these raw ores and minerals moved through the conveyor belt, a new miner group began to scan all the contents with their glowing green eyes. With the innate skill called Inspect Ore that Michael gave them, they were able to easily sort out all the raw minerals from each other and send them out into the different conveyor belts. And finally, after careful segregation of mineral and stone, the raw product was led directly into the mouth of an incinerator where it was burned into molten form, which after cooling turns them into blocks of solid ores. We estimate that we will be able to create about 2,000 tons of material every day in this mine, Priya proudly reported, her tongue flicking in excitement. And once we have installed these machineries into the 2 other mines in the grafted cluster, we can gain an estimated 3,000 more tons, bringing up our total to about 5,000 tons. Michael was very glad to hear that. Having this much natural resources was a welcome breath of fresh air. However, he knew that he would have to let go of such a stockpile soon. Have you talked with Shayna? He asked Priya. Yes, boss. She told me that they expect the materials to be delivered to Angora City by the end of the week so that the Golden Road can be started. You can handle it, right? Priya took a deep breath. I'm not an expert in these administrative tasks, but I've seen Senior Kong deal with these paperworks enough to know what I should do. I'll meet with our truck drivers and schedule a delivery soon, she said. Michael nodded, approving of her first work as the chief leader of the mining department of Reborn. Big title. But her talent was deserving of such big shoes. She just needed time to fill it. There was still a lot she needed to figure out, like managing all 1,000 miners under her department, or learning how to deal with the other departments who would soon pester her about wanting resources for their own projects. Good job, Priya. Keep up the good work. I'll have to rely on you to keep production in Reborn steady, he said to her. And in response to his words, the Lamia put on a brave face. She will not disappoint Michael. After dealing with the resources problem, Michael transported himself back to Angora City for a little stroll. Chapter 311, A Bite to Eat. Walking through the streets of Angora City, Michael saw more and more automobiles riding on the roads. It wasn't just the Reborn taxis that were present, there were also more private vehicleskers that people bought for themselves. But just like his people said, the need for automobiles was now at an all-time high. Michael thought it was because of the Golden Road and its interconnectedness, but maybe the rapidly spreading religion of the Iron Maiden had something to do with it as well. As he enhanced his hearing through the wax moth ear spell, it allowed him to hear a pin drop from 100 meters away. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A metallic divine woman showed herself that day, saving the people of the grafted cluster from the clutches of the evil Flare Corp. One man with his face painted like that of the metallic woman, and wearing just a cube of metal with holes for his arms and legs, preached to a group of citizens walking through the plaza. Whoa, amazing. Not all people listened to his words, but there were enough people intently latching onto his words to make a crowd. And the automobiles you see running through the streets are her creation, her children. That is how they are able to work without horses. Without magic, they are living, breathing creatures. Look at its breath that rumbles every time it starts. Look at its eyes that light up like the sun. Do you not see how they are her creation? Michael shook his head in disappointment as he heard that. Unfortunately, a lot of people believed the man's words and now treated the automobiles like sacred cows or something. And because of that, they wanted to buy an automobile. Not to ride it, but to worship it. Now Michael couldn't really stop this from happening. After all, he believed in a free world where anyone could believe in their own religion. And in all fairness, he too believed that the metallic woman he saw that day was some kind of divine entity as well. However, they were probably the cause of the large demand for automobiles in Angora City, in the grafted cluster. He could understand why people buy the pricey cars in Angora City. It's a capital city after all. People were more wealthier here. But in the grafted cluster, there were a lot of settlements still using wood and thatch to build their houses. Yet this region had the most amount of orders for cars than even a capital city. A poorer region like this would have needed about a year or two before it advanced enough to want cars. Even when Michael introduced automobiles to the King's region a lot earlier, it was only now did the territories become rich enough to be able to afford it. With the help of trucks, taxis, and the concrete roads, it took almost 2 years for the economy to surge enough for the whole of the King's region to become richer. Michael thought it would be the same in the Queen's region. Unfortunately, the Iron Maiden hastened this process, leading to a scarcity in automobiles. But Michael couldn't really complain. After all, more demand meant more money for the company. The problem was that they couldn't capitalize on this demand. They couldn't quite keep up. Although they had a lot of money. Like a lot where Michael didn't even know where to spend them. He just couldn't find a way to get more resources for his rapidly expanding business. Automobiles were getting sold out left and right, even before they were made. The wait list for getting an automobile was getting longer and longer, with people waiting possibly for months before they got their car delivered to their doorstep. And according to some of the reports given to him by the genin or low shadows that were patrolling the streets of Angora City every day, there were some reselling of automobiles going on during day and night for much, much higher prices. Now, Michael didn't really have a problem with this. That was just how the market responded whenever there was a scarcity in products. He was just worried that the automobile was becoming less and less accessible to people because of these price tags. If he wanted to address this problem, then he would have to stop the expansion of the Golden Road and dedicate resources back to automobile production. But Michael thought that was the wrong way to do it. He needed to expand to new territories in order to find more resources. This is stressing me out a little bit, Michael thought to himself. All this internal monologue made him a little bit hungry. And since he was already here, he decided to look for a local restaurant in Angora City to eat his fill. He walked through the roads alone. He was glad that not a lot of people here knew his face, or else he wouldn't have had this peace and quiet as he strolled through the streets. He came across some Rebornian engineers who were doing some scouting and estimation for the eventual overhaul of Angora City. They had just finished their work, leaving the building they were measuring, and came down to the opposite side of the street where a small eatery was located. This small restaurant was very homely, as if it was just the porch of a house renovated to accommodate only about 10 customers in total. Not only that, but the place was almost run down, with chipped paint in the walls, creaking wooden floors, and almost broken down chairs and tables. The only customers inside were the Rebornian engineers, and just one old man sipping water in a cup. "Boss, you're here!" The engineers called out to him, finally noticing his presence. They invited Michael to their tables, and he joined them. They first talked about some stuff about work, but eventually, Michael asked them this question. "Why are you eating here? You gotta try this chicken, boss," the hobmanky said enthusiastically. "It's really good. It reminds me of the fried chickens we had in the nation of Reborn." Michael's eyebrow raised. Fried chicken? Soon enough, though, a rugged middle-aged man and his son came out of the kitchen and brought out 2 plates of a whole steaming hot chicken each. The engineers thanked the chef before going in and ripping out a piece for themselves. So good. Reminds me of home so much. Boss, try it." Spurred by his curiosity and his hunger, Michael ripped out the chicken thigh, feeling the crisp crack of the skin as he took it out. Not only that, but the white meat of the chicken leaked out a scrumptious juice, making it really appetizing. He took a bite. Crunch. His eyes widened with surprise. The crunch was crunchier than anything he had ever eaten in this world, or his previous one. The glaze on the skin gave his senses a hot and spicy sensation, yet very pleasing to the tongue. And the white meat itself balanced everything in the bite, completing the entire range of taste. Michael couldn't help himself and took another bite, and another. This was the most delicious piece of chicken he had ever eaten. Chapter 3:12 Dragon's Whiskers Chicken. Mikey looked at the well-seasoned, extremely crispy chicken that he just devoured. It was completely different from the fried chickens he had consumed even in his previous life. Something about it was more exotic and therefore more novel in his tongue. "Chat JK4, can you scan this chicken and find out why it's so finger-licking good?" "Alright, scanning chicken." A few seconds later, a visual projection of text boxes appeared in his vision, with each box corresponding to a different part of the chicken. Poultry chicken, produced naturally, and most probably brought up and farmed personally by the owner. Oven-baked, cooked using vegetable oil at a brisk 170 degrees Celsius. Spices. A combination of native spices emulated the same texture as fried chicken. However, there seems to be one ingredient added in the cooking process that is not in the recipe database for this type of meal. Can you figure out what it is? The spice that is used is called Dragon's Whiskers, which despite its name, has no connection to the demi-human denizens of the Draconian Empire. A visual image of Dragon's Whiskers appeared in Michael's vision, showing him a thin green herb that strangely curved down to the root and back up, creating an illusion of a gentleman's mustache. Dragon's Whiskers. A rare herb found in the forestry region in the Queen's region. This particular type of plant has adapted and mutated to have a defensive mechanism to ward off humans or animals consuming it. Upon consumption, the herb will release a particular chemical that reacts with the natural mana found inside the consumer. For some animals, consumption will result in an allergic reaction. But for humans, consumption will result in a mild, almost burning sensation to the tongue, stimulating the mana inside their cores. Just like how peppers mutated to become spicy to taste for regular humans. This Dragon's Whiskers mutated to become spicy to taste for magically enhanced humans' magic capsaicin, if you will. Most evolved and magically capable humans like Michael barely felt the spiciness of peppers in this world, especially those who practice physical art spells that enhance their body's durability. This new discovery came with a new sensation. He couldn't believe that such a delicious piece of chicken was being served at a rundown restaurant with barely any customers, if any. He looked towards the kitchen area, where the rugged middle-aged chef and his little boy worked together to fry their chickens in the wok. "Excuse me," he called out to them. The chef looked at Michael, finished his cooking, and walked over to him after wiping his hands in his apron. "Does something matter? Did you cook this yourself?" Michael pointed at the already half-eaten chicken on the plate. The Rebornians were just munching on the food continuously. "Yeah, family recipe," the chef replied. "My grandfather taught it to me. What do you use? Dragon's whiskers?" The chef was surprised Michael was able to figure it out. "Yeah, that's what you magicians will taste on the chicken. I heard it's extremely pleasant to eat." Meanwhile, his kid hid behind his legs and peeked out at Michael, who seemed to only be a few years older than him yet looking so matured. "Your chicken is the best food I've had in a while. No exaggeration," Michael praised the chef genuinely. "Thanks. It pays enough for my little boy here to go to school," he said, ruffling his son's hair. Michael found it quite a shame that such a delicious piece of food wasn't getting enough attention here in Angora City. But then he realized, this world was at the age where information was scarce and hard to propagate. There weren't any online review sites that could spread the good news about this undiscovered gem of a restaurant. There was only the word of mouth, and that's it. The only reason Michael was able to spread the word of the Reborn products was because he had a lot of money to burn. He could hire newspapers, town criers, and everything else. But this place didn't even have enough money to replace the broken chairs in the room. Although the food was good, it didn't matter in the end if no one knew about it. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Michael." He reached his hand out to the chef. "Tony," the chef replied. "And this is my kid, Remy." Michael shook his hands with Tony. "I want to offer you a deal," he said. "What deal?" "The kind that could change your life. I see that your restaurant has the potential to become one of the biggest restaurants in the world, one that would serve thousands and thousands of people every day." Remy's eyes glistened as his imagination soared from Michael's words. Yet his father was not so easily swayed. "Are you kidding me?" Tony said with a self-deprecating tone. "Don't you see there's no customers here? Unless you have the money to force people to look at this place, then you won't be able to help us." It was at this point that the Rebornian engineers all looked at Tony. "Chef, don't you recognize who you're talking to? This is our boss, Michael. He's the owner of Reborn." Tony looked at Michael with a different gaze now. Although he didn't get out much and spent most of his time in the kitchen, even he had heard of the Reborn company. Practically everyone in Angora City knew about their name and their accolades. Previously, he thought Michael was just talking big. But now that he knew that he could back it up, Tony considered Michael's offer more seriously. "What would a large company like yours want with my little restaurant? There's no upside for you." Michael disagreed. "I'm not doing charity here," he said. "I truly believe that your restaurant could become one of the biggest food businesses in the world, at least, with my help. If you become a subsidiary company of Reborn, then we can help you expand your small rundown eatery into a large restaurant in the center of a city." In truth, Michael didn't have to offer Tony this lucrative deal. After all, Chache K4 could very well reconstruct the chicken recipe by himself once he had a taste of it. He could sell it as his own and create another large subsidiary next to Reborn. But that was bad business practice. He didn't want to be like that. "Is that even possible?" Tony muttered to himself. He had already let go of such lofty dreams while he was a kid, and now Michael was promising him the very same thing. "Of course. Once you are under my company, then I can give you all the resources you will need to further expand your business." Michael could see Tony's eyes start to light up. But then he controlled himself. "I don't want to become a large restaurant company," he said. "I just want to earn enough money for me and my kid to live as we want." The father and son hugged each other. "If that's what you want, then all right. We will take control of your company and give you a portion of the income. And not only that, but if your kid wants to join Reborn, then he can take his rightful place as the owner of this subsidiary." Chapter 313, Another Subsidiary. "As an honorary Rebornian, you are entitled to some benefits," he said to Tony and Remy. The father and son duo both went wide-eyed as Michael listed out all the advantages that a Rebornian had privilege of having. Guaranteed housing in the nation of Reborn, guaranteed jobs, and a free talent awakening were just some of the things that made it all seem like a dream instead of reality. That last part was already enough for Tony to be willing to sell the entirety of his business to Michael. After all, the only reason he had been keeping up the restaurant despite it not succeeding was because he wanted to give his son a chance to awaken. But now, Michael was willing to give that as a bonus. Tony would probably faint if he knew that Michael could customize skills to give to his son. "Yes, we would like to become Rebornians." Tony was quick to change once he learned about Rebornian benefits. Even though the details of their contract still hadn't been ironed out, he was already willing to sign it even if it was unfavorable to him. "Take my recipe," Tony blurted out. Of course Michael wasn't going to do him wrong. "No, I'm going to let you decide everything about the restaurant. You can decide what to cook, what to sell, and what to do. I'm just going to stay by the sidelines. This restaurant is still your heirloom, Michael promised him. Hear that, Remy? He says that you can awaken your talent once you turn 10. The little boy gleamed just as happy as his father. I want to be a chef just like you, Papa. The two hugged each other before Tony turned to Michael. There was an excitement in his eyes, a fire for cooking that had been relit in his soul. Finally, the results of all the years toiling in an unsuccessful restaurant had finally borne fruit. What should I do? I can cook about 10 whole chickens a day if I need to. Michael flashed a smile. I want you to do 100. Tony's face froze. 100? Yep. Michael nodded. And we'll create a whole new restaurant outside of Angora City in the middle of nowhere, but right beside one of the Reborn truck stops. His words felt like 1,000 tons of metal being put on Tony's shoulder consecutively. Cooking 100 chickens was already nigh impossible from the get-go. But now, Michael wanted him to sell chicken outside of civilization as well. This made him start to doubt whether Michael wanted the restaurant to succeed or to go bankrupt. In Tony's mind, if he had few customers now, he'd have even fewer customers once they moved outside of Capital City. How are we going to get customers there? One of the engineers listening to their conversation chimed in. There are an estimated 6,000 people traveling along this particular road and about 19,000 people traveling in total in the entirety of the Golden Road in the Queens region. Really? Tony blurted out. The satyr engineer may be munching on chicken as he spoke, but his words were nothing but the truth. K4 verified it as well. Yep. And it's estimated to grow more than that once our expansion to the east is complete, Michael added. Tony was overwhelmed by this number, but he was still skeptical about the whole plan. But what about the chicken? I don't have enough livestock to cook that many meals in a day. Don't worry about the chickens, Michael said. I have another subsidiary under Reborn that specializes in farming and livestock. Have you ever heard of Barkus Inc.? Now that name did sound familiar to Tony. The Barkus Inc.? I know most high-end restaurants in Angora City get their crops from them. When they became a subsidiary of Reborn, Michael was able to see all the assets and territories under Barkus. In the luscious green forests of the grafted cluster, about 40% of all the farms and livestock present in the area were all owned by one company, Barkus Inc. Chickens were just one of the animals there that they had plenty of. It's not enough to last a lifetime, of course, but it's enough for the restaurant to get started. K4, remind me to have the Rebornian farmers come take a look at our farms in the grafted cluster to see if they can improve yield. Understood. Making a note of it. The only problem that I think we'll have is the dragon's whiskers. Where do you source these herbs from? Michael asked. I get it from the wet markets early in the morning. There's not a lot of merchants who sell it. There are even some days where no one sells it at all. Michael pursed his lips. Where do you think these merchants get it from? Although dragon's whiskers grow everywhere in the Queens region, it has been widely accepted that there is no feasible way to farm them. You have to find them out in the wild, which is why it is so expensive. This indeed posed a problem for the restaurant that Michael planned, at least for the long term. But short term, this problem was easy to solve. Just throw a bunch of money until it has all worked out. I'll have my people buy out every available dragon's whiskers in the market. If that's not enough, I'll just issue out a mission in the adventuring guilds. I'm sure they'll jump at the chance given enough bounties for it. Michael began to calculate everything with K4, ending up with the estimate of about 1 million gold coins should do it, Michael said out loud. His casualness and willingness to spend about 1 million gold to solve this problem truly opened the eyes of a normal human like Tony. He couldn't even fathom such a number, yet Michael was nodding his head as if it was an acceptable number. Of course, if money could solve everything, then Michael would have no problems. He wished he could just burn money and solve his current dilemmas. Either way, you don't have to worry about anything. You just need to cook and serve it to our customers. Tony couldn't even speak and just nodded his head as he gave up on questioning Michael. The boy was too rich. I'll let you deal with it, Tony said, sitting down in the chair, only for it to collapse into splinters. Michael brought Tony and Remy back to the Reborn headquarters. Of course, he let Remy take everything he wanted in the department store, while he and Tony consulted with Yuna about the contract. Another subsidiary company again. Who did you hoodwink this time? Yuna teased Michael. She then turned to Tony. Be careful with this guy. He says he'll give you something, but he ends up forgetting about it. Ahem. My ice cream. Ahem. I'm working on it. Sure you are. Yuna harumphed, and turned her head away from Michael. Anyway, this is the contract for becoming a subsidiary of the Reborn company. Please sign here and here. Tony did as Yuna told him and inked his name onto the contract paper. And it was time for Michael's turn. The paper mysteriously slapped his head gently. He signed the contract. And finally, a new subsidiary was added to Reborn. Let's name your new company. What do you think of MacTony's? Chapter 314, MacTony's. Although Michael did get an elbow nudge from Yuna, the company name MacTony's was accepted by Tony and Remy themselves. It sounded satisfying to the ear from their perspective, and credited Michael for thinking of such a catchy name. But of course, he may have copied it from a very famous fast food chain from his previous life. Of course, the reason why he thought of this name in the first place was because he was planning McTony's to be the first fast food chain in the world. His plan was to create a McTony's in every single truck stop all along the Golden Road, allowing people to get the signature McTony's chicken anytime they wanted. For that to happen, though, he needed to solidify the process of procuring the ingredients for the McTony's chicken in order for it to qualify as real fast food. Over the next several days, Michael and Tony toured around the grafted cluster to look at all the farms and livestock owned by Barkus Inc. Barkus himself helped Tony get acquainted with all his suppliers, mainly the chicken coops and the herb farms he was going to be coordinating with in the future. This is our chicken farm, housing about 1,000 chickens spread around different coops in the area. He pointed to the large barns in the open field, which was noisy from all the buckaws and cuckoos of the chickens inside. They walked inside and saw healthy chickens strolling across a green field of grass, pecking on the ground in search of any passing worms that might show up from below. This is where the chickens walk around during the day. When night falls, they go back to their individual coops and sleep there, and in the morning, they lay their eggs and go back to foraging for worms. On the other side of the fence, keeping the chickens in one place, was a large row of coops meant for the chickens to sleep in. Michael could even see a few eggs left behind inside, ready to be harvested. How about the chicks? Where are they being raised? Michael asked. Roosters and hens are mingling in one coop. In a batch of around 1,000 fertilized eggs, then about 400 to 500 of those will grow up to become chickens if we're lucky. Michael calculated all of the factors in the chicken farm, and realized that in a day, they could realistically harvest about 50 fully grown chickens for the restaurant sustainably. For now, this was good enough. After all, Michael was only planning on creating one McTony's store in the truck stop. Now this could quickly change, once more truck stops were created and more McTony's were needed, but that was a problem that could be easily solved. I'll have Anne, our agriculture department chief, to survey your lands and have her give some advice on how to improve yield, Michael said, remembering his own note. There were plenty of things that could be streamlined using modern methods, such as dedicated egg sorting machines, nutritious feed for healthy egg production, and the proper way to hatch an egg with an incubator, boasting an almost 90% accuracy in growth. Thanks, Barkus genuinely thanked Michael. No problem. That's the benefit of becoming a subsidiary of Reborn. By the way, how's your brother? Bullern's doing good, Barkus answered with a smile. He's kind of loving his time in prison. He's made new friends during board game nights. After Bullern realized his mistakes, he voluntarily admitted himself to the Reborn prison and left Bullern Inc. to be managed by Michael. Because of that, Michael was able to take advantage of their assets and gather new resources from all their mines. Barkus, meet Tony. He's the one that will be needing all the chickens for our new restaurant. Both awkwardly shook their hands and introduced themselves to each other. I'll leave you guys to reach an agreement on how and when you're going to deliver the chicken and herbs. They had a lot to talk about, with Barkus mostly taking Tony under his wing and teaching him how to manage a company properly from logistics to administrative duties. Although Tony was clueless on a lot of these topics, he did his best to try and learn. Of course, Michael decided to hire some professional help for him later so that he could just focus on cooking chicken in the restaurant instead of writing paperwork. While they were talking it out, Michael visited their newly functioning mines just a few kilometers away from the farm. As soon as he ascended from the shadows, he saw Priya and the rest of the miners hard at work. Ores and minerals were constantly getting mined and processed in their new machineries. He looked to the side and saw a Rebornian truck with a large open crate on its load filled to the brim with all the processed materials from the mine. After final checking, the truck began its descent down from the mountain and into the Golden Road, where it would be delivered to its intended destination. Boss, our first shipment of ores has just left our mines. Just as you said, we distributed the first load to Angora City for the Golden Road expansion. In the 8,000 tons of material being mined every day, 4,000 of those were being used to renovate the entirety of Angora City to bring it up to Rebornian standards. 2,500 of them would be allocated to the Golden Road expansion eastward, and whatever's left would be used to create the truck stops along the Golden Road. In short, they were using up all their capacity for their current projects, which meant they had no capacity for new ones. The automobile shortage problem would have to be solved another time. But thankfully, this at least meant that the expansion eastward was finally on its way. It would still take a few weeks before the Golden Road reached the Bastard Bandits' forest territory, so Michael had some time to finish up on the first McTony's location. Michael transported himself to the very first truck stop location in the Golden Road. He was accompanied by Kong, the engineering department chief of Reborn. This is where the restaurant is going to be located, boss. The Yellow Hob Mankey chief used his innate skill to create a visual projection of the finished McTony's restaurant in the open lot. The modern style of architecture was very reminiscent of those fast food chains that Michael was so familiar with back in his previous life. There was even a large sign of McTony's chicken symbol high up on a pole for everyone to see. And of course, It would be remiss if Michael didn't add the drive-through section of the restaurant. Although this wasn't technically a fast food place yet since they still hadn't figured out how to cook the chicken really fast, Michael already integrated it into the design for the future. The design is good, thanks Kong. The chief engineer bowed to Michael. No problem, boss. The ores and materials are going to be delivered here soon, so our construction workers will start to dig out the foundation of the restaurant. Chapter 315, Time to Cook. A few days passed, and the Mac Tony's restaurant construction was well on its way. While the Rebornian construction workers were busy pouring concrete over the foundation and laying down rebar for support, Michael met with Tony to finish up their preparations for creating the Mac Tony's chicken. How long do you take to cook your chicken from scratch? Michael asked. I don't really know, Tony answered. Michael almost forgot that a majority of the population was still living in a timeless world. They didn't have the well-engineered clocks that the Rebornians had to check the time. To figure out the truth, Tony decided to show Michael how to make the chicken in his own kitchen, while Michael timed everything with his own pocket watch. Prepare the chicken, cleaning it with water and plucking out the feathers, Tony said as he took out a whole chicken from the box. With the help of Remy, Tony was able to finish the preparation of the chicken in about 3 minutes. I mix all the spices together, dragon's whiskers included, and turn them into a paste that I lather all over the chicken's skin. I let that marinate while I prepare the oil and the wok for cooking. Michael watched the dragon's whiskers from their roots and began dicing them with his knife. A minty odor released from the herb as it got cut into pieces, with a little bit of juice being squeezed out of the plant itself. And with the combination of other spices, the signature flavor of the Mac Tony's was created. Once the seasoning was lathered onto the chicken itself, Tony let it rest while he prepared the cooking station. He took out firewood from under his desk and began regulating the fire under the wok-like cooking pan. He then poured vegetable oil into the pan and waited about 5 minutes for the whole thing to be warm enough to start cooking. This part of the cooking process was fast considering how basic it was. The problem now lies in the cooking itself. After the oil was at its ideal temperature, Tony plunged the chicken into the oil, with some drops spewing all over the kitchen table. It then took him about 20 minutes in total to cook the whole thing before he took it out of the pan and onto a clay plate. All in all, the whole process took just under half an hour, which was the opposite of fast food. Granted, there were only 2 of them working in the kitchen, and one of them was a child. But the time it took for the chicken to cook would still be too long, even if they had 5 chefs cooking at the same time. Michael wanted it to be like the fast food chains in his previous world, where people would only have to wait about 2 minutes at most before they received their order. ChatJK4. Can you create a cooking system that will streamline the whole process? Understood, Michael. And after a few seconds, a new vision appeared in his mind. This time, the kitchen itself was very reminiscent of the kitchens in his previous world, with large ovens, multiple cooking stations that were temperature controlled, and even a dishwasher that could clean in a matter of a few seconds. Then, ChatJK4 showed him a video of multiple silhouettes of people working in tandem. One was in charge of plucking and preparing the chicken. One was in charge of creating the seasoning and the flavoring. And there were 5 more chefs cooking the chickens. In this arrangement, it will take about 15 minutes for a chicken to arrive at the customer after ordering. However, this arrangement is only simulated at low capacity. This means that if there were more people ordering than normal, then the waiting times could become even longer than that, which was not ideal. Why can't you cook the chicken a day earlier and just reheat it then? That was a solution fast food restaurants thought of back in his previous world. They freeze their cooked chicken and meats, and only reheat it or recook it once the customer ordered it. The effects of the dragon's whiskers will subside by then. It needs to be freshly cooked for it to retain that certain kick in the taste. After a day it's gone, Tony answered. It seems that the methods of the fast food chains cannot be replicated in this instance. After all, that magical spice that the dragon's whiskers added to the chicken was what made it good in the first place. It's what he thought will be the reason Mac Tony's will succeed in the future. It can't be disregarded. I guess the drive-through option of the restaurant can't open yet because of this. Despite that, Michael thought that this new cooking system will be good enough for now. 15 minutes per order will be a tolerable amount of time to wait for people. And since the dragon's whiskers taste can still be retained for the whole day without it going disappearing, Michael planned to have Tony and the other chefs prepare a lot of chicken early in the morning to stock up for the whole day. That way, people can still receive their order relatively fast. And besides, it will take some time before Mac Tony's become popular enough for it to be filled at capacity. For now, Michael estimated that there would be around 50 customers per day that would visit the restaurant after its construction, the truck stop, which would grow more and more as the time passed. You know Shayna, right? She'll speak to you and assign some talented chefs to help you work in your new restaurant. Tony fiddled his fingers anxiously. This new restaurant? It's on the Golden Road, right? Yep. It's about 3 days' worth of travel west of Angora City. The chef nodded, with a resolute look on his face. Understood. I'll live in the desert if I have to. But can you please let my son live in your headquarters? I don't want him homeless. Michael tilted his head. What are you talking about? You'll have your own house in the truck stop itself. And not only that, but if you want to visit Angora City, then you can just drive your own car there. But I don't. Before Tony could even speak any further, Michael tossed him a small key with the symbol of MacTony's engraved in front of it. That's your car. I can't have one of my subsidiary owners traveling on foot, right? Just make sure to go to the Reborn driving school before you take it out for a spin. Tony let the key fall into his palm, still disbelieving that it was real. Remy tiptoed up to his father's hands to try and look at the new key card that they had just been given. Beep, beep. They both looked outside their rundown restaurant house and saw a new automobile parked beside the streets. Its shiny polish was even more shinier than any glasses they owned. A car! Remy shouted, and immediately ran towards the automobile. No way! The boy had seen many of these riding in the streets and always dreamed of riding in one. He never would have thought they would own one. Tony followed behind his son with the key in his hands. He looked back at Michael, who gave him a reassuring nod. Go ahead, it's yours. Tony looked back with an awkward expression. I don't know what to say. Haha, save it for when I awaken your talent.